Alright, we're getting the chat started up now, you guys, so just hang in there for a minute, and we'll have the chat online with you here in just a minute. Let me get rid of that. We're gonna get rid of that. Get rid of that. Alright, so the restream chat should be working. If you have joined us yet, please type in the chat so that I know that I can hear your guys' messages when they come through, if you've joined us yet or not. I guess we'll see. I've not started the sim yet. We're going to talk about first the schedule for the flight we're getting ready to do. Alright, so we're going to be taking off out of Winnipeg, CYWG. That's Charlie Yankee Whiskey Golf. And we're headed to Toronto. Alright. Alright, what are you doing? Okay. I'm not going to load that.
Rook Talon. Hey. Good to see you in the air again.
Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, I've got another video. I've not uploaded it yet. I did a flight last night, and it was absolutely amazing. We're going to talk about that here in a minute, actually. I might even just pull it up and get the landing and show you guys how well the landing went. We might do that first, actually. I think we will. Let me...
Okay. Preview 0111. Videos. Bid. I do list capture not selected 01 column. 2024 07 14 2024 0105 21 37 48 MP 403 column 3 19 19.
I believe that's the one doing,
2024 01 05
doing that. Let's see if
Copy
this is
rename shares delete top with left 6 top window. Use the media player 106. I media player.
Let me see if this is
Media
it.
player window icon 1.35.4 left full screen button more options button more options position 0 2024 C slider position 0 minutes 10 seconds all set. Folder view list option 0 0 next 13 seconds search search type. Languages and repeat. Up the mouth. T control. Skip forward 30 seconds. Repeat. Languages and sub volume button. Full screen. Mini player. More options. Grouping. Send feedback link. Dismiss notification. Home mouth. C slider position 2024. C slider position 0 minutes 17 seconds. Position 0 minutes 18 seconds. 2020. C slider position 0 minutes alt S. Media player.
Is this not it?
Videos. Item view list. 2024 01 2020.
Let me see if this is
Copy
it.
rename shares delete top with left 6 top window. Use the media player 106.
You might hear our puppy in the background. She just...
If you have any questions about our flight today, please don't hesitate to ask one of our flight attendants.
Alright, so I'm going to try to get...
Languages and repeat. Up the mouth. T control. Skip forward. Play button. Skip back. Read shuffle. Up 2024 C slider position 7 minutes 27 seconds alt S. Position 0 minutes.
Well...
2024 C slider position 0 minutes alt S. 2024 shuffle. Read skip back. Play button. Skip forward 30 seconds. Play button. Skip forward 30 seconds. Button. Control plus I. Videos.
I don't like when I do that, so let me try something.
Videos. Copy rename shares delete top with left 6 top window. Use the media player 106. Media player.
If you have any questions about our flight today, please don't hesitate to ask one of our flight attendants. Thank you.
Okay, that's... Rest of the we'll do a go. You guys... night.
Position 46 minutes 39 seconds.
Did
User
that.
contact LT button. 2020. Seek slider position 48 minutes 32.
Set the metal fitting.
On.
Slip it over.
2020. Seek slider position 54 minutes 8 seconds. Position 50.
I want to get to the.
Output mode. T control plus T.
Well, I don't know.
Media player.
Anyway,
Final list. 2020.
I'll just show you when we get to the landing. Let's go ahead and just
Capture row 1 column 1 videos. Taskbar.
close that,
Folder view list. Semifinals 33 of 37.
and we'll go ahead and get the
Google Chrome minus Roll Wave 13. GitHub desktop 17. Google Chrome minus 30.
Flight plan loaded.
Register started. As auto-complete control list. Select items. Select ER. Select ER. Select select. Simulate.com selected. Simulate.com virtual flight planning solutions. Never landmark direct cycle. 2013 visit link current. Link Facebook.
No.
Link privacy settings. Visit link update. Edit
Go lay down.
Link on yes. Navigation landmark list. Six items. Link home page.
Go.
Link about the right point and angle bracket. Link register the right point and angle bracket. Visit link attached to the right point.
All right, let's
Direct cycle.
go ahead and just dispatch
Elements list dialog. Preview. Navigate. Visit free new flight. Visit 6 simple document.
new
Edit
flight.
no text field. Edit level 2 query setting. Edit level 2 query setting. Elements list dialog. Preview flight. Visit free navigate. Visit 13 for visit new flight. Visit free simple document. Edit level 2 query main landmark. ZZ edit. Main landmark.
Actually, I've got to update this
000 edit blank. As auto-complete.
today, I believe too. 09 Delta
ZZ
Whiskey.
edit blank. As auto-complete.
All right, so we're going from CYWG
ZZ edit. As auto-complete blank.
to let me
Flight
make
capture 0 1 column 2
sure.
Simple flight options 2. Simple flight options 2. Chrome DVI. Johnny. Simple flight capture 0 1 column 2 4. Shop button. Community button. Reverse button. Close button. Settings button. Log button. Expansions button. Flight simulators connected button. Flight OEM DHT list. Short schedule type list. Route combo box collapsed. Your aircraft license review. Print schedule button. Skip flight 5/0. Data preview table. Flight row 0 at 95. Kelson row 0 at 500. Departure airport row 0 at 2. Winnipeg International Airport. Winnipeg Canada Realm departure airport column 3. Arrival airport row 0 at CYYZ Toronto Pearson International Airport. Toronto Canada Realm departure. Arrival airport row 0 at CYYZ Toronto Pearson International Airport. Toronto Canada Realm arrival airport column 4. R. A. Airport. Row 0. Row airport. Arrival. Airport. Row 0. CYYZ. Y. Y. Z.
Yeah, that's what I thought. CYYZ. Okay.
Simple flight options 2. Chrome row 1 column 2 4. Simple flight options 2. Chrome DVI. Johnny. Simple flight options document. Main landmark. ZZ edit. As auto-complete blank.
CYYZ.
Combo box collapsed. Expanded.
And then, of course, we're flying with the 739.
Combo box default collapsed. Expanded. PMDG MSFS Earth 0 Tank Econ PMDG MSFS Earth 0 Tank First Class Credit. Omni 712. PMDG MSFS Earth 0 Tank Economy Credit. Omni PMDG MSFS Earth 0 Tank First Class Credit. Omni 912. PMDG MSFS Earth 0 Tank Economy Credit. Omni 1012.
And we'll just
Combo box
do
PMDG
that.
MSFS Earth 0 Tank Economy Credit. Omni collapsed.
There we go.
Auto edit selected SIO. Combo box SIO collapsed. Edit selected January 6, 2024, 1720.
Let's see.
Simple flight options 2 Chrome DVI. Never landmark. Simple main landmark. Edit selected January 6, 2024, 7. Combo box SIO collapsed.
All right, so
Alternate edit level 2. Arrive edit level 2. Depart edit level 2. Flight number edit level 2. Airline edit level 2. Flight info edit level 1. Cookie settings edit level 2. Main landmark flight info edit level 1. Link post. Link new. Clickable share. Clickable save. Clickable generate. Clickable save. Clickable navigation. Main landmark. Clickable generate. Generated flight plan dialog.
we'll generate this flight plan, and then we'll load the sim. Last night was a beautiful flight.
Main landmark. Combo box SIO collapsed. Simple flight moving.
And then I did another.
Edit level 2 flight number TSI 090W. Simple number. Edit level 1 simple. Clickable close. Simple flight moving Google Chrome DVI. Johnny.
Perfect. I did another test flight 2 nights ago
Simple flight moving document.
with a landing of minus
Edit level 2 flight number TSI 090W.
13 feet a minute. Let me check on the dog here real quick. She's a bit out of control. Our puppy is only 9 weeks. His name is Chance. He is a full-blooded American pit, and he's got another breed of pit in him. He's gonna be about a 90-pound pit when he's full grown. And my wife's got him spoiled. All right, so
Kelson edit level 2. Departure edit level 2. Arrival edit level 2. Alternate edit level 2. Aircraft edit level 2. Data edit level 2. Departure edit level 2. Arrival edit level 2. Airtime edit level 2. Block time edit level 2. Airframe edit level 2. Flight plan summary edit level 1. Altitude edit level 2. Edit level 2 cruise size 61. Edit level 2 altitude 33,000 feet. Altitude 33,000. Copy to report.
altitude is gonna be
Run dialog type the name
33,000
of
feet.
notepad. Notepad. Program manager. Secure credit card info.txt notepad. Simply flight moving Google Chrome DVI. Johnny. Run dialog type the name of program. Program notepad. Untitled notepad. Blank. Blank. Altitude 33,000 feet. Blank. Simply flight. Edit level 1 flight plan summary. Edit level 2 altitude 33,000 feet.
Okay.
Edit level 2 cruise size 61.
Cost index is
Cruise size
61.
61. Copy to star altitude 33,000. Blank. Cruise size 61. Blank. Simply flight. Edit level 2 distance 806. Edit level 2 wind 219/30. Edit level 2 distance 860 nm.
863 miles, a little over an hour
Edit
flight.
level 2 wind 219. Edit level 2 wind copy 004. Edit level 2 wind 219/38. Edit level 2 wind 219/38.
Wind is
Edit level 2 wind
219
219/38.
at
Edit
38.
level 2 wind copy 004. Edit level 2 IS8 707. Edit level 2 release 1. Edit level 2 direct 2313. Heading level 2 LPL, heading level 2 units LPS, heading level 2 NAV heading level 1 details, heading level 2 burn 13,003, heading level 2 passenger 190, heading level 2 100,000, heading level 2 EZFW 100, heading level 2 169,004, heading level 2 EZFW 100, EZFW 100, copy to, start, cruise size 6, bank, EZFW, bank.
I always put this stuff
Sim
down.
heading level 2 106, heading level 2 ELW 1, heading level 2 block fuel 22,059 pounds, block fuel 22,050, copy to,
Block
start,
fuel is
EZFW, bank.
22,000.
Block fuel 22,059 pounds, bank. Sim reflect rate, heading level 2 cargo 9,000, heading level 2 payload 47,000, heading level 2 MZFW 1, MTOW, heading level 2, MLW, heading level 2, route height details, heading level 1, heading level 1, height details, sim slash 36, N045, N045, left 300, sim slash 36.
Taking off from runway 36.
N045, DCT. Ew. DCT.
It's going to be a direct departure.
Link copy. I will link CYYZ box 7. Odd. Box 7.
And then Boxum 7.
Odd. D-O-T-N-I-K.
Otnik should be our transition, so we'll just copy
Start
that.
block fuel 20, bank. Sim slash 36, bank. Sim reflect rate, heading level 1 dispatcher marks. Heading level 1, link height details.
Alright, so we're good there.
Start title book, text editor, document, bank.
So now, let's go ahead and load up
Sound picture options, system setting, Microsoft Flight Simulator.
the
Search
sim.
button, access reader, share button, install, select, run as administrator, select. Microsoft Flight Simulator, sign in.
And I'm guessing you guys can hear me okay. Brooke, can you hear me okay?
Rook Talon. For sure. It'll be a
Microsoft
pretty
Flight Simulator,
exciting thing,
1.5.1.
certainly.
Yeah, if things go the way they did last night and on the test flight, we're gonna have a beautiful flight. Sim's been working pretty nice. Now I do not have the latest FS first officer updated because there's problems with it when you update to the latest one with the latest FSU IPC. There's just all kinds of problems. I don't know if that's been resolved, but I don't want to go through all the mess. So until I know that's been fixed, I'm sticking with what I got.
Loading, please wait. 51%.
I do need my coffee. To give you guys a little bit of an update as we're waiting for Microsoft to load here. I know I've not been doing very many live streams here lately. I do want to let you know that
Friend request.
it's not due to, not wanting to sim or not wanting to fly.
Rook Talon.
It's been due to,
He sounds like a kind dog.
yeah, he's a good baby boy. But it's been due to just everything going on. This is my last semester. Thank God. I'm glad for that.
Subject 75 wants to be your friend.
So because of school, I've been really busy trying to get everything prepared.
Answer the poll wants to be your friend.
I hate these stupid friend requests on Microsoft. But anyway, so getting that all done, plus New Year's, plus Christmas. And my wife's been having some stuff going on with her health. We received some
54%.
a bit disturbing news about a condition that she's got to deal with, and
Loading, please wait.
uh,
55%.
so we've been dealing with that too. And I've been dealing with my own stuff. So, like I said, the other day I was
Loading,
telling
please
somebody, sometimes life
56%.
jumps in the way. And you got to prioritize. You just have to. But we're, finally things are getting
Loading,
back
please wait.
on track.
57%.
I will be very busy this semester, but I at least want to try to do a flight each week. I'm hoping.
Loading, please wait. 58%.
Other announcements. We'll make sure I get this stuff out there. 2024.
Loading, please wait.
I don't know anything about the
59%.
Microsoft 2024. Someone asked if I'm going to update to that. I don't know. It depends.
Loading, please wait.
I'm not going to,
60%.
get rid of the sim we're flying with now. Maybe I'll test it on another computer
Loading, please
or
wait.
something,
61%.
but we'll see. So I don't know 100% on that. What else? There's something. Oh yeah, the server is back up and running. If this is important, you guys, if you had a username on the server,
63%.
please let me know. I want you to send an email to 737flights@gmail.com.
Loading, please wait.
Give me your
71%.
username and give me your password, and I will send you back the connect information. If you don't remember your information and you want to get back on this server, let me know. Hey, I'd like to have an account back up on the server. We finally got that straightened out. And I will add you in. Declan, if you're
75%.
listening to this, let me know.
On your own.
Welcome menu. Page 1 of 3.
I should have your account info.
Press to quit to
I'll
desktop.
add it in and you
Press to
should
read
be able to
support and release
connect.
notes.
Because here, later, we're going to be doing stuff where, you know, if you're on the server, you can be a part of the live streams, doing some Q&A stuff, doing some tutorial stuff, and also doing some reviews with Andy. So, we're, like I said, just now getting everything back in the pace of things. Okay. So, okay. Okay.
First flight airport. Button 1 of 5. First flight airport. World map. Button.
World map.
World map screen.
Okay, here we go.
Press space to search results. Aircraft selection and select departure.
Departure is
Search results.
CYWG.
CYWG/Winnipeg IN.
Winnipeg.
Switch departure. Select arrival. Combo box.
You might hear my dog in the background,
Select
but
to open a search
she's
field.
just
Or
griping
select for
because she
recommended and
wants in
recent
this
airports.
area that I'm at and she's
After
not
an
allowed.
airport is selected here.
So.
Switch departure and select arrival.
Arrival.
Search
All right.
search results.
CYYZ.
CYYZ. Select CYYZ Toronto / Pier. Switch
Okay.
to CY runway 31. Drop down list.
Runway.
Choices. Press ESC to go back.
Let's get our gate set up here.
11,000. Gate 5 gate small. Gate / parking. Gate 5 gate small. Gate 6 gate small. Gate 7 gate small. Gate 8 gate small. Drop down option. Gate 12 gate small. Gate 11 gate small. Gate 10 gate small. Gate 9 gate small. Gate 8 gate small.
Hold on, you guys.
Drop down option.
She's getting
Use
into
right stick up
trouble.
and down to scroll the UI.
And now she's really going to be mad at me
Press
because
P to
she's
go
going
back.
in her crate. No! You're going in the crate. That's bad. Bad girl. No. She got the bag of dog food down. You're naughty. You are naughty. Naughty girl.
Root Talon.
You don't get.
5 weeks old.
She is 8 weeks. Well, no, 9 weeks. Come here. Come on. You've been a bad girl. Now let me give you something. Won't take but a second here, guys. Then we'll get our runway set up and we'll get to the... Okay. Here's this. And this. You've been a little naughty girl today. Alright. You're probably going to hear her barking in the background because she doesn't like when she gets put in the crate. But I'll tell you right now, if you plan on ever getting a dog, you've never had one, I'm telling you, the crate is your best friend, because that is the best way to discipline your dog and teach them when they're in trouble, or not just trouble, but where they sleep, right? Dogs love crates.
Gate 11, gate small.
All right, so I need...
Parking 19, ramp GA medium. Parking 20, ramp GA medium. Drop down option, run, gate, parking 20, ramp
All
GA
right,
medium.
we'll go there.
Drop down
Parking
list.
20.
Select a view available
Microsoft Flight
choices.
Simulator. Pause.
All right,
Pause.
we'll load this.
Navigation off. Heat off. Landing off. Taxi off. Scope off. Instruments off. Wind off. Logo off.
And while that's loading, I've got another doggy to... I'm babysitting for my...
Instruments on.
Loading, please wait. 41%.
All right. So while we're waiting on that to load, I'm going to do this.
Loading, please wait. 64%. Loading, please wait. 72%. Loading, please wait. 79%.
Come on.
Loading, please wait. 81%. Loading, please wait.
Okay.
83%.
There's that. All right, here we go.
Loading, please wait. 83%.
No.
Loading, please wait. 83%.
But the puppy's got to learn that the scream bark that he does, he'll
Loading,
bark
please
and
wait.
bark.
83%.
He's got to learn that that does not get him what he wants. So, you might hear him for a few minutes.
Loading, please wait. 83%.
But yeah, we had a beautiful flight last night. I'm going to upload that video
Loading,
later
please wait.
today.
83%.
That's actually the flight we did that we flew here to Winnipeg. That's why now we're going to be
Loading,
leaving
please wait.
Winnipeg
83%.
and going back over to Toronto.
Loading, please wait. 83%. Loading, please wait. 83%.
Just waiting for this to load.
Loading, please wait. 83%.
Pause. Gear down. Dot. Altimeter. 50 on. Navigation on.
Loading, please wait.
Heat on. Landing on.
83%.
Rook Talon. What did you name the dog?
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Vera, and I'm your chief flight attendant.
His name's
The
Chance.
fasten seatbelt sign is on, so if you haven't already done so, please stow or carry on luggage underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead bin. Please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt. Also make sure your seat back and folding trays are in their full upright position.
All right, we got the
If you are
flight.
seated next to
Yeah,
an
his name's
emergency
Chance.
exit, please carefully read the special instructions card located by your seat. If you do not wish to perform the functions described in the event of an emergency, please ask a flight attendant to reseat you. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Smoking is prohibited on the entire aircraft, including the lavatories. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the
I
lavatory
believe we're
smoke detectors is prohibited by law.
33,000.
If you have any questions about our flight today, please don't hesitate to ask one of our flight attendants. Thank you.
Yeah, we are.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.1.0. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.1.0. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.
All right, perfect.
850 ASL. 8.22.
Alright, we are at the gate, at parking. Now we just need
Folder view list.
to...
Google Chrome 937. Flight Simulator Officer.
I hate when it does that.
Folder view list. Flight Simulator Officer. 2237. FSATC Caravan. Flight Simulator Officer. Next 1 of 30. Unknown. Copy name MSfs. Delete the top of MSfs. Run administrator. Radio 10. Pane. Forms.main. Close and checklist grouping. Pre-FLT flow button.
Okay.
Restart. Configure support company. Buttons. Connect. Voice.
Brooke Talon.
Connect.
You
Close
know,
checklist grouping. Pre-FLT flow
it
button.
wasn't always non-smoking. You used to be able to smoke in an airplane and no one would say a word.
Screen review. Pre-FLT flow. After start. Pre-FLT flow. Before start. TC flow. Before start. TSK messages. Copy ready. FSIPC. FSIP. FSO over FLTP. Mode 9. Part of FLT 14. Version 1.0. Options. Blank. Ground pmdg 730. Blank. Options. Version 1. Part of FLTP. FSO version 11. FSIPC. Version FSIPC. Copy ready. Messages. CHKLS. TCH before start. Before 2. Flow. Tag TCHKL before start. Flow. Pre-FLT CHKLST. Pre-FLT CHKLS. Pre-FLT flow button. Edit realm selected offline. Close and checklist grouping. Pre-FLT flow button. After start. Pre-FLT flow. Before start. TC flow. Before start. TSK messages. Copy ready. FSIPC DL. FSIPC version FSO version 11. FSI copy ready. FSIPC DL 13.3.4.404. FSIPC version 9.7.401. FSO version 11.1.2.16.1. FLTP mode 9.2. Cargo version 1 options. Blank. Ground pmdg 737 auto off.
Hold on.
Forms
First
.main.
officer's being stupid.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3.
Go figure.
Preview. Home. Home. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Folder view list. Flight Simulator software. Next one. Home. Pane. Preview. Home 1 1 1 1. Gallery 1 1 1 1. Home 1 1 1 1. Level 2 Windows. C. Left 1 1. Item view list. Flight Simulator software. Next 390. Item view list. Data 350. Item view list. User.app. User.app. Actual LND. TRNST. Policy equals. Corrupt equals. SIM. Download SIM. Config. Call ESP. React. Call 4. Call 8. Call and roll. Call and start. Call size. Call list. Call MND. MND equals. MND size. MND. MND 0. MND PM. MND PM. MCP. TRTM. MS. Lights equals 1. Settings lights equals. Set equals 1. Set radios equals 1. Walk around equals 1. Rudder LTC. TRF. LTC. MSTS. Cabin MSTS equals 0. Force on top equals 0. Auto close equals 0. Auto connect equals. Auto close equals 0.
Aha.
Equals. 0. Equals. 0. Character term. 0. 1. Equals. Auto close. Character term A. Auto connect equals. Auto close equals 1.
There we go. Save that. Close it.
Data 1 column. Data item view list. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. Data item view list. User.app. Free. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. Folder view list. Flight Simulator software. Next 1 of 30. Another copy. C and rename MSfs. Delete top of MSfs. Run administrator. Okay.
Sorry about that,
Forms .main.
guys.
Close and checklist grouping.
No big deal, though. Here we go.
Restart. Configure support company. Buttons. Connect. Close and checklist grouping. Pre-FLT flow button. Object review. Screen review. Close and checklist. Pre-FLT after start. Pre-FLT flow. Before start. TC flow. Before start. TSK messages. 28 start flow. Hold control plus.
There we go.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2.1.0. Microsoft Flight.
Okay, so anybody that might be watching, if you have sight and it's not a full screen, please let me know and I will make adjustments to fix that for you.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2.1.0.
I think it is. Let me see with the mouse if I can. Yeah, I think we're full screen.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.
Good afternoon, Captain.
Battery on. Battery active. Oxygen level 66%. No to your right on. Left to your right on. Right to your right on. Engine number on. Read auto pilot instruments disabled. Read auto pilot instruments disabled.
Okay.
Scroll on. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2.1.0.
Move UI panel to external window. Button. Minimize UI panel. Button. Minimize UI panel. Button. Move UI panel to external window. Button. Move UI panel to external window. Button. Minimize UI panel. Button. ATC. COM2 not in use 124.850. Tab.
AC bus. Ground STC number 1 on. AC bus. Ground STC number 2 on. Transfer bus number 1 on. Transfer bus number 2 on. DC source light on. AC source light on. AC bus. Transfer number 1 on. AC bus. Transfer number 2 on. AC bus. Main number 1 on. AC bus. Main number 2 on. AC bus. Alley number 1 on. AC bus. Alley number 2 on. Flight recorder light on. Flight control low pressure light on. Flight control low pressure light on. Yaw camera light on. Speed trim fail light on. Mic trim fail light on. Backslash OTLD light on. Regulator.
Alright. What did I do with? I better get in there and get it real quick. Lay down, boy. Lay down.
CDU message displayed. GPS are invalid. CDU message cleared.
Don't worry about the GPS message. No, you go lay down. Go lay down. Lay down. Lay down. What? Any water? Here.
CDU message displayed. Enter IRS position.
Rook Talon. Does it enter IRS position automatically?
If you're talking about the new pmdg, well, not new, but the latest updates to it, you still have to have your waypoints set up and still got to follow your waypoints and all that. But as long as you have, as long as you're stable and you're on the right path, following your waypoints and all that, once LNAV is turned off, once it goes off on its own, you activate that command B, and it'll give you a very nice smooth landing. And the vector,
Heading out for my checks.
I've not messed with it a lot, but we'll talk about that here in a minute. Let's go ahead and get our flight plan put in here. Eric data's up to date. And then CYWG for last position. Okay, that looks good. Okay, departure and arrival is in our route. Okay, so let's take a look here. I hate when it does this. Okay, 36. So, right sub 4. So it's saying direct, so we'll just execute that there. Go back to our leg page, Alt A, right sub 2 for arrival. So 6 left.
06L. Blank. 2. Option 7.06 06L.
So right
CD number
sub
1
2.
CYYZ right stars 1. Option 7. Star title slash. CYYZ. Option 7. Odd.
Boxum 7.
TNIK.
Odd.
CYYZ right line 1. Stars approach 1. Option 7.06 USL. T slash 2. Dual 4 T slash 1. Option 7.06 USL. 06L. Stars approaches. 1. Option 7.06 USL. Stars approach 1. Option 7. Trans T slash S. 2. Bergamot slash operator. Trans. Free. Oddability. Trans. Free. Oddability. Colon. Free. Colon. Space. O. TNIK.
Transition. Otnik.
Trans. 2. Bergamot slash operator. Trans. Free. Oddability. Trans. Space. 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 Character term. Trans. RANS. Character free. Free. Oddability. Blank. Free. Odd. Free. Oddability. LU. Blank. Free. Oddability.
So we're going to do right soft 3 for that transition. See
Trans.
if we
Free.
can get
Oddability.
that
Variability. Trans. Free. Oddability. Variability.
executed.
CDU number 1 execute available. CDU number. IRT like 1/6. Blank 1. Ew. 082. Roma. 083. Cisco. 04. Delta. 105. Big.
Okay.
IRT like 1/6. Start title book at Microsoft Flight Forms on main row 2. Close and checklist movement. 3LT flow button. 3LT CA before start flow. Reconfigure support company buttons. Connect voice pause performance. Close and checklist movement. Before start and actors. TC before the set. Close 3LT CA KLST button. Before start flow button. Restart. Configure support company buttons. Connect voice pause performance. Close and checklist movement. Before start CHK start engines button. After start flow. TC KLS before the CHKLS performance data movement. Edit selected 2. 36 button. Combo box collapse. Edit blank. 33,000 button. Combo box collapse. Edit blank. 1,000. 1,000 selected. 30,000. 30,000. 31,000. 32,000. 33,000. 0 button. Combo box collapse. Edit blank. 1,000. 1,000. 30,000. 30,000 selected. 31,000. 33,000 button. Combo box collapse. Yes. Yes selected button. Combo box collapse. 1 selected. 5. 10 selected button. Combo box collapse. Edit blank. 2 selected. 1 selected. Button. Combo box collapse. On selected. Edit selected. 22,000. Edit selected 100. Edit selected 0. Edit selected 0. Edit selected 0. Edit selected 0. Edit selected 100. Edit selected 99. Edit selected CYYZ. 06L button. Combo box collapse. Edit blank. 06L button. Combo box collapse. Edit blank. 06L button. Selected CYYZ. 06L button. Combo box collapse. Edit blank. Full button. Combo box collapse. 25. 30. 40. 30.
We're
40.
going to go with full flaps on this
Combo box
one.
collapse. 1 selected. 2. 3. Edit selected 200. Edit selected 0. Edit selected 863. Edit selected 2. Download IMDR button.
Okay, that looks good.
Restart configure support company buttons. Connect voice pause performance. Performance data movement. Edit selected 2.
Arrangs.
Edit red only selected reflect flow.
Hi
Close
all.
movement. Pre-LT flow button.
What has pmdg done landing?
Alright, so, well, we'll get into that once we get to that point, Josh. I'll cover right here in just a little bit.
Forms on main. IRT like 1/6 pmdg 737 CDU. Edit red only multi. Forms on main row 1 column star title book column 3 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.
It's just now, so one of the things that you can do now, vectoring, you can now vector and actually follow, you can follow that in your FMC. So that's one of the things is vectoring does work now. And the other thing is once your LNAV goes off, as soon as it goes off, you activate Command B, and I'll tell you what, it's a lot better now. I did it last night. I've got that video. I've not uploaded it yet, but I will be uploading it if y'all want to watch that. By all means, watch it. But basically, when you get to your vector, you go to heading select, put in the heading for vectoring, and then when you get about 20 miles out from the localizer, it's hard to explain. I'll show you when we get closer. Basically what you do, let's say that your vector is on line 1 and your localizer is on line 2, and you hit left soft 2 and then left soft 1. Well, instead of executing it and making
Arrangs.
your localizer show up on line
Can't
1,
wait for First Officer V5. Should be out in hours according to Matt.
instead of executing, you leave that alone. That way you can follow your vector on how far you are out. And then once you're about 20 miles out, once you vector 20 miles or so, then you execute, and then you go back to your LNAV and let it follow the localizer, do your approach. Well, I can tell you right now, there is a lot there.
Oxygen level 66%.
The latest update with First Officer, not the one that's coming out here in hours, but I can tell you it's a mess on the update that came out just recently as well. Between FSUIPC and First Officer, there's some unstable stuff going on where you can't catch the localizer, and I don't know if they fixed that. I've not kept up, so maybe they fixed it within the last week, but it was a big problem with the latest update with FSUIPC, because right now I'm not running the latest version of FSUIPC because it causes problems, and I don't know if that's been fixed yet or not, but I'm just giving you guys a heads up. Now, if they fixed it, fine, go ahead and update to the newest first officer, but I'm just telling you from not just my experience, but others as well, there's been problems with it, so
Ranks.
you might have to roll back.
So as far as vectoring, do you still remove vectors on departure or keep them in and it works the same as you describe?
Well, I'm guessing that the vectoring would work on departure as well. You could vector with it, and then basically when you when you go to replace the
Aircraft
vector,
is
instead
good.
of executing, don't execute it until you're so many miles out, and then when you're ready to actually go to your next waypoint, then you would execute that, and then it would follow that next waypoint in place. I would think that it would work, but I can tell you 2 nights ago, and I need to look and see if I've got it. I might even have it recorded. My landing was a negative 13. And that says a lot, especially considering all the problems that we've had in the past. And then I do want to touch base with someone that sent an email. Let's just get this out of the way. I think I know who you are. You are probably the same person that me and Declan had talked about before, where you would go and insult other people that fly and say you had all these subscribers and yada yada yada, but then you insult everybody else around you. I believe that might be who you are, but if it's not, Maddie Mullins, you have no clue what you're talking about. No clue at all, because number one, there's no way I would believe you when you told me that you got your license to fly within 30 days, and then 30 days later, you were flying 777s in real life. I can tell you I don't believe that at all, because it takes more work to become a pilot for a 777
Wind shear.
than
Wind
just
shear.
getting your very,
Wind
I mean,
shear. Terrain.
you can't just
Hold
get your beginner pilot's license and then just jump into a 777 30 days later. It does not work that way.
Terrain.
So, anyways,
Hold
that's your
up.
fantasy. You can have that.
Don't sink.
I'll give that to you.
Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Gear. Too low. Flaps.
And then the tutorial that me and Declan wrote,
Glide slow.
I find it to be
Bank angle.
honestly probably
Approaching
one of the
minimum.
best tutorials
Minimums.
when it comes to cold and dark.
2,500. 1,000.
You said that it caused you to crash.
300.
Well, then there was something you didn't follow.
100.
That's not our fault.
50.
So,
30.
anyway, but
20.
I think I know who
Yeah.
you are, and I'm not going to say names, but other people that
Wind shear.
might know of
Wind
your
shear.
past
shear.
of
Too low.
being
Terrain.
rude to other simmers, and
Caution. Terrain.
they'll probably know who we're talking about. But either way, yeah, I think you're full of it. But you can keep on,
Rook Talon.
living that fantasy life.
Most airlines from what I've heard require tons of simulated tests and knowledge tests out there.
Absolutely,
Could be wrong, but yet, pretty sure I'm right about this if you're flying in a real airline.
Alright guys, while this is still doing this, I gotta take this phone call, but it won't be like 2 or 3 minutes. So just hang in there, don't go nowhere. I'll be right back.
Rook Talon. So Josh, do you know what this new version of First Officer's supposed to have that you're so excited about it?
Alright, guys. I'm back. There's a lot of new stuff that's going to be in with the first officer next. But I hope they fix the problems that we're having, because I'm just saying that before you update the first officer next, before you update it, make sure they've resolved the problems that people were having. I mean, people were having trouble even landing, catching the localizer. There was stuff on the jet that was not staying on. I don't know, there were just a lot of weird things going on. So, and I don't know if it's because of FSU IPC, if it's the latest version of that. I personally think it's a mix of both, but either way.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.1.0. XRT Lex 1/6 pmdg 7 number set realm multi XRT Lex 1/3.1 100 run 303 604 105 RMP/6 1.0/0.7 MRT data clear.
Alright, let's get our weather done here. I still haven't figured out how to fix this issue I'm having with TFM where Alt-R, the shortcut key, is not working. I have to actually hit the button physically.
CDU message display.
I think a lot of it has to do with soak. I'll be back. Lunch.
6 let's press clear. Refresh button pressed. Edit blank 4 blank 5 RT6 let's load.
Okay, let's load the weather.
CDU number 1 execute key available execute key available.
CDU message display.
CDU number 1 execute key available CDU number 1 message
CDU message display.
execute key off left arrow key on CDU number 1 message line RT 1/5.
Okay,
RT Lex 1/6.
let's go.
Act for 1/GW1 169.9/27.8% for 338/4/3/22.1 /22.1
22.1. So I'm typing in 22.1 and I'm doing left soft 2. And then when we go back up here, you'll see on line 2 it's got it in there now, 22.1, 22.1. And I'll do left soft 3 twice. That's done. Right soft 6. Left soft 2, right soft 2, right soft 6. Alright, 10 degrees, 143 knots. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy our speeds and put it into the speed tape here. Left soft 3 twice, and then right soft 1, right soft 2, and right soft 3. Refresh. So V1 is 143 knots. VR is 145, and V2 is 153. 3.66 on trim, so right bracket control T. Why is it not reading it? Oh, I know why.
3.89, 3.8, 3.87, 3.86, 3.85, 3.83, 3.82, 3.81, 3.79, 3.78, 3.77, 3.75, 3.74, 3.73, 3.72, 3.7, 3.69, 3.68, 3.66.
Look at that, perfect. 3.66. Stab trim is normal.
Flex PR1, 10 143, 27.2, 96 3, 27.8%, 4, 160, runway RW remain. 5, RW36, RW36, 00T. Select. 5, RW select. 6, listen XQRA off clear. Forecast summon ready. Blank.
Alright, so we got that done. You ever feel like you've done something and you missed something, but we didn't. Alright, so let's go back to our leg page.
RT Lex 1/6.
Actually, no, we're not doing. Yeah, we are. Hold on.
Microsoft Flight Simulator forms main column close and checklist grouping. 3FLT flow button. 3FLT CHKLST. 3FLT edit realm music. Close and checklist grouping. 3FLT flow button.
Okay, let's see if we.
After start. 3FLT flow. Before start TCC flow. Before start CHK messages. Pre-flight flow completed. Blank.
Pre-flight flow is
Edit
completed.
realm music. Close and checklist grouping. 3FLT flow button. 3FLT CHKLST button.
So let's do our pre-flight checklist.
RT Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.
Oxygen.
Tested.
Navigation transfer and
Oxygen's
display
good.
switches.
Normal and auto.
Normal
Window
and
heat.
Auto.
On.
Window heat.
Pressurization
On.
mode selected.
Pressurization mode
Auto.
selected.
Flight instruments.
Auto.
Heading set altimeter set.
Parking brake.
Set. Parking brake.
Set.
Fuel control switches.
Cut off.
On.
Checklist complete.
Checklist is complete. Very good. We'll do Alt M to go to the main menu. Right sub 5. Left sub 3 for doors. Yeah. Then take care of that. Okay. GPU is disconnecting. 12 seconds for ground power to disconnect. 7 seconds. 5 seconds for GPU to disconnect.
2 seconds for GPU to disconnect. Messages. 1 second for GPU to disconnect. Messages. 1 second for GPU to disconnect. Messages. Setting FMS. Messages. Setting FMS.
Setting FMS.
CDU message cleared.
Messages. GPU chalk set.
GPU and chalks are
Messages.
set.
Flow completed.
Before start flow is completed. Alright, before we go any further, we're going to go ahead
Before
and
start flow button. Before start CHKLSD button.
do our before start checklist.
Press.
Before start
Microsoft
checklist.
Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.
Light deck door.
Closed and locked.
Fuel.
Check.
Fuel
Passenger
is
sign.
good. Passenger
Set.
signs are
MCP.
set.
Check.
MCP
Takeoff
is checked.
speeds.
Takeoff
Set.
speeds are
CDU
set.
pre-flight.
Completed.
CDU pre-flight's
Rudder and aileron
completed.
trim.
3
Rudder
and 0.
trim is
Taxi and
good.
takeoff briefing.
Completed.
Taxi and
Anti-collision
takeoff briefing
lights.
is good.
On.
Anti-collision
Checklist
lights
complete.
are on, and checklist is complete. Alright.
Forms main row 1 column 2 set actions TFS position window. Star untitled Microsoft Flight Forms main actions PMDG set realm multi-line select
Over here.
4 let's push back.
Go to pushback.
Degree top 3 no turn. Turn nose 2 let's straight out clear. Push style unit 1 262 push style units 2 let's turn nose 3 no turn. Degree top 4 0. Chalk select 5 let's set select movement greater. Colon space less S.
Okay, so we'll do right sub 5.
Refresh button pressed. Edit realm degree 3 no turn. Degree 4 0. Select 5 let's start TPX 200 greater. Select tug. 5 let's start TPX 200 greater.
And left sub 5.
Star untitled Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2 1.0.
There we go. BEAU Tiffelbrook. Beautiful.
Roger that. Ready for push straight back. Brakes off.
Parking brake off. Parking brake on. Parking brake off. Parking brake light off.
Parking brake is off.
9 degrees.
It is 9 degrees outside.
Wind 310 14 knots. Gust at 0 knots.
Wind is 310 at 14 knots. And we're ready to get this thing going here, folks.
Push back PM star untitled back forms on main row position window. Simple fire select checker. Microsoft push back star untitled back forms on main row to close and checklist movement. Start engine button after start taxi CHK. Restart configure support company buttons. Connect voice. Close and checklist movement. Taxi CHK LSD.
Start engines.
Starting engine 2.
Engine number 2 DRP. Restart configure support company buttons. Connect voice. Close and checklist movement. Text. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3. Engine number 2 hydraulic pump low pressure light off. Engine number 2 low valve light closed. Engine number 2 star valve light closed. Engine number 2 star valve light transit. Engine number 2 low valve light transit. Engine number 2 low valve light closed. Engine number 2 star valve light closed. Number 2 star engaged. Number 2 low
Love
valve
the
open.
sound of them engines.
Number
Listen
two,
to them big old engines starting
Number two,
up,
vision on.
fellas. Brooke, you ready to go on this flight with me? You going to ride this out with us? Be about an hour and 20-minute flight, something like that.
Number 2 star off.
I want to thank you guys for joining the live stream here today. If you're not subscribed to the channel, by all means, click on that subscribe button. Join us here at BVI Pilots.
Flight number 2 light
Be
off.
sure to click
Group
on that
Talon.
notifications button and set your
I'll be here.
notifications to always. That way you're notified on each and every
Engine number 2 auto.
live stream or video that we
Engine 2
publish.
cutoff.
We thank you for watching. We appreciate your support. And
Starting
enjoy
engine 1.
Engine
this
number 1
wonderful flight with us today, folks, as we depart
50
from
off. Flight report light off. Captain 50 light off. Left elevator 50 light off. Left
Winnipeg
elevator
and
light off.
head
Left
back
elevator light off.
over
Left
to
elevator
good
light off.
old
50 light off. Engine number 1
Toronto.
low pressure light off.
It's about 800 miles altogether, give or take a little.
Engine number 1 fuel
Go
valve
back
closed.
to
Engine
our
number 2 star valve
cockpit.
closed. Engine number
Right bracket control 2,
Engine 2 0.0% 1278 pounds thrust.
1278 pounds of thrust.
Number 1 generator active. Engine 1 0.0% 61 pounds thrust. Number 1 ignition.
Winnipeg Ground Freedom Global 9 DW with India request taxi for takeoff west departure. Winnipeg, Freedom Global 9 DW taxi to and hold short of runway 31 using taxiway 1 SHC contact tower on 118.3 when ready.
Tower on 118.3 when ready.
U, Winnipeg Ground Freedom
Taxi
Global
to
9W
and
with
hold
India
short
request
runway
taxi for
tree
takeoff
1
west
using
departure.
taxiway 1 Sierra Hotel, Charlie Freedom Global.
You got
Niner,
it.
Delta Whiskey.
Charlie Freedom Global.
Engine number 1 auto.
Alright.
Engine 1 cutout.
Engine 1 is cut out.
A 2. 0 knots ground speed. Parking brake on. Parking brake light on.
Brake set.
Got the parking brake on.
Forms on main row 1 column 2 close and checklist grouping. Taxi CHKLS before start. Taxi flow before start. CHK message 5 check hold and plan. Hold and 4 6 for engines messages. 3 6 for engines to stabilize.
3 seconds for stabilization.
All engines stable.
Alright, steering
Check the
system
door.
disconnected.
All engines stabilized. Messages. All engines stabilized. Check the doors. All engines messages. Check the doors. All engines stabilized.
I don't know why it always says that after the engine
Number
is stable, it says check
CD
the
message
doors.
display.
Doors are already
CD
shut.
message clear.
Set. Messages. Set probe heat. Blank.
Set
probe
probe heat.
Blank. Probe heat set. Messages. Right rear set aircon panel. Left rear can on.
Set aircon
Left messages.
panels.
Set aircon panel. Right back blank. Set aircon panel. Messages. Stop APU. App blank. APU generator
Stop
blank.
APU.
Messages. Stop APU. APU leave off. App blank. Messages. CHKLST. CHKLST. And messages. Engine number starts selector set. Blank. Blank. MDX set. Tax messages. Taxi on. CHKLST messages. Interior light set. Blank. Version 1.0.3 blank. Set flaps. Messages. CHKLST. CHKLST messages. 59 cold double full flap extension. Cold control skip. Oxygen full flap extension. Cold control plus. 58
CD
cold double
message
full flap
display.
extension. Cold control plus.
Verify
All skip.
takeoff
0.
speeds.
Full flap skip. Blank. All skip. Full flap extension. 51 cold double legs detected. Monitor. Messages. 49 cold double legs detected. Monitor. Flaps and transit light on. Flaps 1. Cold. 47. Cold. Double legs. Cold. 44. Cold. Double legs. Ops. Double leg. Cold. 41. Flaps and transit light off. Flaps extended. Messages. 40 cold double legs ops detected. Monitor. Cold. Double legs. Ops. Flaps detected. Ops. Double legs. X. W. X.
I don't know what that WX OPS detected. I don't know what that is.
Full flap extension. 29 cold double legs ops detected. Monitor.
It's going to extend the flaps all the way and then it brings them all the way back in, even though I've got it set in the settings to not mess with my flaps, but yet it does it.
17 cold double legs ops detected. Monitor. Full flap extension. Cold control plus. All skip. Full flap extension. Cold control plus. All skip. Full flap extension. 11 cold double legs ops detected. Monitor. Full flap extension. Cold control plus. All skip. Full flap extension. Cold control plus. Forms on main. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2 1.0.
Everything looks good.
CD
Here.
message clear.
Transponder mode HDMR. Transponder mode top. Flaps and transit light on. Flaps and transit light on. Flaps extended light on.
Alright.
Forms on main row 1 column 2 close and checklist grouping. Taxi CHKLST before start. Taxi flow before start. CH messages. After start blank. After start completed.
Alright, after start flow is completed,
Before the CHKLST button. Taxi CHKLST button.
let's go ahead and do our taxi checklist.
Pressed. Flaps and transit light on. Flaps
Taxi
extended light on.
checklist.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.
Generators.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.
Probe heat.
On.
Anti-ice.
Flaps 0.
Set.
Isolation valve.
Auto.
Engine start switches.
Continuous.
Flaps 0.
Recall.
Check.
Auto
See,
brakes.
flaps are at
RTO.
0, they should
Light
not
control.
be there. I've got it set in first officer for flaps 10.
Flaps 0. Flaps and transit light on. Flaps and transit light off. Flaps extended light on.
Okay.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2 1.0. Flaps 8. Forms on main row 1 column 207. Task position window. Push back pmdg 7. Push back pmdg 7 number 37 CD. Red realm multi-line selected. Selection removed. XRT light 1 slash 340 degrees 0.0 NM bypass. 1. Il 173 slash 784. 340 degrees 0.0 NM bypass. 1. Il 175 degrees 19.9 NF. 1. Il 173 slash 700. 340 degrees 0. XRT light 1 slash 6. 340 degrees 0.0 NM bypass.
Now, I never understood a lot about that bypass on
XRT light 1
waypoints.
slash
Like
6.
here at the top
340
it
degrees 0.
says
0.0 NM. 340 degrees.
340 degrees,
0.0 NM.
0.0 nm
Bypass. Character return. Bypass.
bypass. So,
1. Il 173 slash 784. 340 degrees 0.0 NM bypass. 1. Il 185 degrees 19.9 NM. 1. 085 degrees 19.9 NM. 2. Roman 294 slash 10,829. 085 1. Il 170. 082. Roman 200. 08 degrees 3. Cisco 323 slash 231. 08 degrees 42. Roman 294 slash 10,829. 085 degrees 340 degrees 0.0 NM bypass. XRT light 1 slash. XRT light 1 340 degrees 0.0 NM bypass. 1. Il 173 slash 784.
I think I can actually delete that waypoint. I believe. I can move line 2 up to it because it's the bypass, but I think what we'll do is we'll go to heading select on takeoff.
340 degrees 0.0 1. Il 105 degrees 19.9 NM. 2. Roman 294 085 degrees 19.9 NM.
And then I'm just going to go and set our heading to 85. And that'll put us towards the second waypoint here. And we'll just move it up to line 1. I believe what we'll do.
2, Roman 290, 08 degrees 49.8 nm. 3, simple 320 degrees /4 231. 08 degrees 49.8 nm. 2, Roman 08 degrees 49.8 nm. 2, 08 degrees 49.8 nm. Space. 3, character term, 49.08 character 294 character term, 08 degrees, 8, 0, 8, 8. 3, 08 degrees 49.8 nm. 3, simple 320 degrees /4 231.
Alright.
082, Roman 294 /10831, 051, 170 degrees /784.
Alright, so...
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2.0, Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. A 2. Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, 3.3 nautical miles, 109 degrees.
Alright.
785 DSL. Retrim disabled.
We'll turn that trim off.
IRT Lex 1/6 pmdg 700 for test switching window. Forms on name, star untitled, Microsoft IRT Lex 1, Microsoft Forms on name, Forms on name, close and check is moving, taxi CHKLST button.
And let's just see what we got here.
Full left,
Yoke left,
full right,
yoke right, back to center, straight back,
full back,
all the way forward.
full forward,
And
Check.
there we
ground
go.
equipment.
Clear.
Checklist complete.
That is complete. Okay. So we're good there.
Forms on name. Abort the CHKLST button. Restart. Configure support company buttons. Connect. Voice. Pause.
We're going to pause this to jump to the runway.
Close and check is moving. Abort the CHKLST button. IRT Lex 1/6 star untitled book back column 307. Star untitled book back. Land. Block field EZFW 100. Block field 22,059. Land. Zoom slash land. Land. Block field 22. Land. Zoom slash option 7. Under. Land. 2. Slash 36. Land. Zoom slash 36.
Alright, 36, what would we jump
Land.
into?
2. Slash 36.
Hold on, baby. 36.
Forms on name, 1 column 227. Close and check is moving. Abort. Star untitled book IRT Lex 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2.0.
So let's jump to runway.
Forms star untitled Simulator without screen text switch. Option 30.0. Jump runway column 408. Runway list. Airport code and land. 10 runway loaded. Runway list 06L, 06R, 15L, the new 15R, the new 23, the new 24L, the 24R, the 33L, the new 33R, the news 33L, the news, no, heading through, 24R, the news, 24L, the new 23, the news 15R, the news 15L, the news 06R, the news 06L, the news 05, the news.
Wait, why is it saying...
Airport code is.
Oh, I got the wrong airport code. Okay. CYWG.
4 runway loaded. Runway list 18, the news 31, 36, the news 31, 36, the news, no, heading through, 6.498, length,
Alright, so that's pause.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35, Microsoft Flight Simulator, parking brake off, parking brake on, parking brake off, parking brake off, parking brake on, parking brake on.
Alright, parking brake is on, so I pause first officer next so we can
Jump
jump
runway,
to the
column 228.
runway.
Jump runway list 36, the news, no, heading through, 6.498, length, 11.
So let's go ahead and do that.
Microsoft Flight Simulator
Winnipeg
1.35.2.0.
Ground Freedom Global 9DW with India request taxi for takeoff west
Runway
departure.
36 11,014.
There we go.
0 knots ground speed. Runway 36 11,014.
We're on 36.
Forms on name, 1 column 227. Close and check is moving. Before the CHKLST button. Restart. Configure support company buttons. Connect. Voice. Pause. Close and check is moving. Before the CHKLST button. Taxi CHKLST. Before the CHKLST button. Taxi CHKLST button. Before the CHKLST button. Press.
Before takeoff checklist. Flaps.
Set.
Stabilization trim. Checklist complete.
Forms on name, 1 column
Flight
227.
attendants prepare for takeoff.
Alright, I'm going to turn on my mic. We're talking to you guys when we're stable, so just hold tight.
Restart. Configure support company buttons. Connect. Voice. Close and check is moving. Pre-LT CHKLST. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2.0. Attitude down 1. Trim enabled. Retrim disabled. Parking brake off. Parking brake on. Parking brake off. Parking brake light off. Right flight director light on. Right LT master on.
On
Thrust set.
taxiway.
Check.
On taxiway.
27 knots. 43 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now request your full
58
attention
knots.
as the flight attendants demonstrate the
80
safety
knots.
features of
73
this
knots.
aircraft.
Down 2.
When the seatbelt sign
88 knots.
illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt.
102 knots.
Insert the metal fittings one into the other and tighten
113
by
knots.
pulling on the loose end of the strap.
124
To release your
knots.
seatbelt, lift the upper
Rotate.
portion of the buckle.
135 knots.
We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight, as we may experience turbulence.
13. Up 12. Right 3. Up 11.
There are several emergency exits on this aircraft. Please take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In some cases, your nearest exit may be behind you. If we need to evacuate the aircraft, floor-level lighting will guide you towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide which may also be detached and used as a life raft.
Command A.
Oxygen and the air pressure are always being monitored. In the unlikely event of a decompression, an oxygen mask will automatically appear
Gear
in
up.
front of
Acceleration
you.
altitude. Gear
To
down.
start
Gear
the
up.
flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you. Place it firmly over your nose and mouth, secure the elastic band behind your head, and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask on first, and then assist the other person. Keep your mask on until a uniformed crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency, please assume the bracing position. If you hear, brace, 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 lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are flat on the floor. A life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do
After
so,
takeoff
open the
checklist.
plastic pouch and
Engine
remove the
bleed.
vest. Slip it over your head.
Packs.
Pass the straps around your waist and adjust at the front.
Landing gear.
To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red
Checklist
cord,
complete.
only when leaving the aircraft. If you need to refill the vest, blow into the mouthpieces. Use the whistle and light to attract attention. Also, your seat bottom cushion can be used as a flotation device. Pull the cushion from the seat, slip your arms into the straps, and hug the cushion to your chest. You will find this and all the other safety information in the card located in the seat pocket in front of you. We strongly suggest you read it before takeoff. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members.
Oh,
We
don't
wish you all
worry.
an enjoyable
I won't
flight.
hesitate at all. And we will enjoy our flight, thank you. Anti-ice is on. Anti-ice for engine 1 and 2 is on. And we are on our way, folks. And right now it says 2:49 to arrival, but that is not correct. It'd be about an hour, a little over an hour. So while we're doing that, we'll go ahead and take this beautiful doggy outside that I got over here, because I know he wants to go out. So we'll do that. We'll let him go out, and all right. So, Brooke, how'd you enjoy that takeoff? How was it for you, my friend? Did it sound good? Did it look good? Any questions? Man, we are flying like an eagle with our wings spread wide. Alright. Beautiful.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Left retractable landing light extend. Left retractable landing light extend. Left retractable landing light extend. Right retractable landing light retract. Left fixed landing light off. Right fixed landing light off. Landing off. Left runway turn off light off. Right runway turn off light off. Taxi off. Taxi off.
Rings. Back from lunch.
Freedom Global 9er Delta Whiskey contact Winnipeg Center on 118.0. Good day.
Going to 118.0 Freedom Global 9er Delta Whiskey.
Comma 118.0.
Winnipeg Center Freedom Global 9er Delta Whiskey 10,900 feet.
Freedom Global 9er Delta Whiskey Winnipeg Center altimeter 29.86 radar contact continue. Japan Air 9er heavy descend and maintain flight level 340.
Lois Hughes. Hello.
Hold on, pup. Josh, I will probably be on the server here in a while. If you want to meet me up there, I'll meet you up there and bring you up to date on
Lois Hughes.
things.
Just woke up still tired from work last night. This cold weather sucks.
Yeah, it does, Lois. It does suck.
Quarter 423 climb and maintain 9,800 feet.
Yeah, we just took off from Winnipeg. And we are headed to Toronto.
Climb and maintain
A little over an hour
9,800
flight.
feet, quarter
We'll go and
423.
check that now.
Rings.
Quarter 423, you are
Okay,
23 miles
just
southeast.
let me know.
Keep speed not above 200 knots. Expect vectors ILS Yankee runway 31 approach.
Let me check our status. Hold on, puppy. You'll be next.
Keep speed not above 200 knots. Expect vectors ILS Yankee runway 31 approach. Quarter 423.
Let's check our status here. And Lois is back, y'all. Y'all know who she is. That is my sister. Also an admin here on the channel.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. Distance to descent 694/0
So right now it says 215.
15,664 PSL.
Chill to descent.
15,696 PSL.
But that's not accurate. Or that's not true anyway. It's accurate, but it's
RT
not.
Lex 1/5 PMDG 700 for red multi-light. RT Lex 089 degrees 31.6 nm.
To 31,
RT 089 degrees 31.6 nm.
89 degrees.
Reverse mode plus R rest. RT 089 degrees 39.4 nm.
Lois
Run 0
Hughes.
degrees reverse mode rest.
Not too long of a flight.
RT 089 degrees 39.0 nm. Reverse mode rest.
No, not at all.
RT 089 degrees 38.6 nm. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Yeah, Josh, I still have been unable to fix this hotkey issue I'm having with TFM, where Alt R will not refresh. It will not. I've been told from somebody else the only way to fix it is to completely restore my computer, just completely factory reset it. But I don't think that people realize the amount of work behind doing that. I've got my school stuff on here. I've got my business stuff on here where we're getting ready to open up the business. I've got so much stuff on this computer, and you know, granted, yes, I can move it all to an external hard drive, but I just don't want to do it.
Arrangs. I don't think that works for me either. Probably need to reset TFM. Reformatting PC is just inaccurate and dumb.
Well, the thing is, I've installed other TFMs to see if it fixed it, and it didn't fix it. So I'm not sure what you mean by resetting it, like default everything. I don't know, because oh no, it's weird. I don't know. So it doesn't work for you either. Now hold on, folks. I want you to get out the calendar. Holy shit. Get out your calendar. Get out your pen. And this is what I want you to do. I want you to write on January 6th, breaking news. Josh had the same problem as somebody else on his computer. Write that down, because that is history in the books.
Delta Whiskey Flight Level 185.
Freedom Global 9er Delta Whiskey Winnipeg Center altimeter 29.83 radar contact continue.
Tell you one
Look,
thing.
Talon. Because we all have pens and inkwells readily available.
Well, if you don't have a pen, you better put it on the calendar on your phone, put it on your computer, write it on your hand.
By resetting TFM, remove the TFM folder from your user roaming folder.
Oh, I've done that, Josh. I've done that, buddy. And that didn't work. Did you try it on the Shadow? It might be something we're both going to have to try to troubleshoot when I send you your stuff. We'll talk about that later. But
Leonian Universe. Hey John.
Leone, what is up? Good to see you, my friend. I know, guys, it's been a minute since I've been able to do a live stream, but I promise you, now I can say last year was just absolutely nuts. You can even ask Lois over there, she'll tell you. Last year was just crazy.
It'll be a historic situation when Josh actually streams a flight again.
Well, now he'll be streaming here soon. I'm not sure why he don't stream with the Shadow right now, but he'll be streaming soon.
Leonian Universe. I'm sure it was probably quite a busy year.
Well, it was busy. It was busy, but the other thing was we had last year. Let's see, oh yeah. So last year I lost my guide dog Sarah. Then I lost my dad. And then we lost our uncle.
Are you still on the ground?
Let me take a look here at the ATC.
ATC. Com to not in use 100 and U. Going to 124.0 U. Winnipeg. Freedom Global 9D1. Nearest airport list. Button.
Alright, we're good there. Y'all hear Chance in the background barking like crazy. He's a wild one, let me tell you.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.21.0.
Let me see here.
Distance to descent, 660 degrees,
Leonian Universe. Also, that really sucks about all those deaths, man.
Yeah, it was a rough year last year. But we got a new year going here. I graduate in May. Can I get a hell yeah? Get this college stuff out of the way, people. Hey, what can I say? $62,000 later, I'll finally be graduated. Hoorah! What is it? Puppy? Come here.
Leonian Universe.
What do you want?
Hell yeah. Graduate in May.
Dance. You be good. You be good in there. Now. Come on. Come on, little guy.
Rings. I'll probably mess around with Eurofly 3 and stream it next. As for the shadow, apparently the video screen is too small when being captured and I've asked support.
Baby boy.
Rook Talon. My brother also graduates in about the same time too. Leonian Universe. Then begins your over 40 years worth of enslavement to government. Rings. There's no way to make it bigger, and this is in full screen apparently.
Come on, you gotta go out.
So that's met.
I gotta take you outside. Guys, I'm gonna end up breaking up again for a second. But I've gotta take, you stop it. I gotta take little guy out, so I'll probably lose you guys for just a second, but
nearest airport list. Button.
Don't go nowhere though. Won't take but a second. Take this little guy out.
118.0 Morningstar 8942. Goodbye.
1. Nearest airport list.
Okay.
Button.
Got the puppy out here doing his thing. But yeah, I can't wait, guys. This semester, you know, I will still be doing live stream, probably only like once a week, just because. Get over here. I'll be with you guys in a second. I'm outside and it's going to cut in and out. So just bear with me for a second. In we go. Come on. I say little guy, but y'all, you can ask my sister over there. This puppy that we got is one big boy. Little over 9 weeks, and he's a big boy. And boy, do we've got him spoiled. Hold on one second, guys. Yo, what's up?
Leonian Universe. I'm going back into
no, they're
school
picking the
hopefully
spread up.
sometime this month.
We're getting a new building. We won't have the new building probably for another maybe week and a half. But once I get the new building, maybe, but not this one because this one ain't mine no more. Not in the one they're picking up, no, because it don't belong to me. But I'll have my new building in about a week. If you still, need to do it by then.
Rook Talon.
Then we can
Your headphones are choppy.
Transport 860
1.
descend
Nearest
and
airport
maintain
list.
flight level 350.
Button.
Avionics master off. Battery master off. Avionics master active. Battery master active.
Button.
Rings. What was that about?
WestJet 610 descend and maintain flight level 350.
1. Nearest airport list. Button.
Climb and maintain flight level 350 WestJet 610.
1. Nearest airport list. Button.
Transport 860
1.
descend and
Nearest
maintain
airport
flight
list.
level 340.
Button.
Delta Whiskey, you're leaving my airspace radar service terminated squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
2, say again. 2, say again.
Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved. Freedom Global 9er Delta Whiskey.
Comma 132.0.
Center
Airport
Freedom
list.
Global 9er Delta
Button.
Whiskey is type Boeing 737-17 miles south of Charlie Kilo Victor 5, flight level 265. Request flight following.
Freedom Global 9er Delta Whiskey Center. Squawk 4305.
2, say again.
Squawk
Button.
4305 Freedom Global 9er Delta Whiskey.
Squawk 4005.
Freedom Global 9er Delta Whiskey radar contact 19er miles south of Charlie Kilo Victor 5 flight level 270.
2, say 2,
Roger,
say
Freedom
again.
Global 9er
Button.
Delta Whiskey.
2, nearest airport list. Button.
Alright, you guys, sorry about that. My daggone headset went dead and I was dealing with the doggy.
Aspect realm multi selected XRT Lex 1/5 XRT Lex 1/5 pmdg 7 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3 Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Leonian Universe.
Addison mode disabled.
No problem.
26,979 PASL. And more Ontario, Canada.
Okay.
Distance to descent 580/0:138.
Hour and 38 minutes till descent.
26,993 PASL. 230 per minute. XRT Lex 1/5 pmdg realm multi XRT Lex 114 degrees 174.1 bit.793/4 330. 114 degrees 171 bit.793 117 degrees 2 object .793/4 330.
Okay, so we're looking
Microsoft Flight
good.
Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator 27,051 PASL.
Why is TFM not making noise now? What is wrong with that? It's not making the beep noise. Why? Let me see.
Start window, search window. Sound mixer options, system settings. Settings window, system output device input device combo box microphone. Two razor X movement list system sound button Lex 1 of 7.
Leonian
Microsoft Flight
Universe.
Simulator NVDA application button Lex Microsoft
I
Flight
should
Simulator
get
NVDA
myself up in the air at some point. It's been quite a while since I attempted to do so.
Microsoft Flight Simulator system sound button Microsoft Flight Simulator button Lex NVDA application option 0.2 screen
CDU message displayed. Using RSP fuel.
Microsoft Flight Simulator NVDA application button Microsoft Flight Simulator button Lex 38 NVDA application button Lex 48 Microsoft Flight Simulator button Lex 38 XRT Lex 1/5 pmdg 737 CDU button Lex 28 system sound button Lex 1 of 8 XRT Lex 1/5 pmdg 737 CDU button Lex 28 XRT Lex 1/5 pmdg 737 CDU root new button adjust the output volume slider 100 reset sound devices volumes for all apps that are recommended echo root echo link give feedback root give feedback echo root apps root list system root input of apps root XRT Lex 1/5 pmdg XRT Lex 1/5 pmdg 737 CDU button Lex 28 Microsoft Flight Simulator button Lex 38 XRT Lex 1/5 pmdg 737 CDU button Lex 28 expanded XRT Lex 1/5 adjust the output volume slider 100 output device combo box speakers 2 razor X left input device combo box microphone 2 razor X left XRT output device combo XRT new button XRT Lex 1/5 pmdg 737 CDU button expanded to 8 Microsoft Flight Simulator button Lex 38 Microsoft Flight adjust the output volume slider 50 adjust reset sound devices volumes for all apps that are recommended list mic system root output device root output device combo box input device root input device combo box micro output device volume root adjust the output new volume button system button 1 of 3 system 2 of 12 level 1 search box time button give feedback echo apps root list system output device root output device combo box input device root apps root list Microsoft Flight Simulator button Lex NVDA application button Lex 48 option 0.2 profile untitled scenes untyped screen chat button Lex 6 of 8 screen mirror button Lex 7 of 8 similar titles like chapter 2 button Lex 8 of 8 screen mirror button Lex 7 of 8 similar titles like chapter 2 button Lex
Okay, I think it's just
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.210
TFM being
Folder view list Flight Simulator
stupid.
profile
Reset TF or restart TFM.
TFM is shutting down.
Climb and maintain flight level 350 WestJet 610.
Microsoft Flight Simulator
Nearest airport
1.35.210
list. Button.
Forms main row 1 start entitled similar text switching window rescreen chat column option folder Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.210 row 1 column number 6 text switching forms main Microsoft Flight Simulator text switching window folder view list forms main row Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Folder view list Flight Simulator TFM data folder view list TFM body shortcut 36 TFM data body short TFM source field 15 top 5 class 16 top 5 26 36 rename shares delete top shares run administrator date Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.210 current aircraft PMDG 737 27,480 PASL
There we go.
194 feet per minute.
Alright, so we are climbing. Whoa, 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 whoa. About did a boo-boo there. Nah. Get your nose away from that. Dog's trying to grab the... Hey, no, come on. Alright, so I'm plugging my headset again for a second, you guys. If it goes dead, call Obama. Send him over. Send him my way! Anyways, let's go see the doggy. She wants our attention, or he wants our attention. Come here, mister. Come here, mister. What you doing? What you doing, big boy? Y'all want to hear him loud? Watch this. He'll get loud once.
Warning. Warning. Connection lost. Please ensure you have an active internet connection and check the forums for additional information. The system will attempt to reconnect regularly.
Watch it.
West 610 descend and maintain flight level 350.
2. Nearest airport list. Button.
Get it. Get it.
Climb and maintain
Get it.
flight level 350 WestJet 610.
Success. Successfully connected.
WestJet 610 descend and maintain flight level 350.
2. Nearest airport list. Button.
He just tore up. He goes like, so if I'm sitting on the ground, guys, with like on my knees.
Leonian Universe. He definitely sounds like a big dog.
2.
He'll go under
list.
my butt and try to grab my hand. And he just tore up because he can't get it. He can't get it. He's a big boy though. He's going to be a big puppy or a big doggy, I'll tell you. Yeah, he's a good boy. Shake. Give me a paw. Give me that paw. Give me that other paw. Give me that paw.
4.1.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy.
4.09.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yes, he is. Yesterday, the little pervert tried humping my arm. Yeah, you. Now he's back under my butt again, looking for my hand.
2. Nearest airport list.
Contact
Button.
Winnipeg Center on 124.0. Good day.
He's just really mad. He sounds like a gremlin, don't he? Did you get it? Did you get it, puppy? You can't get it. Where's your toy at? Where's your toys? Where's your toys? Where's your toys? No. No, no bite. No. Let's go get your toys. Come on. Let's get your toys. Where's your toys at?
28,000 feet.
I don't know where you got paper at. Little turd. He's a turd, he's a turd. All your toys are in here. Now he's trying to climb up my back.
4.07.
Guys, when he runs around, he bounces. Like he doesn't just run, he leaps and pounces. He's a pouncer. Chance the Pouncer. Give me that toy. Give me that toy. I got it. I got it. I got it.
Leonian Universe. Squee-eye toys are fun for dogs because it sounds like animals dying.
I got it.
Rings. Did you find a good app you were looking for, John?
Refresh my memory, Josh.
Rings. Did one of my suggestions work okay?
Oh, yeah. There is, instead of doing, like, when you use Be My Eyes,
Rings. Credit cards.
Yeah, you just take a picture instead of doing the. You don't take the picture through the app itself. You take the picture and then you say view with Be My Eyes or whatever. You go to your pictures and then view it that way. But yeah, that worked. Alright. Looks like we got a Lunchable today. Little ham with a little cracker and a little bit of cheese while we're flying. Have my lunch. We still got time. Got over an hour yet. A little over an hour. You know, every time I buy Lunchables, they always put them damn Crunch bars instead of something different. Like, they used to give you better stuff than that. But, oh well. Still good.
Leonian Universe. Wow, Lunchables. Haven't had those in probably 15 years.
Oh, I love Lunchables, man. Get down. You better leave Mommy's book alone, boy. She will kick your butt. Get off my foot. But yeah, I like Lunchables. Hey Josh, do you know, I'm looking to get the CDU, but I'm going to make sure I get the right one. Do you know which one it is? Who makes it? If it's by Master or... No! No!
WestJet 610 climb and maintain flight level 350.
Rings.
Nearest airport list.
I'm not sure who makes it. I can try to find out. I don't think it's Thrustmaster.
See, because there's one that I found, and it's made, it's out of China, but I don't think that's the right one. Telling you guys, you're going to see some really good stuff coming up here in the future. Because I've got a huge project that's going to be taking place right here at my location. Huge project. And I'm going to take you guys right through it with me every step of the way. And basically, we're going to... I've already spoken with people about this. I need a couple more people on the team for everything that we're doing, but we're going to build a simulator.
Universe. That sounds real cool.
But difference with this simulator, the only difference between this simulator and any other simulator is it will be able to be flown by us and use TFM even within the simulator. There's going to be some extra add-ons into the simulator to use the TFM, but everything else will be the regular sim. But I want to make this thing absolutely amazing, because when it's done, I want to give people the opportunity that, you know, maybe want to fly in a simulator. They will be able to come to said location and, you know, experience
nearest airport list.
The sim, you know, in a much more realistic way.
2. Nearest airport list. Button.
Leonian Universe.
Button.
Wow, that is awesome. But what kind of platform is this based on? Would this be kind of like Eurofly?
No. I'm talking about a real simulator. A physical, real simulator. Not the sim inside the computer.
2. Nearest airport list.
A rings. No, this is a home cockpit setup, Leo.
2. Nearest airport list. Button.
Yeah.
Nearest airport list. Button.
If all goes right.
Leonian Universe. Oh shit, that is incredible.
If all goes right, it'll also have the moving parts to it. Meaning when you take off in the sim, it's going to tilt like you're really taking off. It's going to feel like you're taking off. Now granted, I can't do this alone. That's why it's taking longer to get this started, because I need the right people to help make this happen. And to make that happen, you got to network, you got to communicate, you got to, and that's what I've been doing for the last 6 months. And I'm not going to say right now, but there are some people that I've got about an 80% chance that they're going to help. And when you find out who they are, you're going to be blown away. You're going to be like, oh my God. So, because it's not just for me. I want this to be an experience for other people. No matter where they're at, where they can fly here, in real life, fly here, and then be able to come and stay a few days and experience a simulator in a way that they'll probably never experience it anywhere else.
Contact Winnipeg Center.
And I think that will honestly add a
2. Nearest airport list. Button.
What am I looking to say here? It will add a lifelike experience. And I think a lot of people would be satisfied to be able to do that. I will be satisfied to be able to do that. I will be absolutely amazed to do that. Of course, I will also fly all the time inside of it, doing live streams out of that cockpit. It's a big project. I just got to have the right people. And like I said, I've got a few already. But I'm not going to do no announcing until the whole team's put together. And then that way when we start the program, it'll be able to be one of them deals where, each day or each week that I go live, with the construction of the simulator, it'll always be another step, something new happening, one step closer. And of course, as far as I know, from what these other people told me, we'll be able to make it work with, obviously it will, there's no question about it, but 2020,
Leonian Universe.
maybe 2024 by
that
then.
That would give me a reason to go to Indiana.
Yeah, and that's what I want to do, Leonie. I want to give this experience to anyone who wants it. Because, there's a lot of us that want to fly. It's a dream that, honestly, in reality, a dream that it's hard to make come true any other way. I can tell you that, you know, when we get that far, a person comes here, they'll be responsible for their own expenses to get here. And then the only thing we ask when people come, if they, you know, throw donations for, you know, just for what we're doing to help kind of put back into the pot of what it's going to take. It's going to take some money. It's like going out and buying a brand new car. So, Chance, come here. Good boy. Here. Right here.
Two. Nearest airport list. Button.
Leonian Universe. I don't doubt that this would be definitely expensive for sure. I for one am eventually looking at making the same kind of thing, but for racing games.
Very cool, man. I always tell people, when you got a dream, don't keep it a dream. Make it a reality, right? I always tell people that, like, if it's possible, you know, in my mind, nothing's impossible. Now, like jumping in a jet and taking off by yourself, that's impossible. Well, that's not even impossible, but you're going to have serious problems. Yeah. But if you got dreams, go for them, guys. Don't let nothing hold you back.
WestJet 610, descend and maintain flight level 350.
4.14. 4.15. 4.16.
Good boy. Good boy.
4.17. 4.18.
WestJet 610,
4.19.
descend and maintain flight level 350.
4.2. 4.21.
Okay, good. Chance. Sit.
4.22.
Sit down.
4.23.
Sit. Good boy. Good boy.
4.4.
Nearest airport list.
Descend and maintain flight
Button.
level 350.
4.25. 4.26.
Okay.
4.27.
We're going to go check our status here, guys. Let's see.
4.28.
610, descend and maintain flight level
Let's
350.
go see how we look.
4.29.
Let's go see how we look.
4.3.
Before I do, I've got to do kitchen patrol
Leonian Universe.
and move stuff where he
Did
can.
you hear the news about the MAX 9 jets
4.31.
blowing apart in midair?
4.32.
I heard about one doing it.
4.33.
I've not heard about several blowing apart, but I've heard about one.
4.34.
And I think there might be some
4.35.
weak structure in the
610, descend and maintain flight level
in the
350.
panel.
4.36. Attitude up 4. 4.37. Attitude mode disabled. Read trim disabled.
Okay.
Distance to descent. 440/0:116.
1 hour and 16
Forms on main row 1
minutes.
column 206. Task switching with start on title book back. Similar titles to rescreen. Check column 5 ops 30 point Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. Microsoft Flight. As red only act RT like 1/119 degrees 32.9 nm. 1 bit.793/4
Leonian Universe.
30,000 ASL.
The FAA has grounded these jets to look for reasons why this could be happening.
119 degrees 1 bit.793 119 degrees 32.9 nm. At RT like 1/5 119 degrees 32.9 nm. 1 117 degrees 262 bit.793 10. 3. Route is continuity. 4. Option 300/4 route is 3. 10. 2 bit.793/4 330. 10. 3. Route is continuity. 4. Option 300/14,178. CDU number 1 execute key available. CDU number 1 execute 103 option slash 104 250/10,000 13,000 103 option slash 102 object slash 101 bit slash 100 at RT like 1/5. Refresh mode rest. Edit at RT like 101 bit.793/4 330 102 bit.793/4 330 103 option 300/14,177 103 option 139 degrees 197.1 nm 3 option 300/14,177 148 degrees 12.9 nm 4 250/10,000 13,000 153 degrees 5 tempo 220/8,000 154 103 option 300/14,177 139 degrees 197.1 2 bit.793 117 degrees 260.6 nm 119 at RT like 1/5 119 degrees 27.1 nm 1 bit.793/4 330 117 degrees 260.6 nm 2 bit.793/4 330
Descend and maintain flight level 350.
Got a big descent here on our waypoint when we do our descent.
172 bit.793/4 330
We're going to be going from 33,000
139 degrees 197.1 nm 3 option 300/14,177
to
103 option 300/14,177
14,000,
139 degrees 197.1 nm
but we can do it in 197 miles.
3
So
option
it's a weird
300/14,177
descent.
148 degrees 12.9 nm 4 250/10,000 13,000 148 degrees 12.9 nm
And then 12 miles to go from the
4
14,000
250/10,000 13,000
to 10 to 13,000. So I think it'd be
155
okay.
tempo 220/8,000 at RT like 1/1 purpose 220/6930 236 2 mobile 210/6000 236 3 cell 210/5191 236 4 210/4895 236 4 210/4895 235 little 210/4599 at RT like 231 210/4302 232 vector 210/4302 105 degrees 3 210/3000 0564 fail 199/3000 056355 162/2010 0564 fail 199/3000 0563 210/3000 105 degrees 9.0 nm 3 210/3000 0563 210/3000 105 degrees 9.0 nm 3 210/3000 105 degrees 9.0 nm 3 210/3000 0564 fail 199/3000
Alright, so I think we're going to get rid of
0563 5.2 162/2010 054 fail 199/3000 at RT 01 RW06L/619 at RT like blank using 6 RMP/actual 5 162/2010 total fuel 11,900 05 0563 4.2 nm 3 210/3000 054 fail 199/3000 0564 fail 199/3000 055 162/refresh mode rest editor 03 04 fail 199/3000 054 fail 1 refresh your scratch edit tank your scratch refresh mode plus R edit only line 4 054 fail 199/3000 CDU number 1 execute key available CDU number 1 execute 03 04 fail /3000 053 /3000 105 degrees 9.0 nm 2 vector slash 236 degrees DRK 2 vector slash 236 degrees DRK 2 vector slash 105 degrees 9.0 nm 3 /3000 105 degrees 9.0 nm 2 vector slash 105 degrees 3 /3000
okay. Not bad at all. Let me go check on middleman real quick. Good boy. Hey, you there? You're being a good boy. You are. boy. I love Chance. He's such a good dog, you guys. Can I see what you're chewing on? What you got? Oh, you had that cracker, didn't you? Yeah, I had a cracker, Dad. I had a cracker, Daddy. Oh.
WestJet 610, descend and maintain flight level 350.
Ain't that good? He's such a good boy. Tell you what, when he gets grown, I'd feel sorry for anybody that's a stranger that would step in this house, because these dogs we got in here, my gosh.
WestJet 610, descend and maintain flight level 350.
Does anybody know when Eurofly 3 is going to be out? Anybody? I was told this month. The other thing I'd like to know about is the ATC program, whatever it's called, Live ATC or whatever. Let's see if
Arranges. January 20th.
Alright, here it is. We're going to watch this tutorial.
Hi
about
everyone, and welcome to part 5 of this.
Okay, so I'm going to turn down the sim a little bit.
Nearest airport.
Sound interruptions. System settings. Settings. Settings window. System movement. File movement. Device movement. List combo box microphone. To razor apps movement. List system sounds button. Relax 1 of 9. Act RT Lex 3/4 PM. Google Chrome button. Relax 3. Microsoft Flight Simulator button. Relax 4. Microsoft adjust the output volume. Slider 50. 49. Date 16. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10.
So I'm going to turn the sim down just for a minute.
0. 1. 2.
We'll turn it back up.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2.
Let's
Microsoft
watch
Flight
some of this.
Settings 1 column 2. Settings. Mic tag 1227. 5 digital 1227. Button shift plus N. Button keyboard keyboard short.
A series of audio tutorials on Eurofly 3. In the previous 2 parts, we learned a lot about the map exploration mode. First, we learned
part 5 of the
how
tutorial.
to read information
Each one is coming
about
out
the current
daily.
location on the map and about what's around us. And then we learned how to actually find the map on the map. In this next one, in part 5, we're still going to talk some more about world map exploration for a little while longer.
Right here, the first.
Dialogue.
Welcome to Eurofly.
Right here.
Training. Charter flight training. Hello everyone, warm greetings, and let me welcome you finally to the first ever official English demonstration of a real-time flight in Eurofly 3, which is exactly what you'll be witnessing right now. And in case you're listening to this or watching this at the time it's been published, you'll be probably very interested in this because Eurofly 3, the new version, the long-anticipated version, is actually coming soon. And by that I mean really soon, like within a matter of days or weeks at the worst. So stay tuned. To those of you who've been expecting it, I'm really glad to be here. To be able to be here finally, and I actually mean it, because I'm aware, just like everyone else on the development team is aware, that you've been waiting for this really for ages, and that there's been several promises, even if maybe just tentative ones, but still promises over the years that it's going to come, to be released really soon. And yeah, there's been a delay, but just now we're finally about to release it, and still it's never come until now. So we're glad to be able to tell you that it's finally here. Everyone on the team actually believed those promises at the time we made them, but as I'm sure many of you can imagine, real life things often like to get in the way, and busy schedules and families and other duties at work and at other places and so on. But let's not delve into this very much, because this is no longer the case. It's actually here, or almost here. It may have been released already by the time you're watching this. So let's not talk about the past, let's talk about the present and the future. To those of you who may be coming to Eurofly 3 for the first time, when hearing this, may have never experienced the previous versions of the game before, I hope this is going to be as useful as it is to those who know what Eurofly is all about, because they've played it before and they can't wait to actually get their hands on the new features and on the changes on the new version of the game. So, as you've probably heard or guessed by now, even those of you who haven't played it before, Eurofly is an actual flight simulator, an audio simulator for the blind and visually impaired. So you will be flying and controlling a real aircraft, a real plane. There's over 150 of them in total, I believe, different planes. And you'll be flying on the real world map, an actual, real, accurate representation of the Earth, including all the various airports in the different countries that exist out there. So it's partly a game, but it's also especially a flight simulator, and it's also the first ever accessible audio atlas or a way to browse the actual real world map. I'll be demonstrating everything and showing and explaining everything as though none of you have played Eurofly before, because there have been so many things that are new and different and changed in version 3 that essentially nothing has remained the same, except maybe for just a few basic keystrokes. So even if you knew how to fly a plane in version 2, even backwards, you will still have to relearn everything from scratch as though you were a completely newbie pilot. So, as you can hear, we are already in the main menu, and we've been welcomed by a new jingle. Those of you who may have known the previous versions have most certainly noticed this, and there are several different jingles in version 3 now. We're going to get a different one every time we start the game, so the welcome is actually going to be slightly different every time. And by the way, before I get started with anything, let me just briefly emphasize and also apologize for my English, because as I'm sure you can hear, it's not my native language, it's my second language. So let me apologize in advance for any mistakes I may make when recording this, and that I'm almost bound to make, actually, because I can tell you it's pretty difficult to but I'm not trying to use this as an excuse, but just as an explanation. It's pretty difficult to actually be flying a plane at the same time. You really have to concentrate on a lot of different things all at once, and to be talking over it at the same time. So let's hope I'm not going to make any mistakes. Cross your fingers for me if you can, and wish me luck, because I really don't want to kill any of my passengers, myself included. But I have my life insurance secured, so hopefully everything's going to be okay. Even if I do get killed, at least my family will not remain poor. All right, we're in the main menu, so let's take at the main menu. Exit, training, charter flights, business flights, scheduled flights, free flights, world map exploration, profiles, speaker test, settings, add-ons, about the program, exit, training. As you can hear, it's actually me voicing the menu for now in the official English translation, because I'm the only one on the team who feels comfortable enough at English to actually do it. And it's a pretty weird thing, by the way, to be hearing my own voice as I'm talking to you at the same time. But we'll not be spending much time in the main menu today, because we are to fly, finally. So let's make a flight from the London Heathrow Airport in England or Great Britain to Manchester, also in England. It's about 240 something kilometers long, so it's going to take a while, and it's hopefully going to give me enough time to explain everything properly, you know, in enough detail as we go. By the way, I'm sorry to those of you who live in the US and are used to the imperial measurement units, you know, like miles and feet and gallons, etc., because I really can't use them for the life of mine. Sorry about that. I've honestly tried to make the game hopefully more approachable to you, but I can't make any sense of them, honestly, and they're really confusing me because I'm not used to them at all. But at the same time, you can never please everyone at the same time. There are certainly going to be many listeners, perhaps maybe even more of them than those of you who are in the US, many listeners from Europe who are used to the metric units. So no matter what I do, there's always going to be someone who is not really happy, I guess. But I believe it's not going to be too much of a problem, because you will be able to just set your game, your personal copy of the game, the way you like it, and use whichever measurement units you like when you start playing it. Charter, business, schedule, free flights. So I'll be doing a free flight.
Free flight dialog. My plane's combo box 1 collapsed.
But I'm actually going to have to rent the plane that I'm going to use, because we'll be flying with the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which is a plane that I'm not actually qualified for yet in the game. It's not part of my own personal fleet yet. So I'm going to have to...
Filter edit blank. Company planes combo box 1. Filter edit. Rental offer combo box England badminton. EG 03.
Use
0 euros collapsed.
the rental service that I can use as a pilot for the Eurofly company now in version 3. When doing this, when trying to rent a plane, the first thing I have to do is choose the starting airport, actually. So where we'll be starting our flight, where the plane will be placed before I actually take off with it.
England Doncaster.
So
England London Heathrow EGLL
let's select
0.
England Heathrow.
Plane rental dialog. You are about to rent an aircraft that's not part of your fleet for a free flight. Your account will be charged 0. Do you wish to continue? Anno button Alt plus A.
Yes, I do wish to continue. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. The buttons
Any button Alt. Anno.
Yes and no are displayed in Czech in my native language, so that's why the screen reader reads them wrong. But it's not a bug in the game. It's actually because my system language, my local language, is set to Czech, and I forgot to change it. But I will not be editing it out, just like I will not be editing anything out during the flight. So if I make a mistake and it causes me to stall or to crash because I was talking about something and I forgot to do something vital in the meantime, or forgot to do or couldn't do it in time, well, let's keep it authentic. I just will not be editing anything out. And that's why I will not be charged anything. I will be charged 0 for this rental, because I'm using a tester-only, private beta version of the game.
Plane selection dialog. Select Concorde, Boeing 787 Dreamliner.
So let's select the 787 Dreamliner, and if I press enter now...
Europe, UK.
Steering controls ready.
Europe, UK, Greater London, Hillingdon, Harmondsworth, blank.
We are...
Airport London, Heathrow.
At the Heathrow Airport, sitting in the cockpit of our plane, and we're ready to get going. But before I do anything else, let me show you the properties of the plane, which have also been greatly expanded and changed in version 3. And in that way, it'll allow us to see what kind of a beast we're actually even flying.
Combo box pilot Lucas Hosnadel, 1, collapsed.
So I've opened them with the control enter keystroke, and the very first line tells me my name and my career level, which is 1 for the time being. So I'm actually still in training. That's why I don't have the qualification for the 787 to be able to fly it of my own fleet.
SKFRE 696, free flight.
That's our call sign that will be used, that the towers, the controls will use when contacting us over the radio to refer to us, and we can hear that it's a free flight.
Boeing 787 Dreamliner.
This is the name of the plane, obviously.
Transport plane, jet plane, 3, rented.
It's a transport plane, so it's not like a military plane. It's a jet plane. That's talking about its propulsion. It's category 3, meaning the largest possible type of plane, and it's currently rented, so it's not my own.
Certified.
One more reason for me to be really careful, because I don't want to smash it into the ground. Certified. That means that it's a plane which is a part of the official company fleet of Eurofly, and all pilots are eligible to use it for flights and to be ranked.
Pushback required.
Because this is a large plane, this is one of the new systems, the first one, it requires pushback, meaning planes cannot actually travel in reverse on their own, not to mention such large planes. So if I drive into the gate, for instance, to pick up my passengers, and I then need to get out of the gate and continue going to my takeoff runway that I've been assigned by the tower, I can't do that on my own, using the power of my own engines. So the airport I have to call the tower and ask them to push me back, to send me the pushback tractor, which is going to do it. That's why I need to have, when I'm flying such a large plane, I also need to have a large enough airport. In this case, it means I need an airport of category 3 for a plane of category 3. Also with the maintenance services like this, like pushback, to be able to take off there and to be able to move on the airport with this plane.
Condition 100%.
Condition 100%. This is another new feature. In version 2, you may have been used to planes always being, in top shape and perfect working order, and that's no longer going to be the case here. Planes can get, or various systems of the plane can get broken if we crash, or if we, but it has to be just a minor crash while moving on the ground slowly and like crashing into a building. So it can break our lights or our onboard computer or other systems, and then we'll need to ask the tower for repairs. But it can also happen just as the planes age and wear down over time, So
last system check, none.
The next line tells us that we haven't performed the system check not even once yet.
Number of seats.
But if we have had done it, which I'm going to do now, I'm going to close the properties dialog with escape.
Dashboard window.
And I'm going to press Control Shift Z on the English keyboard, to perform the check.
Starting system check.
And if I now open the properties again.
Certified. Condition 100%. Last system check, just now.
Just now.
System check. All systems are working correctly.
And we see that all systems are working correctly.
Number of seats, 289.
This is essentially the tech spec sheet for the plane. Obviously, it's going to be different for each plane, so we have a 289 seats.
Number of passengers, 0.
In total, obviously, we don't have any passengers on board at the moment.
Wingspan, 60 m. Length, 62 m.
Whereas 62 meters long.
Wingspan, 60 m.
Oh, so this is actually quite interesting, and I've never noticed it before. But our wingspan is just almost as much, only 2 meters fewer than the length of the plane, actually.
60. Base weight, 200 t.
The base weight is 200 tons, which is quite a lot.
Current weight, 200,0 t.
And since we don't have any fuel, as we'll find out shortly, and no passengers either, our current weight is still the same as the base weight, but obviously it can change depending on how much fuel we load or how many passengers we board.
Cruising speed, 955 kilometers.
This is the maximum declared speed at which we'll be able to fly.
Maximum cruising range, 15,750 kilometers.
If we had our full fuel tank completely full, This is how far we would be able to travel in one flight, in one go at the most.
Maximum cruising altitude, 13,100 m.
So we can't fly any higher than 13,100 meters above the ground to be safe and to avoid any damage of the engines.
Flap positions, 0/6.
And this is another new feature in version 3, flap positions. You heard that it's at 0/6, meaning they're currently set to 0 out of 6 possible positions or levels. And we can either raise the flaps upwards, which is used for taking off, or downwards, which is obviously used for landing. So the planes, the flaps are there to help keep our plane airborne, even at low speeds, in any case. But the difference is obviously that if the flaps are raised upwards, it helps us to get away from the ground and raise our nose. And if they're set downwards for landing, it helps us to brake faster after landing.
Base takeoff speed, 260 kilometers. Base landing speed, 260 kilometers. Current stall speed, 380 kilometers.
We really have to watch these speeds, especially all the current ones, very carefully all the time during flight, or until we get to know the plane by heart and we're really confident about all its parameters. Because the base takeoff and landing speeds, again, will be different depending on how much fuel and how many passengers we have. And the same, the base stall speed is always the same, but it says current because the stall speed changes depending on the flaps that I was talking about before. So
current takeoff speed, 260 kilometers.
Currently, with an empty tank and with an empty cabin with no passengers, we would be able to theoretically be able to take off at 260 kilometers per hour.
Takeoff nose angle, 6 to 11, 17. Minimum flap position while taking off, 2.
But we would have to set the flaps upwards to position 2 for that, at least 2. We could set them even higher, but the minimum required for a successful takeoff is 2.
Takeoff nose angle, 6 to 11, 17.
And we would have to raise the nose to an angle between 6, which is the minimum. The optimal angle is 11, and the maximum is 17 for a successful takeoff. If we raised the nose higher than 17 degrees, we would actually lose lift and stall.
Minimum takeoff runway length, 2,700
And we also need a runway which is at least 2,700 meters long in order to be able to take off successfully, to gain enough speed for takeoff.
Current landing speed, 260 kilometers.
And the current landing speed is also 260 kilometers. We can't land at a higher speed than that, or much higher speed, but like more than 20 kilometers higher than that. If we tried it, we would actually crash and break on the ground, on contact with the ground.
Minimum flap position while landing, 4.
But in order to be able to land successfully, we have to have the flaps set to 4 downwards.
Minimum landing runway length, 1,870 m.
And the minimum landing runway length is actually shorter, almost by 1,000 meters shorter than the minimum required runway length for takeoff, because we will be having the flaps set to a higher position for landing than we'll need to have them set for takeoff, which means our the length of runway that we're going to be able to break is going to be shorter for landing. But we need to keep watching the stall speed. If you remember, it said that our current stall speed was 380 kilometers, meaning we would actually stall and fall down to the ground much sooner than we would be able to reach the required landing speed. And that's why another reason we need to use the flaps, because when we retract them beyond 0 in either direction, the stall speed decreases, because we're able to they're able to keep us airborne even at lower speeds. So the current stall speed of 380 kilometers would drop below the current takeoff or landing speed of 260 kilometers, which is required.
Fuel tank capacity 56,700 L. Current fuel load 0 L.
Currently, we don't have any fuel loaded.
Current cruising range 0 kilometers.
So we can't travel any distance.
Fuel used 0 L.
Haven't used any fuel yet either, obviously.
Battery off.
The battery is off. The power supply. So another new feature in version 3, we can't actually do anything at all. Not even start the onboard computer or our radio or our transponder or any of the flights until we turn on the battery or the power supply, which then provides the necessary power required to start all the other systems, incling the engines.
APU off.
Oh, APU is another auxiliary power unit, which the larger planes have, but the smaller ones don't. The planes that have it need to have the battery running as well in order to be able to start it, because we can't start any other systems, including the APU, including the engines, without the battery running. But only if we have the battery running, we can start the APU, which is already using our fuel supply a tiny bit. And that's the system which provides even more power than the battery, allowing us on these large Category 3 planes to then finally start the engines. Only once the APU is running.
Engine 1 off. Engine 2 off.
We can see that both engines are off.
Gear 1, 0,1%, 2,4%.
And this is talking about gears, and we'll be talking about this in a much greater detail in the upcoming series of audio tutorials on Eurofly 3, which the basic series includes 15 recordings describing various aspects of the program. And then there's an upcoming more advanced series that describes how to actually fly and control in even more detail all the 9 basic planes that are required to successfully go through all the necessary stages of basic training. But very briefly, the gears are talking about the power of our engines, how much power, how much output they're currently producing, and thus at how much speed will be moving, but they're not directly related. In Eurofly 3, any speed or any movement is not, you don't just press a key anymore and that sets your speed. But any speed or course changes are only the result of moving of your engine power, of the engine output, or in the case of turning or climbing or descending, the result of how steeply you bank your wings or your wheels. Think of it like a steering wheel in a car, which if you wanted to turn, for example, to the left, you wouldn't just tap the wheel, just press an arrow key. You would need to keep holding it under a certain angle in the direction that you wish to turn for a while. As long as you wanted to keep turning, you would need to keep holding it. So if you wanted to turn, say, 90 degrees to the left, you would need to keep holding it, pointing or turning to the left for a while. And only after you've turned as much as you wanted and are now satisfied with your current direction of travel, you could let go of the wheel and keep going straight from that point on. And the engine works pretty much the same. You are moving a lever, essentially. The result of or how much power the engines will be running on depends on how far or how high up you've moved the lever, which obviously can be moved between 0 and 100%. 100 is full power, 0 is nothing at all. But even if you set it to 100, it'll take the engines a while to actually reach that full power, to accelerate. Not to mention there's 2 modes of flight. There's actual flight mode, but there's also the taxi mode for large planes like this one, which are capable of maximum cruising speeds above 500 kilometers per hour. And the taxi mode is used with these planes while moving along the airport, because we don't want to set the engine power to full, the engines to full power and start going like 100 or 200 and more kilometers per hour while on the ground, while on the airport. So if we turn on taxi mode, that will actually make the power lever adjustments much more fine. So that even if we set the power lever to 100 in taxi mode, it will actually only be, the resulting power will only be 10% of the maximum available possible power of the engines. So only a tenth of the engine's maximum power of the possible 100. In order to get the full power out of the engines, we would need to switch back to flight mode. So as soon as we're about to take off, we'll be switching from taxi mode to flight mode. And the gears, you don't have to press home or end 100 times to move the lever all the way from 0 to 100. There are keystrokes either to set maximum power for the given mode or minimum power with a single keystroke, or there is another set of keystrokes to quickly move the power by 10% up or down, or there's a third set of keystrokes which allows you to set the specific gear, pretty much like shifting gears up or down in a car. And these plane properties here, this sheet tells us exactly what percentage of the maximum possible power we'll be able to reach and on any one of these gears.
Engine 1, off. Gear 1, 0,1%, 2,4%. Gear 2, 2,5%, 4,9%. Gear 3, 5%, 7,4%. Gear 4, 7,5%, 9,9%. Gear 5, 10%, 10%. Reverse thrust inactive.
So, as you could hear, Gear 1,
Engine 2,
started at like 0 point something percent and ends at
Gear 1, 0,1%, 2,4%.
2.4%, which is barely enough to even start moving. And Gear 5 actually does not end all the way at 100, but it only goes up to 10, and that's exactly because of the taxi mode. Once I switch to flight mode, the gears, the percentages that we're able the percentages of the maximum power that we'll be able to reach for each gear will change, and Gear 5 will let us go all the way up to 100. But by the way, it's never healthy and advisable to fly with the very full power with 100 for any engine. So if we want to avoid engine damage, we should only be flying at 90% of the power at the most, at all times, no matter what.
Gear 2, Gear 5, reverse thrust inactive.
Reverse thrust is yet another new system in version 3. Large planes like this one have it, where you can actually reroute the thrust that the engines produce to work in the other direction, to go backwards. So if we need to slow down, you don't only need to use, you don't only have, you have more options than just using the ground brake after landing, but you can also engage the reverse thrust to brake even faster using the power of the engine. But in that case, remember that if you want to brake harder, you would actually have to increase the power in reverse thrust mode, because the power of the engines is going backwards, but you still need more power to brake harder, if that makes sense.
Doors closed. Cockpit open.
Yeah, our doors closed, the cabin doors, but our cockpit is open.
Seatbelt unfastened.
We haven't even fastened our seatbelt yet.
Parking brakes active.
Parking brakes, I think they are also a new system. As long as they're engaged, we cannot move. And this is a safety feature to make sure you don't like drift along the runway while you're not yet ready to do so. You're creating your flight plan or boarding passengers or something.
Landing gear loaded.
You don't want to move. You don't want to move on your own, or the plane to move by itself.
Landing
by
gear
accident.
lowered.
The landing gear is lowered, which means it's okay because, and it has to be obviously when we're standing parked in the hangar, so we're ready for takeoff or for landing. We've landed before, so we're now sitting on our wheels.
Current flap position 0.
Yeah, the current flap position is 0. We haven't used them yet.
Onboard computer off. Radio off.
And these are the individual systems.
Transponder off. Communicator off.
Of the plane, all of which are still off.
Atlas off. Sensor off. Status monitor off.
Because we don't even have any power.
Taxi lights off.
Yet to turn them on.
Cabin lights off.
The lights.
Strobe lights off.
Are a new thing in version 3 as well.
Cabin taxi lights off.
These we need to have turned on when we're taxiing on the airport so that the ground personnel and other taxiing planes can see us.
Cabin lights off.
These are the lights for the passengers so that they don't have to spend all the duration of the flight sitting in their seats in the dark.
Strobe lights off.
Strobe lights, these make the plane visible from the outside, also to ground personnel, but also in the air. And to passengers who are about to board it, and they're coming over to the gate or stand where we're sitting waiting for them so that they can see which plane it is.
Landing lights off.
And these are only used when we're about to land and slow down and descend to reach the landing runway.
Ventilation off.
Ventilation.
Cabin pressurization off.
And cabin pressurization are two new systems which also have to be on at all times during the flight, which take care of producing enough oxygen for the passengers not to suffocate in higher altitudes.
Temperature control off.
Temperature control takes care of the weather, obviously, so that the passengers don't freeze or overheat during the flight.
Storm radar off.
Storm radar, when on, can warn us of incoming or nearby storms.
TCAS off.
TCAS is the system that warns planes that are headed on perpendicular courses and are about to crash into each other. So usually the TCAS of one plane orders the pilot to climb, while the system of the other plane orders their pilot to descend.
Stall indication off.
To avoid the crash. Stall indication is another warning system that will warn us if our cruising speed drops dangerously low and we've actually reached the stall speed, the current stall speed of the plane, depending on the position of the flaps, and we're just, we're losing lift and we're losing altitude.
GPWS off.
GPWS, I believe it stands for Ground Proximity Warning System, and that's exactly what it does. Because in Eurofly 3, we also have to keep track and pay attention to yet another thing, and that is the terrain, the elevation of the terrain in front of us. Because, the map, the map on a map on paper would be, but the actual real world terrain is not flat. It's actually 3D, so there are hills and mountains and ridges and valleys, and all of that cause the elevation or the height above sea level of the terrain below us to keep changing, to keep going up and down as we fly. So we need to keep track of whether there's any hill or mountain or any obstacle ahead of us with a greater height above sea level than what our current altitude is. And if there is, we need to climb higher to avoid crashing into it. And the larger planes like this one have the system which warns us about this by itself. So it tells us to climb to avoid collision with the ground or to change course. But on smaller, simpler planes of category 1, without these automated systems, we have to keep track of all that manually.
Bank angle indication on.
Bank angle indication is an audio cue that plays all the time when we're turning. So as I was saying before, when our wings or wheels are banked to an angle causing us to turn, to change course, so that we know we're actually turning. We're not level. We're not going straight. And that this also is true. This is also true for the nose. If our nose is not straight, we're also hearing this indication.
Audio navigation off.
Audio navigation, I believe this is familiar. We can have this on during flight to keep hearing a continuous tone at all times from the direction of our destination, so that we can tell, even by sound alone, in which direction to go and where to turn in order to be flying straight towards our destination.
Auto navigation off.
Auto navigation, that's essentially the autopilot, or all of these remaining systems are part of the autopilot, which this one makes sure, if enabled, that the plane will always change its course by itself to keep flying straight towards the destination at all times.
Auto speed inactive.
Auto speed, we can set the plane to speed up or slow down to any required speed that we want.
Auto course inactive.
Auto course, we don't have to use the auto navigation to the destination that we have set before, but we can also set the plane to go in any specific course that we desire, which may not have to be the destination. I'll show you this feature in practice and how useful it is when I'm about to land.
Auto altitude inactive.
In auto altitude, we can also obviously, set the altitude that we want to be flying in. Okay, these are the plane
Dashboard
properties, but we need to get moving, don't we? So let's actually start doing something. Let me turn on the battery first. Control-Shift-B, because as I was saying before, without the battery I wouldn't even be able to turn on the onboard computer or any other systems. Now let me turn on the computer. Control-Shift-K.
Computer on. Warning. Fuel warning.
And
fuel
we are
warning.
hearing
fuel
that
warning.
we're out of fuel.
Warning. Computer off.
So let me turn it off just for now, because that warning, that looping warning, is kind of annoying. And let me fix that. With smaller planes, you can just, you as the pilot can just pour the required amount of fuel in yourself. But for larger planes like this, we need to use the radio for this, and we need to contact the tower and ask them to dispatch the refueler for us. So let me turn on the radio, Control-Shift-F.
Radio on.
And let me find out the frequencies of all the possible towers or controls in range that I'm currently able to connect to. We use the key 9 on the numbers row for that.
Combo box London. Heathrow ground control 118,5 collapsed.
And we can hear that there's a ground control.
London. Heathrow approach control 113,8.
And approach control. The ground control obviously controls the planes that are taxiing along the airport, while the approach control is for planes that are flying towards the airport and are about to land on it, as well as for planes once you've been assigned the runway to take off from and you're about to enter that runway. That's when you switch your frequency from ground control to approach control and start talking to them and get the permission to enter the runway and then to take off from approach. But for now, let's
London, Heathrow ground control 118,5.
Let's
dashboard window.
Talk to ground control.
Set frequency. Set frequency. Edit lane.
F to set frequency. 113.5, I believe it was.
113,5. Dashboard window.
No.
Set free.
113.6.
Blank. 113,6. Dash 113,6.
What was the
combo box London, Heathrow ground control 118,5 collapse.
Oh, what 118.5.
Set frequency.
My bad. Sorry. 118.5.
London, Heathrow ground control. Dashboard window.
Welcome to our airport.
The tower has welcomed us, as we can hear. Well, in my voice again, but never mind. No other English towers yet. That will be up to you to change that. In version 3, the towers are no longer static. We actually talk to them. We have to ask various permissions from them, depending on what we're currently doing in our flight. And you always do that by pressing F1.
Combo box board, asking for boarding collapsed.
And here you can see a list of all the possible requests that you can make to the tower at the moment. So, for instance, it wouldn't make any sense to ask the ground control for landing clearance when we're not even in air, not even flying. So that's why you can't see that request here. But you will see it here in the list when flying and when tuned to the approach frequency.
Engines, asking for permission to start the engines. Fuel, asking for fuel. Gate, asking for gate assignment. Plan, I want to create a flight plan. Push, I need pushback. Repair, I need repairs. Runway, asking for runway assignment. Onboard, asking for onboarding.
If I tried to ask for onboarding, for example, at the moment, I don't even have a flight plan created. I don't have any passengers on board and anything. So the tower is context sensitive and smart, so it won't let me do an obvious nonsense like that.
Dashboard window.
SK696. We haven't received any flight plan from you.
I'm about to fix that shortly, thank you. But first,
Combo.
Give me some fuel.
Fuel, asking for fuel. Set fuel amount edit blank. 2,000.
Let me do 2,000 liters. I don't know how much that would be in gallons, but that's going to be more than enough for us to make that whole flight successfully.
2,000. Dashboard window.
SK696. We've dispatched the refueler for you.
Before the refueler arrives, let us do some more things, some more preparations from the checklist ahead of time. So let's fasten our seatbelt with Control B.
Seatbelt fastened.
We have already performed the system check, but let's also turn on the systems that we can at the moment, even without the APU and without the engines running, just those ones that we have enough power for, even on battery alone. So storm radar, Control Shift S.
Storm radar on.
Strobe lights, the outside lights, Shift S.
Cabin lights on.
Cabin lights, sorry. Strobe lights are Shift D.
Strobe lights on.
Taxi lights, we'll also be needing them, Shift K.
Taxi lights on.
Let's turn on the transponder, which we'll use shortly with Control Shift T.
Transponder on.
And we can also turn on the Atlas, Control Shift L.
Atlas on.
And communicator, Control Shift G.
Communicator on.
And the refuelers come, so we can already turn on the onboard computer as well with Control Shift K.
Computer on.
This time for good, because we will not be needing to turn it off anymore. We won't be hearing the annoying warning anymore. And now that everything has been done and we've been refueled, let's check out our fuel load with E.
2000 L.
Exactly as we requested. So let's turn on the APU now with Control Page Up. And that's going to give us enough power when it starts up finally to turn on the engines. By the way, the Atlas is just another panel. If you have it turned on, you can move with the tab key. So you don't only have to be on the dashboard controlling the plane, but you can press tab.
Navigation, Atlas window.
To get to the Atlas window, and you can use the keystrokes that you would otherwise use in the manual world map exploration mode. So as you're flying, without needing to leave your plane, you can check anything that you need to on the Atlas.
Communicator, channel 0.
And the communicator
combo box collapsed.
Would let you chat to or send audio messages, voice messages to other pilots, to other actual real-life players that are currently online and connected to the server and playing Eurofly alongside you.
Dashboard window.
The APU is on, so let's turn on the other systems that we'll be needing for the flight that I was talking about. Let's do
TCAS on.
TCAS with Control Shift C.
Stall indication on.
Stall indication, Control Shift E. Temperature control, Control Shift Q.
Temperature control on.
Ventilation, Control Shift V.
Ventilation on.
Cabin pressurization, Control Shift P.
Cabin pressurization
GPWS, the one which warns us not to crash into the ground, Control Shift W.
GPWS on.
And let's also turn on the sensor with Control Backspace.
Sensor on.
I forgot to mention that before. That's another new system where if you're moving on a taxiway or runway, it'll indicate audibly that there's an obstacle ahead of you or off to the side, or that you're about to leave the runway. Let's ask the tower for permission to start our engines, because with large planes like this one, you can't just turn on the engines anytime you want, because they produce a lot of noise and a lot of airflow, and you wouldn't want to, say, knock a random innocent ground control personnel away or something. So let's ask for the permission.
Engines. Asking for permission to start the engines. Dashboard window.
SK696. You have permission to start the engines.
Thank you. Start engine 1 with page up.
Starting.
Engine 2 with page down.
Starting.
And you can hear that each of them is playing from a different place in the stereo field. Engine 1 is on the left, engine 2 is on the right. Since it takes a lot of time for the engines to actually start up, but this is something seasoned players of Euroflight 2 will have known, we'll be told with a voice prompt as well as soon as the engines are done actually starting up. Let's find out where we're located.
West.
S, of course, we're facing west.
Minus 500 hangar 2.
We're in the hangar 2 with the K
300 hangar 2
and L keys. These two tell us our coordinates on the airport. K announces the north-south coordinate, so from bottom to top. If you were to take the entire airport as a flat surface, as a flat area, as though, painted on a sheet of paper, the lowest number, the first number, would be all the way down to the south in the lower corner, and the higher numbers would be all the way up in the upper part, or on the upper edge.
Minus 500 hangar 2.
So since it says minus 500, we can tell that we are at the very south edge of the airport. And the L key does the same, but for the west, east, or left to right coordinate. So the higher the number, the farther off to the right we are on the map or in the area of the airport.
300 hangar 2.
300, that's also pretty far to the west or to the left, because the maximum coordinate would be like 2,600 or 3,000 or something. And since we know we are in the hangar, which we can also verify with the O key.
Hangar doors closed west.
It says that the hangar doors are closed, so let's open it with Shift O, so that we don't, so that we don't crash into the doors as we try to pick up some speed and drive off the hangar. Let's also find our height above sea level while we're at it. That's done with the semicolon key.
16.
So this airport is actually only 16 meters above sea level, or above sea level.
Airport London, Heathrow.
Yeah, we can find out with F.
118,5 London, Heathrow ground control.
Our frequency, and it says that we're properly connected to the London Heathrow ground control. So we should be ready. Our engines are running. Let's disengage the parking brakes with B so that we can actually start moving.
Parking brakes off.
Let's ask the tower to assign us a gate or stand to taxi to, where we'll be picking up our passengers.
Combo gate, asking for gate assignment. Dashboard window.
SK696. We haven't received any flight plan from you.
And I have completely forgotten to create my flight plan. My bad. I was saying before that I'm about to fix it. Well, let's do that now. First, I'm going to pick my destination, where I want to fly, because I believe that's the faster and easier way to do it. So, let's display the list of all the available airports. There are several different ways. You may know them from previous versions, but in this case I'm going to use the list ordered by distance, from closest to farthest. So I'm going to press Ctrl F8.
Combo box England, London, England, France, Paris, England, Manchester, EGCC,
England, Manchester, and let's add it as our destination to navigation with space.
Added to navigation.
Let's leave this dialog.
Dashboard.
And let's now ask the tower with F1 to create
plan. I want to create
a flight plan.
Call sign edit read only SKFRE 696.
We can see our call sign here, but you can see that this is a read only edit field, so we can't change the call sign at any time during the flight.
Select destination combo box England, Manchester, EGCC.
And since
collapse.
I just chose the destination before and added it to my navigation, it's already pre-filled in here for us. So another press of the tab
filter
key.
edit blank.
There's the filter if I wanted to, if I hadn't done this before, and I now had to choose my destination manually, and there would be like thousands of airports, I could filter or narrow my search down here using the filter field.
Flight description edit blank.
there's a flight description field where other players could see like what this flight is actually about if they were checking the other players that are currently connected. So let's put in something here.
The first official English demonstration of Eurofly 3 by Lucas.
Sounds good to me.
Asking for combo box navigated flight collapsed.
Asking for navigated flight. That would be a flight corridor that the tower would create for us. For long distance flights like this one, planes don't usually fly in a straight line directly to their destination, but they're flying over designated flyover points. But I'm actually going to ask for a direct flight this time.
Direct flight.
We could also do
flight corridor through my waypoints.
Flight corridor through my waypoints. So not a flight corridor that the control tower would determine for us, but rather, let's say that I wanted to fly to Manchester, then to Birmingham, and then back to Heathrow, all in one flight. So what I could do is I could put all these three destinations into my navigation, excuse me, in the order that I want to fly through them. And if I then chose this option, flight corridor through my waypoints, when creating my flight plan, that's what the flight corridor would be.
Direct flight.
But let's ask for direct flight. Another press of tab.
My waypoints combo box Manchester collapsed.
My waypoints only include the Manchester, the destination for now, so that's in order.
Passengers checkbox not checked.
And there's the checkbox for passengers. Yes, I do want to have passengers, so
checked.
I'm going to check it.
Ask for flight button.
And there's the ask for flight button.
Dashboard window.
SK696. Flight plan accepted. Set transponder to 1517.
Our flight plan has been accepted. We're supposed to set the transponder now. I can either repeat, if I forget, I can either repeat the last tower announcement with space
SK696.
at any time.
Flight plan accepted. Set transponder to 1517.
Or I can also press, in this case, I can also just press Shift T for transponder to hear just the value that's been assigned to us.
1517 SKFRE 696 London, Heathrow, Manchester.
So, it's 1517.
1517
Yes, so let's press Alt-T to set the code.
Set transponder value. Set
1517.
1517. Dashboard
now
window.
The tower should finally allow us to start our engines.
Combo engines. Asking for permission to start the engines. Dashboard window.
SK696. You have permission to start the engines.
Oh wait, but they're already running, right?
Engine 1, 0.
No.
Engine 2, 0.
That's just the APU. Okay, so...
Stopping.
Oh no, they were running. I'm stupid. 0 means, yeah, the power. They were not producing any output, any thrust, so that's why...
Done.
That's why
Done.
They were at 0, so again... But we did get the permission, though. Never mind. We got it a second time even, so let's just restart them again. What I wanted to do before creating the flight plan, and couldn't do because I didn't have any plan, so I just remembered now, was actually to ask for the gate or stand to pick up passengers.
Combo gate, asking dashboard window.
SK696. Taxi to stand 5.
Taxi to stand 5. The difference between a gate or stand is that the stand is like a drive-through. You can drive through it in any direction and stop there. And if you've entered the stand, say coming from the south, so facing north, you could then keep going on in the same direction, keep going north and drive through it and leave it at the other side. Whereas a gate is an extension of the actual airport building. So that's why you have to use the pushback to get out of a gate. You can't just keep going straight because you would then crash into the airport building. Okay, so we're supposed to taxi to stand 1. So we can start moving. We are now in the hangar.
Minus 500 hangar 2. 300 hangar 2. Hangar doors open west.
The doors are open, so I believe we're ready. We've done everything. So I'm going to press Alt Home to set the engine power to the maximum, but remember it's only going to be 10% of the overall engine power because we're currently in taxi mode.
Gear 5.
Gear 5.
3.
Keep checking my
6.
current
9,
speed with R.
11, 12. 14,
and once it gets
16,
to
17, 19,
20, I'm
20,
going to choke
off.
it
Gear
with
1.
Control Delete.
21.
Fix it so that it doesn't
21. Mic.
doesn't drop any further.
270. 50.
We're now on the mic
304.
on the mic taxiway, which is
338. 349.
which goes north from
0. 7, 7, 7, 7, 6, 5, 5, 4, 3, 3.
from the
2,
hangars.
1, 1, north. 0, north.
From the hangars, and
Hangar 1.
we left the hangar facing west, but this is a north-south taxiway, so we had to turn 90 degrees to the right to be facing
Hangar
north
1.
now, and keep driving along Mike facing north, and it'll lead us to the turning which leads to the taxiway called Zulu, and this is the one that leads to
north
to the stands. So we'll be facing east, I believe. We can bank the wheels by up to 50 degrees, so that means how sharply we'll be turning, and you do that with either left or right, obviously, or with shift left and shift right arrow key for 10 degrees of the wheel inclination with each press. So I just pressed shift right 5 times to
Zulu.
bank the wheels by 50 degrees, and I'm listening to this one. This sound tells me each 10 degrees that I've turned, so 80,
Zulu.
90,
Zulu. 0.
press G key quickly to
0.
level my twice quickly to level my
taxi to stand 5
to level my plane.
23. Set flap position. 6. Dashboard window.
I'm actually supposed to. It helps to extend the flaps down
Flaps
for
set.
landing, even when I'm just driving
23 flaps extended
along the
downwards to
ground,
6.
because that helps to brake faster. So that's what I'm doing. So we're traveling east along Zulu. We can hear the stand 1 turning on our left, and I'll slow down to 10 once we are driving by stand 4, so that I then have enough time and enough room to turn sharply to the west, to the north, to turn sharply by 90 degrees, then to be facing stand 5 again. The layout of the airport is something that you can read and learn in the airport descriptions, airport properties with Shift Enter, and what I'll be demonstrating in a bit when we're flying stand 4. So I'm slowing down, Alt End to
21 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Set the engines to 0.
19 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Watching my speed with R.
17 flaps extended downwards to 6.
To choke it off again with Control Delete
15 flaps
once it
extended downwards
reaches
to 6.
10.
14 flaps extended. 13 flaps. 13 flaps. 13 flaps. 12 flaps. 12. 11. 10 flap choked off. Gear 1.
Okay, and once I start hearing the beacon now for stand 5, let's just press shift 5, shift left many times and turn 90 degrees to the left. 20, 30, and the other higher, sharper sound, that's the bank angle indication. So that tells us
39
that we're actually turning right now.
28.
Stand
20.
5.
Stand 5.
Gear 0. 8. 6. 4. 3. 3. 2. 1. 1. North.
I'm braking by holding down the slash key to stand still. So I'm now facing
359.
359. Just 1 degree left of north, but I'm standing still.
0 flaps extended downwards to 6.
In
18 stand 5.
Stand
835 stand 5.
So that's perfect. Almost a perfect stop, considering the circumstances, considering that I have to be talking. So let's engage the parking brakes again, B.
Parking brakes on.
Let's ask the tower to board the
Combo
passengers.
box port. Asking for boarding. Dashboard window.
SK696, beginning boarding.
And let's open the cabin doors for them with Control R.
Open.
So that they can actually get in once they arrive, once the bus brings them, and once they bring the steps for them, so that they can climb up into the plane. and so on, which obviously takes a while, so that's why we're not hearing anything yet. So while we're sitting here waiting for them, that's why I engaged my parking brakes for safety reasons, so that we don't move even an inch, so that the plane doesn't move even an inch on its own. I could ask for the runway, but the tower wouldn't give me one, for the takeoff runway, but the tower wouldn't give me one until I have passengers on board. And we can hear them coming now, finally. We can hear their footsteps, they're boarding and sitting down and taking off their jackets and fastening seatbelts like proper responsible passengers. That's good, because you don't even know what's coming yet. You have no idea who you're flying with. You have no idea that your pilot is not qualified for this type of plane. If you did, you would never dare board it. But since you don't, your lives are in my hands. Your destiny and your fate is all in my hands. Just stupid. Okay. The last one is about to sit down.
245.
We have 245 people on board. You can hear the sounds of other planes taxiing and taking off and landing around us. Now we can hear the bustle and the speech of the passengers. Let's close the doors, the outside doors, the cabin doors.
Closed.
And let's also close our own cockpit with Alt-O, because this is annoyingly loud and I want to be able to talk. Let's disengage our parking brakes again.
Parking brakes off.
And now, finally, let's ask the tower to assign me the takeoff runway.
Combo runway. Asking for runway assignment. Dashboard window.
SK696. You've been assigned runway 09 left. You can taxi.
09 left. You know what? Maybe this is actually a good time to show you the airport properties. Just like the plane properties are accessible with Control Enter, the airport properties are accessible with Shift Enter.
Combo box pilot Lucas Hosnitl 1 collapsed. SKFRE 696 free flight.
This reiterates the call sign of our flight and my career level.
The first official English demonstration of Eurofly 3 by Lucas.
This is the description that I filled out while creating the flight plan.
Boeing 787 Dreamliner 3.
This is the flight, the plane type.
EGLL London Heathrow.
And this is the I call sign of the airport, which is actual real world, real life data. This is the unique international identifier for each airport, which is obviously different for each.
Public with maintenance services 3.
This is a category 3 airport. It's a public one with maintenance services, so including pushback and the refuelers and stuff like that.
Height above sea level 16m.
As we've already seen before, this is located to just 16 meters above the sea level.
Difficulty 1.
Difficulty 1, this refers to how difficult it is to land on this airport in relation to the surrounding terrain. So if it's a difficulty 1 airport, that means that the surrounding terrain is relatively flat and shouldn't be too challenging to land on.
Ground control 118,5.
There are the radio frequencies for ground control,
113,
and approach control.
Airport description.
And there's the airport description. This is the interesting part and the new part.
Runways 2.
There are 2 runways here.
Runway 09R27L, 3,657m.
There's a runway 09R27L, which is...
runway 09R27L, 3,657m.
3,657 meters long. The numbers that designate the runways are interesting. Since it's a 09 runway, it means that it goes from east to west, because 90 is due east. You should actually always add one more 0 to the end of the runway designation number. So 09 would become 090, and 27 would become 270, so due west. So it's the very same runway in both cases, but since it's an east-west one, the 27 runway is the other end of the runway actually. So if you were approaching the airport from the other side, you would likely be assigned the runway 27L to land on, and not 09R. O and L and R obviously stand for left and right. So that's why you have different entrances, different auxiliary taxiways to help you reach the required entrance of your assigned runway, so that you don't, for instance, if you're supposed to be using the runway 27, you don't want to be coming, you don't want to enter it facing east, facing 09, and to go west along the runway, actually. So in that case, you would be going in the exact opposite direction than what the tower assigned you.
Entrance 09R, Delta, 550, 150.
So we see that we enter the 09R runway from the Delta taxiway, and we can even hear the latitude and longitude coordinates here.
Entrance 09R,
of
Delta,
that entrance
550,
point.
150.
So it's at 550 south, 150 west.
Entrance 27L, Delta Sierra Yankee, 550, 3,810.
And to get to the 27L entrance, so to the exact opposite end, we would need to be moving along Delta, then turn to the Sierra taxiway once that turning comes, then drive along Sierra, then turn to Yankee once that turning comes, and only from the Yankee taxiway we would see the entrance to the runway.
Entrance 27L.
27L. At coordinates.
Entrance 27L, Delta Sierra Yankee, 550, 3,810.
South, but 3,380 or something east.
Surface, ASP.
Yeah, the surface is asphalt.
Runway 09L 27R, 3000.
Here's the same for the other runway, which is 09L 27R.
Runway 09L 27R, 3,901 m.
Which is maybe longer, if memory serves.
Runway 09R 27L, 3,657
Yeah,
m.
it's like 300 meters longer.
Surface, runway 09L 27R.
So this airport has two runways with the exact same designations that are parallel. They are literally next to each other as you travel along the main Delta taxiway. First, because Delta is always the one that goes north, south to north, that means you would be driving along the 09R runway first, and then along 09L. There are other taxiways like Sierra and Yankee and Foxtrot to help you get to the other end of the runway without going off the taxiway.
Entrance 09L, Delta, 850, 150. Entrance 27R, Delta Foxtrot Yankee, 850, 4050.
You see that we would have to go from Delta to Sierra to Yankee to get to the runway 09...
Surface, entrance, runway 09R 20.
09L, whereas for 09R, it's Delta, then Foxtrot, then Yankee.
And surface, ASP. Runway 09L 20, entrance 09L, Delta, 850, entrance 27R, Delta Foxtrot Yankee, 800.
Oh, yeah, I said them, I flipped them around, but I hope you understand.
Surface, ASP, Hangar 1 Alpha Mike.
To get to Hangar 1, you would have to use the Alpha taxiway, then turn to Mike, and then there would be the turning to Hangar 1, and the same is true for Hangar 2.
Main area southeast.
The main area, which is where we'll be driving along as soon as we leave the stand, the largest chunk of the airport where all the main taxiways are leading off, that's southeast, meaning, you know, at the bottom right part of the airport, and the hangars are thus left of it. If this line
main area southeast
said that the main area was located southwest, it would mean that the hangars are located to the right of the main area, and thus they would be situated in the southeast, like corner or segment of the airport.
Number of gates 5.
It has 5. This airport has 5
Number
gates.
Of stands 5.
And also 5 stands.
Total area 1,450 x 4,150.
Yeah, this is the total area of the airport in meters.
Security zone 200.
There's also a security zone 200 meters wide in all directions around the airport. So if we left the runway or taxiway by accident, we would still have time to slow down or stop and turn around and get back to our designated runway, because there are also a new feature in version 3 are penalty points. If we crash and destroy the plane or stall, obviously that's a major accident, and we don't earn any money and any points in the global leaderboard, but on the contrary, we even lose them, obviously, because we lost a plane. But you can also get penalty points for minor infractions, like leaving the designated runway, or starting the engines without permission, or entering the takeoff runway without permission, and so on. And for, I believe, 20 accumulated penalty points, you lose or maybe for 10 accumulated penalty points, you lose a point from your earnings, so it can actually move you down the leaderboard and decrease your overall score. But you can check this out in detail in the rules document, which explains all these details, all these principles that govern the behavior of Eurofly pilots, and you can find these rules on the game's official website at eurofly.stafankiss.sk. So these are the airport properties. Have we been assigned a runway yet? Oh yeah, we have. 09 left. That means we'll be having the farthest one from
359
from our current position that we can have.
Year 5.
Let's just fix our direction slightly.
359 north. 0. 13 flaps extended downwards. 15 flaps extended down. 16 flaps 17 flaps extended. 18 flaps extended down. 20 choked off.
We're now in the main area. I have to turn west to get to the stands.
SK696. The passengers are already on board.
Oh, I don't need to. I'm stupid.
0. 257. 16 flaps extended downward. 116 main area.
I don't need to worry about gate, about passing by the stands.
293.
I have already boarded them.
307. 0. 133 flap. Year 4. Year 0.
Let me not talk for a while.
39 flaps. 35 flaps. 30. Year 0. 30 flaps. 29 flaps extended downwards to 6. 21 flaps extended downwards to 6. 14 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Gate 3.
Let me not talk over this.
3.
I need to explain the main area, because the main area is 300 meters wide from south to north, and you can essentially split it into like 3 lanes. The bottommost one, or the southmost one, between the K coordinates
129 main area
of 0 to 100. That's where the stands are, from west to east, from left to right, along the length of the main area.
Gate 3.
The south to north coordinates between 100 and 200.
229 main area.
So we're already over this. Are where the main taxiways of the airport are.
Gate 3.
That's where I'm trying to get, because to get to Delta and then to my assigned runway 09 left, we need to go through Alpha, through the Alpha taxiway, and between the south-north coordinates of 200 and 300 on the main area, in the main area, there are the gates. So we can now hear the turn into gate 3, and let's hope I'm not going to crash into it. Turn all the way away from it.
6 flaps, 7 flaps extend. 7 flaps extended.
I want nothing to have nothing to do with it.
7 flaps, 305.
Let me turn all the way west.
298.
I think I'm going to make it.
293.
Gate 3.
Yeah, I'm not going to drive into it because
285.
If I did,
282.
I would need to ask for pushback.
277. 275. 272. 260.
Managed not to get into it, to drive into it,
0,
which is good.
260. 247 main area. 246 main area.
Let me turn even closer to, or left of west,
250,
closer to south,
247,
in order to get more southward on the main area.
238 main area.
I'm now at coordinates 238,
231,
south to north, which is 2 far up, too far north.
229 main area.
I need to get to like
217. 223 main area.
below 200.
220 main area. 217. 217. 7 flaps extended. 210 main area. 206 main area. 0. 203 main area. 201 main area. 200.
Now let's turn to the right. Let's turn due west.
213.
And we'll reach the Alpha taxiway.
219. Southwest.
Because if an airplane has an Alpha taxiway, that's one of the 3 possible main ones.
240.
Which always goes due west from the main area.
251.
If not a plane, but an airport, obviously.
260.
If the airport has a Bravo taxiway, that's the same principle.
West.
One of the
271. 270 west.
Main ones.
West. 170 main area.
Okay, this should let us enter Alpha perfectly.
439 main area.
And we still have a long ways to go, so
9 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Speed up a little bit.
11 flaps extended downwards.
Bravo,
13 flaps
if
extended
there is a
downwards to
Bravo,
15 flaps,
always
16
goes
7, 8, 19, 20 flaps extended downwards to 6.
east. And Delta, if there is one, always goes due north. These are the main 3 possible taxiways.
Rook Tower.
And
334 main area.
But since there are the gates to the north of the main area,
278.
Cabin lights off. Cabin lights on.
200. 274. 268. 260. 262. 263. 200.
Cabin lights. Cabin lights on.
273. 279. 278. 277. 207. 200. 270. 200. 0.
okay.
Delta.
Paused.
Since there were the gates in the northern part of the main area, and I needed to get to Delta, because I know that runways 09R and 09L lead from Delta, I needed to drive a bit along Alpha first, so to go due west to pass the gates on my right, to get around the gates in the north, and only then, as you can see, as I was trying to align my direction, I was going along Alpha. There was the turning to Mike on my left, which would lead me to the hangars, but that's not where I wanted to go. So I kept going west, and now I'm about to turn due north to travel along the main taxiway of Delta.
Resumed. 20 flaps extended. 294.
Delta.
304. Delta.
I'm already on Delta,
327.
but I need to
335. 341.
fix my
350.
direction.
0, 2, 2, 1, 1, north. 0, north.
Now I'm going due north
632 m. 20 flaps extended downwards to 6.
at a perfect speed along Delta. And I'm about to stop at my designated takeoff runway, which is 09L. And we're finally about to take off. You can see that there's a lot to do even before you can take off. And that it's a complex process. There's the Sierra taxiway, which would help us to get to
Sierra.
27L if we needed to use that.
Sierra.
So to basically to reach the other end of this upcoming 09R runway. Let me switch to the approach control though, because I know
Dashboard window. Combo
I'll be
London.
needing
Heathrow approach control 113, Dashboard.
I'll be needing to talk to them now and to ask them for permission to
London. Heathrow approach
enter
control.
my
Dashboard
runway
window.
and to take off. That's now no more in the power of ground control, so that's why. There was our 09R. We need to
North.
keep going
20 flaps extended
further.
downwards to 6.
And there's Foxtrot, another taxiway,
Gear 0.
which would help us to get to the other end of that 09L taxiway.
16
runway.
flaps extended. 15 flaps extended. 15 flaps extended downwards
slowing
to 6.
down
14
to
flaps
10,
extended. 13 flap. 13
so
flap.
that I
13
have
flaps.
enough time
12
to
flap
turn
north. 12
to
flap. 11
face
11
due
flap. 10
east
flaps.
then,
10
when
flaps
the
extended
turning
downwards to
comes.
6.
Foxtrot.
10 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Foxtrot.
This should give us more than enough time, hopefully. And I'm going to ask the tower to give me the permission to enter the runway. You know, there might be another plane there currently trying to take off from it or something, so I can't just turn
Dashboard window.
and drive into the runway without permission, but I'm permitted, so that's fine. And here it comes already, so I'm turning right, 10 degrees, 20 degrees. By the way, you can change obviously the interval and the way. It can be either sounds or words. You can configure this the way you like in the program settings.
09L.
50. 60.
09L.
70.
I'm pressing S
81.
alongside the indication to make sure.
09L.
91. East. 0 east.
Runway
0
0
9L.
27.
Engines to 0 power and hold down slash to brake. Okay, we're standing in
0
place.
flaps extended downwards to 6.
Let me
Parking
engage
brakes
the
on.
parking brakes to make sure.
3,890 m.
There's 3,890 meters of runway left ahead of us. You can find this out if you press the K key twice, because K once
856 runway
gives
09L
you
27
the latitude coordinate or south-north coordinate, but pressed twice tells you
3,890 m.
how long the runway ahead of you is. And the same is for L,
160
which
runway
normally
09L
tells
27
you
R.
the longitude, but if you press it twice,
11 m.
you'll see that there's 11 meters of the runway behind us. So before I was able to fully brake and fully stop, I traveled only 11 meters of the runway length, of the total runway length, which is an excellent feat, if I can say so myself.
Maximum flap position, minimum takeoff runway
Takeoff
length,
runway length
2,700
is
m.
2,700 meters, and since we have
3,890 m.
3,890 meters left, we are more than good to go, because that's over 1,000 meters, more than a kilometer of runway length than we need. It's always good to have a reserve when trying to take off. Now, first things first. Let's not forget to switch to flight mode with Shift Delete.
Flight mode.
Or we wouldn't be able to take off at all, and we'd be wondering, like, why am I no longer picking up any speed? Why am I stuck at the 10% of the engine's power and at the speed of like 50? Now, let's set the flaps upwards for takeoff, because they're now set downwards for landing. You can
maximum cruising altitude.
Find out in the plane properties
Maximum
that
cruising
the
minimum flap position while taking off, 2.
That the minimum required flap position when taking off is 2.
Dashboard.
But I'm actually going to set them to 6.
6.
Because I already know this plane and this route very well, and I know that it just helps to gain the required speed faster if I extend the flaps all the way.
6. Dashboard window.
Now let's ask for the clearance to take off.
Combo takeoff. Asking for takeoff clearance. Dashboard window.
SK696 cleared for takeoff.
We're cleared for takeoff, which is good. Let's press delete to find out the status of the engines, just to make sure.
0 power 0%. Gear 0. Flight mode.
Okay, so what? 0 position 0, power 0, but in gear 0, but in flight mode. So that's good. R
0 flaps extended upwards to 6.
Now tells us that we're not moving. Our speed is 0, but the flaps are extended upwards to 6. Everything's good. We have takeoff clearance. Let's just check out our current takeoff speed in the plane properties briefly. You can just press Control Enter and keep pressing C.
Cert condition. Current weight. Cruising speed. Current stall speed. Current takeoff speed. 279 kilometers.
279 kilometers. You see that now that we've loaded fuel and boarded passengers, the base takeoff speed, if memory serves, was 260 kilometers per hour, but it's now 19 kilometers higher than that. It's now 279 because we obviously got heavier. So it's going to take more power and more runway length for us to get moving at speed.
Dashboard window.
So let's get going. Let's get in the air. I'll press Alt Home to set the engines to gear 5 quickly, or to 90% of their maximum power, which is actually also the maximum recommended power to be flying safely. Oh, I forgot to disengage the parking brakes. You saw nothing happen. B.
Parking brakes off.
Now, Alt Home.
Gear 6.
And I'll keep watching my speed with R.
2 flaps extended upwards to 6. 5 flaps extended upwards to 6.
I can check out my power and my engine status with delete once more as well, just to make sure.
90. Power. 63/90%. Gear 6.
You see that the power is set to 90% and it's currently at 63. It's about to raise to 90.
90. Power. 90%. Gear 6.
Gear 6. Flight mode. So the engines are fine.
70 flaps extended upwards to 6.
We're currently cruising at the speed of 70.
87 flaps extended upwards to 6.
And we have over
3,550.
Still over 3,500 kilometers left ahead of us, so we're fine. We're more than fine.
135 flaps extended upwards to 6.
135. So I still need to speed up by another 140 kilometers in order to be able to take off successfully.
179 flaps extended upwards to 6.
179. Now 100 more kilometers of speed and I can take off.
202 flaps extended upwards to 6. East.
I'm going due east, so everything's fine.
226 flaps extended upwards to 6.
226. When I have reached 279, I'm going to press shift down quickly to raise the nose by 10 degrees.
256 flaps extended
because
upwards
you
to
can
6.
press down or up, but I don't want to be tapping them 10 times.
276. 280 flaps.
10,
5
20,
more.
30, 40, 50, 60,
My
70,
nose
80,
angle
90,
is now
100, 100, 150.
Pause.
You could hear the GPWS system giving us the readouts of the altitude as it increased over 100 above ground, and you could also hear, but it was probably drowned by the GPWS voice, that the takeoff has been successful. So I can put in the landing gear with Control G.
200.
SK696. Climb to 71.
Yankee.
300.
I can turn on auto navigation to the destination with Alt P.
Auto navigation 400.
I was
Raised.
told to climb to 71, to altitude 71, so
500.
Alt Y
Set altitude.
for that.
Set altitude.
710.
710.
This
Dashboard
works
window.
just like the...
325 flaps
I need
extended
to...
upwards to 6. Set flap.
Shift F, set flaps to 2, lower the flaps because my cruising speed is already high enough, and if I kept them all the way at 6, they would be damaged. The altitude designations work exactly the same as the runways in that you add one more 0 to the end of the readout. So if the tower told us to climb to 71, that actually means 710 meters, 710.
383 flaps extended upwards to 2.
383. We're above the
Hounslow West.
stall
West.
speed, above the base stall speed, so I can
set flap position.
Lower the flaps or retract the flaps all the way to 0.
Dashboard
Greenford.
To not be using them at all, so, and also to avoid them
set.
getting damaged.
440.
You see that our speed keeps getting higher. Now it's
453.
453 kilometers per hour. We're still turning to our destination. This ding sound is the bank angle indication, and the doo-doo sound played every time we turned by 10 degrees. Now it's stopped. So you can see if I check the airport, if I check my position in relation to my destination with the N key for navigation, it says
dead ahead at 328,7.
Dead ahead at 328.7.
Ruislip.
If I check my course now,
328,7/328,7 auto.
It says auto at the end, meaning we're flying using auto navigation. And if I check my altitude with Y,
711.
It's 711. Well, that's okay. The tower asked us to climb to 710, so this is okay.
601.
The speed is getting ever faster. The declared cruising speed of this plane is 955 kilometers per hour. And let me check the distance to the airport now.
231 kilometers, Manchester, 22 minutes.
It's still 231 kilometers away, and it's going to take us 22 minutes to get there at our current speed, but since we're still gaining speed, it's actually going to be much faster. One more thing that I wanted to show you is another new feature in Eurofly, because as you can see already, there's tons of different keystrokes, and it's just not possible for anyone, I think, to remember them at all, on the first go, off the top of your head. So there's a help system. There's an extensive interactive help system built into Eurofly. You can turn that on or off at any time with Alt-H for help. So this is actually one essential keystroke that it's really good to remember. Alt-H.
Help mode on. Tree view.
There's a tree view here.
Map 92. Collapse.
And you can see with arrow keys
plane 39.
that there's several different categories of keystrokes, and there's a lot of them.
Engines 15.
There's 15 keystrokes for engines, etc.
Control
in each
/
category.
11. Onboard computer 17. Collapsed.
In the meantime,
communicator 1. Collapsed. Other 18.
The map is reading out the villages and towns that we're flying over, but I don't want to be hearing that.
Level 1.
So I changed the location to be set the location to be announced only if we changed the continent that we are flying over actually changed.
Help mode.
Let's get back to help mode. We could now expand the individual branches, but we can also press tab.
Search edit blank.
To search. And here I can find the keystroke, if I can't remember it, by its meaning or by what it's supposed to do. So let's say that I forgot how to turn on and off the reverse thrust. So I can just type in thrust here into the search field.
Tree view. Map 92. Search edit thrust.
And if I press tab once more,
results combo box control plus page down. Reverse thrust on / off collapsed.
There's the results. There's only one keystroke, and that says that it's control page down to turn the reverse thrust on or off.
Search edit T.
And there's another
result edit read only less not set greater.
Another edit field where we can just press the keystroke and it tells us what it does. So if I don't know what, say, Control Shift Enter does.
Display all planes currently at the airport.
What does space do?
Repeat the last tower announcement / in a list or tree view of airports.
Repeat the last tower announcement, or there's another purpose of the same keystroke when browsing the map, and so on. So this is what you can do.
Sound overview combo box automatic operation completed collapsed.
And there's a sound overview. You can browse the sounds with the arrow keys and play one with space. So automatic operation completed means if I was turning like I was before with auto navigation enabled, or I was climbing to the set auto altitude, when I hear this tone, it means that the turning or the climb has been completed.
Course changed by specified amount.
Course changed by specified amount. That's that plays every time I turn by 10 degrees as configured in my program settings.
Bank angle of the wheels, wing.
This plays regularly when we're turning or our nose is not level.
Takeoff or landing runway beneath the plane.
Takeoff or landing runway beneath the plane is a really important one. This is a continuous tone, so you can stop it at any time by pressing space one more time. This will play when we're about to land and we're flying over or above the designated runway.
Sensor warning 1. You are near the edge of the taxiway.
Sensor warning. So when we're near the edge of the taxiway.
Sensor warning 2.
This will get faster in speed as we get closer, and
Sensor
if
warning
we
3.
hear this continuous tone, we're at the very edge of the taxiway or runway.
Taxiway or runway entrance beacon.
You've heard this when I was turning to Delta and then to 09L, etc. And you can also press tab one more time, and there's various tips which you can browse through with the arrow keys, telling you everything that you can do in this current mode. Currently we're flying, so it tells us anything we can do when flying.
Perform the flight to your destination. Make use of the map and look around you. Make use of the atlas in order to obtain more information. Control plus Shift plus L.
That turns the atlas on and off.
Communicate with other pilots. Control plus Shift plus G. Listen to the radio or background music. Alt plus Y.
Etc.
Explore the properties of the destination. Airport. Control plus F8.
So that's the help feature. I believe that's a pretty cool one.
Dead ahead at 159 kilometers.
We still have 159 kilometers to go to Manchester, so I can show you one more pretty cool thing, and that's the descent map of an airport, which is really useful, and we need to check it out, and we need to get familiar with that. before we attempt to land if we want to be successful. So let me pull up Manchester again to see its properties.
Combo box England.
Control F8.
England East, England London, England London, England London, England Doncaster, England Manchester, England Manchester.
Now that I've found it in the list, I'll press Shift Enter on it to display its properties.
Combo box pilot.
We saw the airport description, but if I now press Tab,
Combo box descent map collapsed.
There's another panel of the properties, and that's the descent map.
Height above sea level 71 m.
So Manchester is 71 meters above sea level, whereas Heathrow was 16 meters above sea level.
Same altitude, safe circle 0,3 km.
Same altitude, safe circle 0.3 kilometers. 300 meters in all directions around the airport. There are no hills at the same altitude. That means if I was trying to land, if I was approaching the airport at an altitude of 500, and so there would not, and I was 300 meters away from the airport, there would be no mountains or hills or terrain changes in either direction. But if I got farther away than 300 meters away from the airport, there could be a mountain or a hill on one side of the airport. So that's why I have to pay attention to what the GPWS is telling me, or I have to I have to look ahead manually if there's an obstacle with control semicolon
dashboard window.
If there's an obstacle in my current altitude.
Not detected.
When it says not detected, it means I can keep flying on course and I'm safe. There's no hill or mountain in my current direction, in my current altitude.
Dead ahead, 125 combo, 2 kilometer, 5 kilometer, same altitude, safe circle 0,3.
And now it tells me, when I'm 2 kilometers away from the airport,
2 kilometers, safe altitude 142 m, which is 43 m above ground.
I can climb to descend to altitude 143 meters, which is 43 meters above ground. And you'll see, as we're getting farther away from the airport, like this circle around the airport increases from 2 kilometers this time to 5 kilometers.
5 kilometers, safe altitude 144 m, which is 45 m above ground.
The safe altitude also increases. So we have to climb or to descend gradually as we approach the airport.
10 kilometers, safe altitude 165 m, which is 66 m above ground. 15 kilometers, safe altitude 177 m, which is 78 m above ground. 20 kilometers, safe altitude 225 m, which is 126 m above ground.
And so on and so on, all the way up to 100 kilometers. But if you're already flying if you've already been assigned the runway to land, and you're flying on course, you're aligned with the runway already, you can actually descend much lower and much earlier than that, because now you know which side you're approaching the airport from, and you don't need to worry about possible mountains on the other side of the airport.
30 to 100.
That's why
100.
There is a
runway 15.
Runway
5, 12, 27, runway 33, 0, 7. Dashboard window.
Wait,
combo box,
I
England,
chose the wrong,
England, Manchester,
wrong airport.
Combo box, runway 05R.
This is Manchester, yeah. Runway 05R. If we're aligned with runway 05R and we're approaching it,
0,6 km descent to 89 m, which is 18 m.
We are 33 kilometers away from it. We can descend to altitude 108 meters, which is
35 kilometers descent to 108 m, which is 37 m above
37
ground.
meters above ground. Then when we're at
0,6 km descent
600 meters away from the airport, we can descend
to 89 m, which is 18 m above ground.
meters, which is 18 meters above ground. So that's
dashboard
useful to know when you're
90 kilometers
already about to hit the runway, to land on the runway. But as I said, I know this route well, so I remember these values already. I don't need to look them up anymore. But even if I do, there's a few more useful keystrokes to do that. By pressing 8 on the numbers row at any time, I can find out what airport is currently the closest to me, or which airport's controlled area I'm currently flying over.
Controlled area East Midlands, 23 kilometers.
Currently I'm in the controlled area of East Midlands. It's 23 kilometers away from me, and if I now press the comma key on the keyboard,
30 kilometers, safe altitude 240 m, which is 174 m above ground.
It tells me the current safe altitude circle. I'm 30 kilometers away from the airport or more, so the safe altitude
30 kilometers,
is
safe altitude 240 m, which is
240 meters. that's good to know. I could then use the auto altitude to descend to the altitude if I wanted to. I can also press period, which tells me
617 above ground.
How high above ground I currently am. 617 meters.
94.
And 94 semicolon is the current sea level, height above sea level of the terrain.
711.
And 711 Y is my altitude.
66 kilometers Manchester 3 minutes. 0,1 left at 327,7. 327,7/320.
Okay, let me, ahead of time, let me switch my radio frequency to Manchester's approach control, because I can remember it. If I didn't, I could look it up in the airport properties, but I know it's 135.0.
Set frequency 135. Dashboard window.
So that I'll be alerted, and the airport will greet me as soon as I get within range, which is 50 kilometers in this case, because it's a Category 3 airport. You can configure this in settings as well, by the way, but I have it set so that Category 3 airports can be contacted when I'm 50 kilometers or less far away from them.
52 kilometers.
So the tower is going to contact us really shortly. When it does, I'm going to ask for a runway assignment and then immediately for approach clearance.
SK696, welcome to our airspace.
Runway, dashboard window.
SK696, you've been assigned runway 05 left.
05 left. Approach clearance.
SK696, you can begin approach.
Let's slow down.
Gear 0.
Let's turn off auto navigation and let's set my course to 270, so
270.
due west. It'll take a while for me to turn by 90 degrees, and I have to keep checking my speed because I was approaching the airport on the course of 328 point something degrees, but I was given assigned the runway of 05, which means I now have to fly around the airport. I have to make a circle until the airport's position in relation to me is not
64 right at
334 degrees, but due 50. Once it's due 50, I can turn to face it straight, directly head on, and that'll be the proper course that I need to be flying
70 right at 340
in order to land to reach the runway.
849. Controlled area Manchester 35
Manchester 35 kilometers, so I can already start descending a bit as well. The current safe altitude circle for
50 kilometers safe altitude 545 m, which is 450 kilometers safe altitude 545 m.
45 meters. So let's set my auto altitude to something a little higher. Let's do 548, maybe.
548. Dashboard window.
I'm descending a bit.
772. 82 right at 352. 544. Set altitude.
547.
547.
I don't want to be
Dashboard
below the safe altitude.
549.
549. That's a bit too high.
544.
400.
Set altitude. 548.
Excellent. Let's leave it at that.
33 kilometers Manchester 2 minutes. 673. 90 right at 0.
It's the airport is now straight off to my right at position 0. Let's
400.
turn a little closer
300
to 300. Auto course with Alt S.
619.
My speed is still okay. My
548.
Altitude is now okay.
83 right at 7. 33 kilometers
Distance is still okay, and the airport is moving ever farther off to the right. I need to get it to to be on course 50 before I turn to face it straight.
72 right at 12. 488 above ground.
488 meters above ground.
548.
At the altitude of 548 meters, so everything's
535.
going fine so far.
76 right at 16. 514. 78 right at 18.
Now at this point I need to keep checking my speed so that I don't stall, and I also need to keep checking the position of the airport in relation to my
81 right at 21.
current course.
482.
The current stall speed without any flaps is 380, So I need to
84 right at 24.
Raise the flaps in time.
84 right at 24. 460.
So that I don't stall. But I can't raise them too early either, because if I did, I could damage them.
86 right at 26.
Because the speed would be too high.
445. 88 right at 28. 437. 300. 89 right at 29.
500.
Let's turn to zero
course.
now.
0. 428. 422. 419. 416. 71 right at 32. 411. 408.
I think it's safe to set the flaps to position 2
Dashboard
for landing, which decreases the stall speed from 380 kilometers per hour to 320 kilometers per hour.
394 flaps extended downwards to 2.
I did it perfectly, so I can still keep slowing down because the current landing speed is
cruising speed, current stall, current takeoff, current landing speed, 278 kilometers.
278 kilometers per hour.
37 right at 37.
I also need to
500.
keep checking
380 flaps extended downwards to 2.
The position of the
377 flaps extended downwards
of
to
the
2.
airport.
38 right at 38. North.
I still have time.
38 right at 38.
As I said before, I needed to be
39 right at 39.
at course 50.
366 flaps extended downwards to
250.
365, 40 right at 40. Set course. 25.
To 25 now.
359 flaps extended downwards to 2. $25 right at 41. 351 flaps extended downwards to 2.
Okay.
25.
25.
17 right at 42.
Airport is at 42. 8 more degrees. I needed to move by 8 more degrees.
344 flaps extended downwards to 2.
44. That's still a bit too high of a speed.
17 right at 42.
I need the speed to get to like 325, and then I'll extend the flaps further to position 4 for landing.
336 flaps extended downward. 18 right at 43.
So that
333 flaps extended
I'll be
downwards.
safe to keep slowing down to 278, 279, or what it was, the landing speed.
19 right at 44.
The current landing speed.
327 flaps
Okay,
extended
let's
downwards
do
to 2.
flaps.
Set flap position.
For landing to position 4.
Dashboard window. 324 flaps extended downwards to 2.
Flaps set.
321 flaps extended downwards to 4.
Yes.
20 right at 45.
Without any stalling.
25. 20 right at 45. 21 kilometers Manchester.
21 kilometers. I'm a little bit closer than I wanted to be, but no wonder, considering
21 right at 46.
that I'm also talking to you and describing everything as I go, everything that I'm doing.
21 right at 46. 312 flaps extended downwards
I'm
to
a
4.
little bit stressed out, but not too much. I believe I will be able to make it in time.
22 right at 47.
3 more degrees. Come on, come on, come on.
307 flaps extended downwards to 4.
307. 20 more or something. 30 more to slow down.
23 right at 48. 304 flaps extended downwards to 24 right at 49. 24 right at 24 right at 24 right at 24 right at 302 flaps 24 right at 49.
500.
Choke 24 right at 49.
I'm going to
24 right at 49.
choke the speed for now.
25 right
because
at 50.
I need to focus on turning
25 right at 50.
now. Turn right, 25 degrees.
0. 3 right at 51.
Oh no, I screwed it up.
0.
So let me
500.
0. 20, 30, 0.
400.
15. 0. 20.
300.
15. 0.
No.
40. 15. 25.
200. 100, 100, 80, 70, 60, 40, 30, 20, 10. Radio off. Communicator off. Atlas off.
And I was turning too sharply. I panicked. You can't just turn the wheels. You can't just turn the wheels
Flight
or
evaluation
wings.
dialog. Edit flight.
I mean, on the ground, you can bank the wheels by up to 50 degrees to either left or right, obviously. But while flying, you can only bank the wings by up to 25 degrees. If you do more, if you panic like I just did, you can do more. You can set the bank angle of the wings to like 50. But if you do, that's just too steep of a bank angle. You will not be able to recover from that anymore. And it's just an unrecoverable stall all the way to the ground, like what just happened. So
flight evaluation.
we can read
Fatal
the
stall. Fatal
flight
stall.
evaluation
Flight
here.
length 272 kilometers. Flight duration 33 minutes. Points -10.
It's a real shame because we were almost about to land successfully.
Earnings -20. Minor crashes 0. Penalty points 1. Started engines without permission. Cause of fatal stall, bank angle too steep. Cause of fatal stall, bank angle too steep, blank, blank. Dashboard window.
Press enter to quit. Free
Euroflight 3
flights.
Lucas Hosnadel window.
But you know what? I know I said I wouldn't be editing anything out, which I won't. But I've changed my mind. I can't just end this here like that. I can't allow myself to end the recording with a crash, with a stall. So what I'm about to do, I'm going to take literally the same flight with the same plane from the same airport to the same airport. I'm going to pause the recording here and I'm going to resume it again when I'm turning and descending to align myself with the landing runway. Obviously, I'll be having a different call sign this time, but I will do it again this time, and I will do it proper because I don't want to let you down, and I don't want to let myself down. Well, I've already let the 217 or how many passengers I had down, who are dead now, but I believe that everyone deserves a second chance, including myself. So in order to finish this recording on a happy note and a successful note, I'll be right back with you when I'm in the air again and I'm about to face the airport, the landing runway. All right, I'm back. I'm
27
kilometers away from Manchester, a little bit farther away than before.
330 flaps extended downwards to 2.
330, let me do flaps for landing to
Dashboard window.
position 4 because stall speed is 320 at the moment. And current landing speed is...
Current takeoff speed. Current landing speed 275.
275.
41 right at 41.
And let me focus on piloting.
Set course.
Only on piloting
25.
for
Dashboard
now,
window.
a little bit, so that I don't crash again. I've explained the principle anyway, and I'll explain the rest as I go.
316 flaps extended downwards to 4.
We should be fine
548
to go now.
30 kilometers safe altitude 545 m, which is 474
as long as I
above ground.
don't screw up
311
anything.
flaps extended downward. 311 flaps extended downwards to 4. 18 right at 43.
Okay.
18 right at 43. 25.
So I can't start turning too sharply, like I did before, or I'm going to
19 right at 44.
stall.
303 flaps extended downwards to 4.
275, yeah, is landing speed. Okay.
19 right at 44. 25. 22 kilometers Manchester 4 minutes. 299 flaps extended downwards
Still
to 4.
closer than I would like to be.
20 right at 45.
But never mind.
25. 295 flaps extended downwards to 4.
20 more kilometers to slow down.
21 right at 46. 293 flaps extended downwards to 4.
This is really difficult to concentrate and to talk at the same time, and I have to concentrate
22
here.
right at 47. 290 flaps extended downwards to 4.
I don't want to screw up.
22 right at 47. 288 flaps extended downwards to 4. 22 right at 47. 286 flaps extended downwards to 4. 23 right at 48.
If I have at least 280,
284 flaps extended downwards
I
to 4.
can
24 right at 49.
choke the engines.
282 flaps extended downwards
Keep
to
it
24 right at 49.
going.
281 flaps extend 281 flaps 24 right at 49. 280 flaps extended downwards to
500.
choked off. 24 right at 49.
Excellent.
25 right at 50.
Now,
31. 30, 37, 38, 40.
course 40.
43. 0. Dead ahead at 50.
Yes, dead ahead at 50.
Dead ahead at 50. 279 flaps extended
279 is
downwards
my current speed, which is okay. I can land at 279 kilometers per hour.
to 4. Dead ahead at 50.
Dead ahead at 50.
16 kilometers,
16
Manchester, 3
kilometers though. I know I can already
Set up.
descend to 108 meters
108.
altitude
Dashboard
when I'm
500.
aligned with the
279 flaps extended downwards to 4.
with the runway, because I remember it, but if I didn't, I could look it up in the airport properties. Let's set the flaps
400.
for landing all the way
Dashboard window.
up to 6 so that I can brake as fast as I can. Let's lower the landing
Flaps
gear
set.
with Control G.
300.
I'm still
Collision with the
descending
ground
in the
element.
meantime.
Lloyd. Climb. Collision with ground
13
imminent.
kilometers Manchester 2 minutes. 13 kilometers Manchester 2 minutes.
Yeah, GPWS is warning me of
Climb.
an imminent
Collision
collision with
200.
the ground, but I know it's an okay altitude. I'll still be like 70 meters
150,
above the ground.
130, 120,
And it's safe to be this low when aligned with the runway.
90, ground imminent. 80.
71 above
71 above ground, yeah.
One right at 51.
Climb.
11 kilometers.
Collision
Manchester 2
with
minutes.
ground imminent.
One right at 51. 11 kilometers Manchester 2 minutes.
Climb. Collision with ground imminent.
One right at 51. 50. 9,7 km
Collision
Manchester
with
2 minutes.
ground
279
imminent.
flaps extended downwards to 6.
Flaps, gear,
50.
speed, direction,
Climb.
yeah, a bit.
Collision with ground
Altitude,
imminent.
41 above ground.
that's all good.
8,8 km.
When I'm 5 kilometers away
Climb.
from
Collision
the
with ground
airport,
imminent.
I can press Control S to invoke the ILS system.
SK624.
Which runway do I have?
You can
Climb.
begin
Collision with
Oh, no.
ground imminent.
Dashboard window.
SK624. You've been assigned
Runway
05 right.
05
Climb.
right.
Collision with
7,5
ground
K.
imminent.
ILS will offer, you know what?
GPWS off.
ILS will offer the runways that are available.
SK624.
Meaning
You've been
05L
assigned
or
runway
05R.
05 right.
6,4 km Manchester.
And when I choose one, so 05 right, the runway will start sending out a radio beacon of some kind, which then auto guides my plane in order to
5,3 km.
stay on course, stay aligned with the runway, but it can
4,9 km
only
Manchester.
be done.
Combo box 05L collapse. 05R. Dashboard window.
Yes, only be done when I'm close enough to the airport.
One right at 51.
Now you can, if I check my course, you can hear
51,2 ILS.
that I'm 51.2 on course 51.2, but it says ILS, meaning I'm being guided
One right at 51. 3,6 km
to
Manchester
the
0 minutes.
airport. Okay, I should be.
279 flaps extended downwards to 6.
I should actually be okay.
Last system length. Landing gear lowered. Dashboard.
Gear lowered. Altitude
107.
is
46 above
46 above ground.
279 flaps
Speed
extended
is
downwards to
okay.
6.
Flaps are okay. Direction is okay.
One right at 51.
Since I'm
51,1 ILS.
on
40.
ILS. All right.
1,9 km Manchester 0
In
minutes.
Eurofly 3, you can't just, land anywhere near the airport and just lower the nose. You have to be aligned with the runway like I just did. You have to be no more than 20 meters above the ground, otherwise you would stall and break the plane.
0,5 k.
If you are, let me get 20 meters above the ground only.
31 above, 30
30
above ground, 29 above, 29 above, 28 above, 27 above, 26 above, 26, 25, 24, 24, 23 above, 22, 22,
Runway
21,
20
above, 9 0.
And land.
0.
When you're 20 above ground, you
10.
level the
Landing
nose,
successful.
and set the engines all the way down to 0 and essentially let the plane fall.
Taxi mode.
85 flaps, 82 flaps, 79 flaps extended, 73 flaps
Let me
extended
brake
downwards to
by
6.
holding slash
64 flaps,
all the way to 50
58
kilometers
flaps
per hour.
extended, 55 flap, 54, 53, 52, 51 flap, 51 flap, 50 flaps
And
extended.
choke the engines
off.
here.
49 flaps extended downwards to 6. 1965 M. 1944 M.
We have 1944 meters left
50,0 ILS.
of the runway ahead of us, which is perfect. We're on course because ILS is guiding us. I need to traverse the rest of the runway, so that's why I sped up.
49 flaps extended downwards to
And
6.
it's excellent because we did it without having to stop all the way. As it should be. If you've ever flown on a plane in real life, you'll have noticed that the plane did not just stop, after landing, brake all the way to a full stop, and then pick up less speed again.
1 power 0,0%. Gear 1. Taxi
Yeah, we're
mode.
in taxi mode.
49 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Flaps for landing. Oh, and I believe I forgot to ask for the clearance to land.
Taxi lights off. Landing lights on.
Yeah.
Landing lights on.
I forgot about the
1,235 M.
taxi and landing lights, to turn off taxi lights after takeoff, to turn on landing lights before landing, and I forgot to ask for the clearance to land, which is pretty bad, but
1,065 M.
shouldn't be happening at any cost. We essentially landed without clearance, so I'm almost sure I'm going to get penalized with penalty points for that. We'll see it in the end in the flight evaluation, but never mind.
825
things like that happen. Let's
Combo
switch
box, Manchester
our
approach control
frequency
135, Manchester ground control 118,6.
Manchester
Dashboard window.
ground control
Set
118.6.
Manchester ground control. Dashboard 684M.
Let's slow down and let's
Combo box gate.
ask them to assign us a gate.
Dashboard window.
K624, taxi to stand 1.
We're supposed to taxi to stand 1 to onboard
38 flaps
our
extended downwards to
passengers.
6.
Alright,
528M.
let's slow down to 20 now.
33 flaps extended downwards to 6.
20 kilometers per hour to make our movement faster. If we went safer, to make our movement safer, because if we were going faster than that, we may not be able to turn by 90 degrees on time.
22 flaps extend 22 flap 21 flap 21 flap 20 flap 20 choked off 20 flaps 368M.
We still have 368 meters of runway ahead of us to go. We're supposed to go to stand 1, was it?
Taxi to stand 1.
Yes.
50,0 LS.
The next runway ahead of us, because I know this airport, I know it's going to be Yankee and it's going to be facing due east. The turning is going to be due east. We're currently on course 50. But Yankee is a north-south taxiway, so I'm going to need to turn to get to the runway, to turn due east. And then when I am on the runway, I need to turn by 90 more degrees to the right to be facing due south. That'll lead me to the Sierra taxiway. Then I'll need to traverse that. That'll lead me to Delta. Then I'll need to turn again, traverse Delta, all the way to Mike and to Zulu, and Zulu will finally lead me to the stands. Here we go. The Yankee taxiway on our right at course
Yankee
90,
95.
Oh,
94, 93, 92, 91 east.
And now turn all the way to go south.
119. 20 flaps extended downwards to 142. 152. 160. 169. 0. 182. 181. 181. South. 0. 107. 100. 100. 100. South. 0. South. 1924M.
1924 meters, so we can speed up all the way to 50 kilometers per hour again to traverse the Yankee faster.
South.
We're now going due south.
29 flaps extended downwards to 6.
You can check
32
the
flaps
angle, the back angle of your nose at any time.
34 flaps, 35 flaps, 36 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Of your wheels while on the ground,
41 flaps
or
extended
wings
downwards to
while airborne.
43 flaps extended downwards to 6.
With G at any time.
47 flap, 48, 49, 49, choke, 50 flaps extended downwards to 6.
And if you press T twice, rapidly in short succession, you level the nose, and if you press G twice rapidly, you level the wings or wheels. So that's how it works.
1,509M.
Still 1.5 kilometers left. We can check our coordinates.
1,854 Yankee.
We're still all the way up north.
2,550 Yankee.
And even more farther to the right, to the east. Because the coordinates, they tell you the name of the taxiway or runway that you're currently moving on, but the coordinate system, the numbering, the entire numbering, refers to the whole overall area and size of the airport.
50 flaps extended downwards to 6. 1,062M. 1,443 Yankee.
You can see
1,410 Yankee.
that our south-north coordinate
1,361 Yankee.
is decreasing.
South.
So we're going south.
1,311 Yankee.
And we're
1,278
we can see in the coordinates that we're actually
1,239 Yankee.
Getting closer and closer to the south
1,187 Yankee.
Part, south edge of the airport.
696 gear 0.
Oh my god, let me slow down.
43 flaps extended downwards to 6. South.
Because our turning to Sierra is coming. I believe that'll be on our right.
South.
We'll be going west.
32 flaps extended downwards to 486M. 29 flaps extended downwards to 6.
I am panicking.
27 flaps extended downwards to 6. 26 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Crash
24 flaps
or
extended
leave
downwards
the
to
runway
23 flaps. 23 flap. 22 flaps
because
extended.
I didn't
22
turn
flaps. 21 flap. 21 choked. 20 flaps extended downwards to 6. 375M.
Because that would also earn me more penalty points. But other than that, we're pretty safe now.
20 flaps extended
now
downwards
that we're
to 6.
just on the ground and only taxiing along the airport.
0,0%. Gear 1. Taxi mode. 291M.
Still 291 meters of
721
Yankee to go.
20 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Pretty fine.
South.
We're going to south. Okay, everything's fine. I'm just triple and quadruple checking everything at this point because I really don't want to be. I really don't want to have to redo this whole thing all over again. But I think we're fine. I'm way more nervous than my passengers are, I hope, and that's exactly how it should be. So you see, this airport has a different layout. It has the runways 05, 0523. 0523 is a 0523L or 0523R, and they're not beginning straight at Delta. We have to go through these Sierra and Yankee taxiways in order to get to the runways.
Sierra.
Oh, so that's why you need to
249, 257, 262.
Learn the
273, 274, 275, 276, 390 Sierra.
Yeah.
276, 2002, 274. 273, 272, 272, 271 west, 260, 200 west, 0 west.
That's why you need to learn
396 Sierra.
Learn
396 Sierra.
The layout
2171
of each airport individually, preferably before landing on it or before taking off from it, while you still have time, by looking at its properties as I was describing before. Now,
2087M.
2 kilometers of Sierra ahead.
20 flaps extended downwards to 6.
20
west.
due west. Okay. And you can see
396 Sierra.
That our coordinates
396 Sierra
are staying the same. 396 the latitude, meaning
396 Sierra.
Pretty low down in the southern part of the airport by now.
2076 Sierra.
Now it's our longitude, the west to east coordinate.
2035 Sierra.
That is decreasing.
2026 Sierra.
Since we're going
west.
We were all the way to the east and we are now going west.
2002 Sierra.
So it's decreasing. We're moving essentially more to the left part of to the left edge of the airport.
1946 Sierra. 1700 year 5.
Let me speed up a bit more again because this is taking forever.
28 flaps extended downwards to 6.
I hope the passengers are having a good time at least.
34 flaps extended downwards to 6. 37 flaps extended downwards. 39 flaps extended downwards to 6.
I got pretty relieved.
42 flaps extended downwards to 6. 45 flaps extended
that I was able
46
to
flaps
land.
extended. 47 flaps. 48 flaps. 49 flaps
not
extended
crash
downwards. Choked up. 51 flaps extended
this time
downwards
round,
to 6.
which is pretty good.
1400 year 5. 53 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Speed up a bit more.
55 flap, 56, 57, 57, 58 flap, 59, 60 flaps, 60 flap, 61 flap, 61 flap, 62 flap, choke, 63 flaps extended down, 396 Sierra, 1261 M.
Still over 1.2, almost 1.3 kilometers to go on Sierra. Excuse me.
1037 M.
Then we'll be coming to Delta, and we're about to get to Mike and to Zulu into the stands. We're supposed to go to stand 1, right?
4, taxi to stand 1.
Yes.
763 M. Gear 0.
That's right. Slow down to 20 again.
54 flaps extended downwards to 6. 49 flaps extended downward. 584 M. 42 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Because we don't want to pass the junction.
36 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Because you can't turn 180 degrees with such a large plane. The taxiways and runways
29 flaps extended
are
downwards
too
to 6.
narrow for that. Even on
27 flaps
high
extended
speeds,
downwards. 26 flaps extended. 25 flaps extended. 25 flaps
you
extended downwards.
would
24 flaps extended
leave
downwards
the
to
runway
6.
anyway.
22 flaps extended
tower
down. 21
would tell
flaps.
you
21 flaps.
that
20 flaps extended.
that it is the
off.
case.
20 flaps extended downwards
and it
to
would
6.
tell you to get back to your path, and
288 M.
you would get a penalty point. 1 penalty point per 1 runway departure. Like if you're moving outside of the designated runway or taxiway numbers, names, in a basically undefined area of the airport, like in the grass beyond the runways, that's a penalty point. That's not supposed to be happening.
152 M. West.
Going due west on
396 Sierra.
There's the turning to Delta.
Delta.
And we'll be turning left.
West.
Delta.
When we get to Delta, we need to reach it first. We need
Delta.
to the name to be announced, like the zone that we are
Delta.
currently in. And once it is,
Delta.
we can't be doing due west anymore because Delta is a south-north taxiway. So turning left
258
to go due south again.
Zero. 179. 100. 100 south. 0 south. 116 M.
That was
103 M.
pure work.
Alpha.
There's Alpha.
South.
Alpha.
We need to be going east along Alpha because
Alpha.
we don't want to be going west.
Alpha.
South.
So we'll turn
Brandon
left,
Armstrong.
90
Alpha.
left once
Wow.
again. As soon as we're on Alpha.
Alpha.
Now. And that'll lead us to Mike.
Zero. 88. 88. 88. 88. 89. 89.
Mike. We want to
Mike.
go
119. 130.
Mike.
142.
We need to go south again.
151.
Mike.
162. Mike.
Mike.
181. South. South. 624 M.
And this is going to take us to Zulu. If we passed the Zulu junction, we would be going to the hangars, which we can't. We can't park the plane in the hangar yet because we need to onboard the passengers first.
Zulu.
There's the Zulu junction to our left,
Zulu.
due east.
20 flaps extended downwards to 6.
Zulu.
Zulu. 108. 98.
90,
88.
due east.
88. 88.
No.
88. 89. 89. 89. East.
Now it's due east.
660 M. Gear 0.
And
18 flaps extended downwards
is
to
it
6.
going to be stand 5 first?
17 flaps
or
extended
stand
downwards
1
to 6.
first?
16 flaps
on this
extended downwards to
airport?
6.
I don't remember.
15 flaps extended. 14 flaps extended downward. 13 flaps
So
extended.
let me
13
slow
flaps.
down
13 flap. 12 flap. 12 flap. 12 flaps. 11
Just to
flaps
make
extended.
sure.
11 flap. 11 flap. 10 flap. Choked off.
So that I
Gear
don't
1.
overrun it. Which one is it? Come on.
Stand 1.
1. Oh, okay.
Stand 1.
Better. It's a good thing that I
Stand
slowed
1.
down.
Stand 1. Stand 1.
39.
I need to turn due
Stand
north.
1.
I won't probably be able to make it in time. But I can't
Stand
stop
1.
anywhere in the stand. That's the benefit.
Stand 1.
9.
I will be able to make it. Okay.
Stand 1.
350. 300. 300 north. 0. Gear 0. North.
Drake, full stop.
16 stand 1. 447 stand 1.
Wonderful. I can turn off the sensor because it's annoying.
Sensor off.
I won't be moving anywhere anymore.
North.
I know that so I actually probably turned a bit too early and I'm close to the right side, right edge of the stand. But since the stands are essentially free to drive through, nothing would happen. I would just leave the stand. But if this happened in a gate, if I was in a gate and I kept going right or turning right, as I was saying at the very beginning, I would just crash into the gate and get wrecked. So,
north.
Let me park.
Parking brakes on.
Engage the parking brake. Let me open the cockpit door so that we can hear everything better. Our happy passengers who seem to be okay. Let me
combo box board. Asking for unboard. Asking for
ask the tower to unboard them.
Dashboard window.
SK624 taxi to stand 3.
And let me. Hey, it's stand 3 now? I believe it was 1.
Combo box. Doors closed. Dashboard window.
Genuinely certain.
Parking brakes off.
Never mind, then the tower corrected me. So let's go right. Let's go east to stand 3 then. Okay. Why not? You know?
8 flap choked off. 8 flaps extended downward. 8 flaps extended downward. 15.
Can't happen any time.
11 flaps. 12 flaps. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17. Gear 0. Choked off. 54. 58. 60. 69. 79. 89.
Stand 2.
97. 0. 100. 101. 101. 100. 199. 99. 99. 98. 98. 97. 97. 97. 96. 96. 96. 95. 95. 94.
We're now on the
94.
in the
93. 92. 92. 91. 0.
Area, as you can hear.
91. 18 flaps extended.
Stand 3.
15 flaps extended. Gear 0. 14, 14, 14, 14, 14, 12, 11, 11, 10 flaps. Choked off. Gear 0. 134. 0.
Okay, I'm standing totally like parallel, not straight at all in the stand, but I'm in the stand. Let's not
44 stand 3.
Let's not tempt it any further.
629 stand 3.
So let's try this again. Engage the parking brakes.
Parking brakes on.
Open the cockpit doors. Ask the tower to unboard them.
Combo.
Already, finally.
Unboard. Dashboard window.
SK624, starting unboarding.
Thank you. Open the doors, the cabin doors for them so that they can get the hell out.
Opened.
And you know what? I believe we can turn off the engines
Stopping.
and the APU.
Ventilation off.
This taxi
Cabin
simulation is
pressurization off.
interesting.
Temperature control off.
Didn't think they'd
TCAS
simulate
off.
the length
Stall
of the
indication
taxiways.
And the battery.
Radio off. Transponder off. Taxi
Done.
lights off.
Done.
Cabin lights off. Strobe lights off. Storm radar off. Status monitor off. Communicator off. Atlas off.
And unfasten our
Seatbelt
seatbelt.
unfastened.
Because we don't need to do anything anymore. We don't even need the radio for anything. Because as soon as they get out, the flight will be over. We'll be ranked and evaluated. We did not do as good as I hoped to, but never mind, because it could have turned out worse too. I could have spent more attempts than just 2 on recording this, you know. I'm basically just glad it turned out the way it did, even though I crashed the first time. We have finally safely arrived in our destination, and that's the only thing that counts in the end. The only thing that matters. History is never going to ask about the first attempt. We'll pretend it did not happen, and let's just pretend it never did. Let's just forget it ever did. Flight completed.
Closed.
You have leveled up. I closed the doors. I have leveled up. I've completed the flight. The
Flight evaluation
passengers
dialog.
are safe in their final destination, and I can have a day off as a pilot. I can go get a beer or something. But before I do that, let's take a look at the flight evaluation together.
Flight evaluation. Successful flight.
Successful flight. Like I said, that's what counts. That's what matters, not the crash before. Shash, what are you talking about? What crash? There was no crash, ever.
Successful flight. Flight length, 295 kilometers. Flight duration, 48 minutes. Points, 1.
Let me see. I even gained a point. Okay.
Earnings, 1.
And I earned €1.
Minor crashes, 0.
Minor crashes,
Penalty
0.
points, 0.
Penalty points, 0. So but of course, because I did not ever depart the runway without permission, or enter the runway without permission, or start the engines without permission.
Blank.
I did not do anything. So, you know what? I know you keep repeating the word crash, but what are you talking about? The flight was a complete success. And there was no
Dashboard.
mistakes or errors ever. It was the golden standard of how flights in Eurofly 3 should be done, even with Category 3 airplanes, which I don't even own anymore, which I don't even own yet. But who cares about that, you know? It's like... what matters is that you saw... No. Let's... All joking aside... Press enter to quit. Free flights. Let's get back to the main menu. All jokes aside, I really sincerely hope you've enjoyed this. because it was, after all, a complete flight from start to finish, as it should be. Everything included, all the steps in the checklist that you need to do in order for your flight to be successful in the end. Well, besides asking for the landing clearance, and besides the taxi lights and landing lights, but these are actually quite minor infractions that, as you can see, I was not even penalized for. I should actually be penalized for landing without clearance. I'm probably going to report that one as a bug. But other than that, I think it turned out pretty okay, considering all I had to do and all I had to explain in the meantime, with literally almost no waiting for me to finish my explanations. So that was it. That was the first official English demonstration of Eurofly 3 for you. Almost half a year, well, not almost, exactly half a year after the Slovak one. We were actually genuinely believing by the time the Slovak one, which is still available on this YouTube channel, was
Brandon
published.
Armstrong.
We did actually
Got
believe
to love the fake onboarding
it's like
sounds.
a matter of a couple days or a couple weeks at the very most for the game to come out and to get released. But as I was saying before, real life schedules were getting in the way, as well as more bugs to fix, more bugs that were being discovered, more new features or changes, really important and necessary ones that were being asked for. For example, the landing process, the way you land, as I was just demonstrating a while ago, the way it's currently done in version 3 was still different, and it was still the old one from version 2 by the time the Slovak presentation was being recorded. So that's it for you. That's the English demo for you. Hope you liked it. You found it entertaining, but not only that, but I also hope that it actually taught you or showed you the very basic principles of how to start doing things, so that you have at least a rough idea of how things are done and what is what once you start playing the game for yourself in a couple days, or maybe even now if you've discovered this recording a bit later on, because on the day of its publishing, that's when the series of audio recordings is starting to be published, one recording per day. The whole audio tutorial series, all the 15 basic recordings in the basic series, as I was saying at the beginning, and
well,
once those
you don't
are
have to hear
out
it,
and released,
the process is quicker.
It's time for the closed private beta. So things are definitely moving on. I know some of you who were familiar with Eurofly before and may have been waiting for version 3 may have had your doubts, or may have lost faith in the development team, and may have started thinking that no version 3 is ever going to come out at all, ever, and that it's all just empty promises. So I hope this recording helps at least partially to eliminate that doubt. And for those of you who have never even played Eurofly before at all, who have discovered the game for the first time via this recording, but got interested and excited about the game and can't wait to try it hands-on for yourself, I wish you the best of success, the best of luck, as few crashes and stalls as possible. I wish you to become a good pilot soon, and perhaps better than I am, sooner than I did. And I can't wait to meet you in the air, at work, each of us flying to our respective destinations, and perhaps to have a chat on the communicator. That was your first official English Eurofly 3 demo for you. My name is Lucas. I'm part of the development team. I hope you liked it. Thanks for watching or listening. Thanks for your attention. And see you next time in one of the next recordings, or in Eurofly 3 itself.
Okay, you guys, we're going to continue this. Sorry about the little pause there that we had, but I had to take care of something, so we'll just 46 minutes until descent, so that's okay. Alright, we'll put that at 30, and we'll let the flight continue.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2 Euroflight features rules search Google task switching window. ACRT Lex 3/40 ACRT Lex 236 degrees TRK 1 vector 210/4002 200 ACRT Lex 3/4 236 degrees TRK 1 vector 212 210/3000 0 3 fail 199/3000 0564 162/2010 0 3 fail 199/3000
I almost feel like
0563 fail 190 052 210/3000 105 degrees 9.0 nm 2 0563 4.2 nm 2 210/3000 105 degrees 9.0 nm 1 vector 210/236 degrees TRK ACRT Lex 3/4 231 vector 2 ACRT Lex 4/4 ACRT Lex 01 1100 132 IMTC 103 2 4 4 265/100 ACRT Lex 1/4 ACRT Lex 122 degrees 112.7 nm 1 1.79 degrees 330 139 degrees 197.1 nm 2 possible 300 14,296.
Okay, so we'll let that continue, and be back with you guys here in a few minutes. Hope you all enjoying this flight.
Jet 8384, descend and maintain flight level 350.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Jet 8384, descend and maintain flight level 350.
$32,000 feet.
Brandon Armstrong. Awesome plane sounds.
250. Air India 126 heavy contact, Toronto Center on 124.075. Good day. Emirates 222 heavy contact, Toronto Center on 124.075. Good day. Emirates 222 heavy. Goodbye. Toronto Center on 132.65. Good day.
Going to 132.65 Freedom Global, Niner Delta Whiskey.
Top 1, 132.65.
Toronto Center Freedom Global Niner, Delta Whiskey Flight Level Tree 25.
Freedom Global Niner, Delta Whiskey, Toronto Center radar contact continue.
Brandon Armstrong. Are you serious? Kelly Clarkson has her own Sirius XM channel now. Rings. I mean, that's fine. Kelly's a good singer, she has 21 plus years of content, nothing wrong with that. Rings. I'd rather her than Carrie Underwood.
From the flight deck, we've reached our cruising altitude. The flight attendants will begin their service shortly. In the meantime, please keep your seatbelts fastened as turbulence can occur at any time. Again, welcome aboard.
Brandon Armstrong. Unfortunately, Carrie Underwood does have her own channel and it's permanent.
Head light off.
The captain has turned off the seatbelt sign. You're free to move about the cabin, but when seated, please keep your seatbelts fastened as turbulence is unpredictable.
Alright, what do we got going on here? 29 minutes, let's go ahead and get our...
Brandon Armstrong. Yeah, turbulence will definitely be a factor on Tuesday here in this state.
109.10
/057 degrees.
at 57 degrees. 109.10 at 57. 109.10, 57. Alright, so let's see. Hold on one second, Brandon. 109.10, 57. Okay.
FPA 4, 5, 9, 6. Let's forecast now here.
109.10, 57.
Refresh button pressed. Edit red 9, 4, 9, 5, 6. Low clear. CPU number
CPU message clear.
CPU message display. CPU number 1 CPU available. CPU number 1 message.
Okay, there we go.
MODRT like 1/125 degrees 3.1. MODRT like 1/4. MODRT like 1/4. 125 degrees 2.6 NF. 1. Object 0.793/4 330. 125 degrees 2.5 MODRT like 1/4. MODRT like 1/4. MODRT like 1/4. CPU number 1 CPU number 1 execute key available. Blank. Descent 6. Let's forecast race clear. Left FMC light off. Right FMC light off. CPU number 1 execute key available. XRT like 1/4.
109.10, 57. Alright, let's do that.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator
2. Nearest airport list. Button.
XRT like 1 flight forms submit start title back column symbol type chapter 2 screen column 2 set option 0.2 destination runway column 499 runway combo airport at 9.
Arrays.
Stand runway loaded.
John, what do you think of Eurofly 3?
Runway combo box 05
I'll say that it's a lot better than V2 as far as simulation, flaps, taxiways, etc.
24L, 24R, 33L, 33R, 33L, 24R, 33L.
I'll give you that. Hold on one second, I'll tell you.
XRT like 1/4 PM Eurofly features search column 4 submit column 509 start title book column 2 start type blank 0 slash blank character 06L. Destination 2 destination 33R 33R 30 20 20 20 50 00 06L 05 06L. Okay, but also. Start title book and text editor document 0 slash 36. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3.
2. Nearest airport list.
Set nav radios. Nav 1 frequency selected 110.50. Selection removed. Nav 1 selected 0. Selection removed. Nav 2 frequency selected 1. Selection removed. Nav 2 selected 0. Selection removed. OK button. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2 1.0.
Alright, there we go. There's
Set nav radios. Nav 1 frequency selected 109.10. Nav 1 selected 57. Nav 2 frequency selected 109.10.
Alright, there we go. We got iOS set up. Weather is set. We've got about 27 minutes until descent.
Brandon Armstrong. It definitely gets a lot of it a lot clearer than B2 did.
Well, I'll tell you, I think that... Let me get rid of this window here real quick. Okay, so... I think Eurofly... I believe that 3 is... When I look at version 2, and then we look at 3, with the amount of work that was put into this, the amount of making it more realistic, I believe there's a daylight to dark difference. I believe that even though there's still a lot that, you know, that doesn't make it a simulator, right? I believe, you know, he's putting a lot of work into it, and I think he's done an amazing job. I think that also something else that I've noticed, I don't know if you guys picked this up or not, but I believe that his English has become much better as well. And I don't mean that in a critical state, you know, I don't mean it in a, you know, like saying he wasn't before, but I'm just saying I think that altogether, all the way around, you know, Eurofly 3, I think that it's going to be a lot better. I don't know what the cost of it is, but I don't think it'd be that much, but I'm going to get it because it ain't going to be that much when it does come out. Like, I think it comes out, what did you say the date was? Anyway, this month sometime.
Brandon Armstrong. You can definitely tell the work that's been put into it. It definitely shows.
No. She would. So Amanda was asking, did anybody get a divorce lately? Because last night, you guys ain't seen this video yet because I didn't get it uploaded yet. I'll upload it after the live stream.
It's free.
And it was the flight that I did last night. Now, see, what I heard was that. See, I heard two different things on that. I heard that it was free, but then I heard that it might go another direction. So I didn't know. Either way, I'm going to get it. Even if it did cost, but even if it doesn't, that's better if it's free. Yeah, either way, I'll get it. But the video that I recorded last night, which was an amazing flight, it did so good. You guys need to watch that video as well. It's because what? You did takeoff and landing? I mean, you have before. So, I was answering some of the emails that we got, and one of the trolls from another channel that I do videos on, when it comes to drug addiction and depression and all that stuff, well, they found their way over to this channel, and they were saying, in the email I got, how does it feel knowing that you're about to
Brandon
be divorced
Armstrong.
again? And
speaking of flying, that poor 737-9 MAX is grounded yet again.
Clearly, they, it's a troll because they have no idea what they're talking about, because we're not even married yet. But if we was, there is no divorce in our future at all. Like, see, it even upsets our dog. See what you did, troll? You upset our dog, and that's bad when a dog understands what you're doing. But we have a perfect relationship. Someone says that a relationship can't be perfect, but it can be. That means that you're okay with everything in your relationship, and that's what makes it perfect. Not that you do everything perfect, but that you're okay with everything that you go through in your relationship, even on our bad days that really aren't bad, but we're 100%. So, but hey, keep it real, trolls. You're just helping us out anyways. More comments, more views.
Delta Whiskey Flight Level 330.
That's just what they always called them. It's just a YouTube thing.
Nearest airport list.
So yeah, I can't wait till Eurofly 3 comes out. We will definitely stream it. We'll definitely test it out. It's gonna be interesting for sure. This is what I would like to request from other people, because number one, the guy worked really hard on making this better for you,
Brandon Armstrong.
for me.
I don't know if you guys have heard about the Boeing 737 MAX 9, but it's grounded again.
Yeah, we heard about that, Brandon. We talked about that earlier. But what I want to say is, when this comes out, I really hope that people can be, even if you play it and you don't like it, don't be critical. Don't criticize something that someone has went out of their way to make an English version of this, to give us English in the game so we can play it. That took a lot of work alone. And he's doing what he can to make something great. I think that, he's got motivation back again. No, originally it's not English. It's, what country is that game originally, you guys? I forget. But I think he's came a long ways, and I think we need to give it the respect that it deserves. Even back when, we talked about Eurofly in the beginning, the old Eurofly, and I've always had the same belief. No, it's not a simulator, but he never intended on it to be a sim. And people took it way out of context, and he got really frustrated. So let's hopefully
Slovakia.
Yeah. I think that hopefully, I know that I will. I know Josh will. Yeah. And he's converted it from that to English. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It is. It really is. So, if y'all do reviews, whoever out there, yeah, just for the effort of making it something that we can understand, because otherwise we wouldn't be flying in that game, because it wouldn't be understandable at all, right? For sure.
Brandon Armstrong. I'll definitely give Eurofly a chance.
I don't know. And even given it, I gotta make sure I do my descent checklist. Hold on 1 second, babe. Even if you do it, like, and you give it a chance, and I don't mean to, like, just you, Brandon, but people in general, like, if you give it a chance and you don't like it, don't throw this guy under the bus, because I think he's done an amazing job.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2. MCP altitude 33,000 feet nav. Altitude level selected 33,000. Selection removed.
I'm going to set it.
100. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2.
Set it to that.
Star title book IRT elect 1 select position window. Typical level screen chat column ops 30.0.2 ops 30.0.2 profile. Microsoft Flight Simulator star title book IRT elect forms main column forms main. Descent CHKLST button. After takeoff CHKLST button. Descent CHKLST button. Flex extended light off. Ops 30.0. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Flex extended light on 157 knots indicated. Left side. MCP altitude. Minus 92 feet per minute. Minus 102 feet per minute. Minus 112 feet per minute. Minus 125 feet per minute. Minus 144 feet per minute. Flex 2. 157 knots indicated. 157 knots indicated.
Why did it do that?
Total fuel 4,572.5 pounds. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2 1.0.
Hold on, I know the problem. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Hold
on.
Press ESC to resume.
Press
Press space to load / save. Press home to restart. Press N to main menu.
Send button. Edit blank. Clear scratch button. Edit blank. Send button. Edit button. RT button plus R. Edit button. Send button. Edit blank. Clear scratch button. Refresh button plus R. Press. Clear scratch button. Refresh button. Edit realm fuel. Total 1. 22,000.
Okay, so hold on a minute, guys. I messed something up.
IRT elect 1/1. Option 300/14,050. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2 1.0. Pause. Flex extended light off. Left ramp light off. Right ramp light off. 161 knots indicated. 162 knots indicated. 163 knots indicated. 165 knots indicated. Left. 168 knots indicated. 170 knots indicated.
It'll level out. Hold on.
Minus 39.94 feet per minute. 177 knots indicated. 179 knots indicated. 182 knots indicated. 184 knots indicated. 0. Stop. 189 knots indicated. 192 knots indicated. 196 knots indicated. 201 knots indicated. 204 knots indicated. 209 knots indicated.
Just give it a minute. It'll stop.
215 knots indicated. 31 knots. 219 knots indicated. Minus 58.89 feet per minute. 30,740. Minus 58.76 feet per minute. MCP altitude 100 feet nav. MCP altitude V nav button plus E. MCP altitude message clear. Intervene button plus I. Altitude L plus E selected 100. 30,000 selection removed. Minus 47.74 feet per minute. 29,005. Minus 41.24 feet per minute. 33,000. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Minus 33 feet per minute. Distance to descent. 91/0.014.02. Minus 2218. 29,040 ASL. 20. Minus 1260 feet per minute. Minus 896 feet per minute. Minus 594 feet per minute. 28,930. 154 feet per minute. 489 feet per minute. 960 per minute. 1119 feet per minute. 1250 feet per minute.
Okay. That was my fault, but I fixed it. We're good. But yeah, I think that it's gonna be fun. Give us something new to mess around with. I'll be there in a second, hun.
29,259 feet. Distance to descent. 88/0.013.
Okay.
892 feet per minute. 29,336 ASL. RT elect 1/4 pmdg 7 realm multi-line select RT elect 1 refresh button. Clear scratch edit blank. Send button. Edit button. RT button plus R. CLB button plus C. CRZ button plus C. Press. CLB RT edit button. Send button. Edit blank. Clear scratch button. Refresh button plus R. Edit realm multi. Active CR1. 4,334/332/354. 29,711 feet. Refresh button. Clear scratch button. Edit blank. CDU number 1 execute P available. CDU message display. CDU number 2 execute P available. CDU number 1 message light on. CDU number 2 message light on. Execute P off. Send button. Edit blank. Send button. Edit RT button. CLB button plus RT edit send button. Edit blank. Clear scratch. Refresh button. Press. Altitude L plus E selection remove. 30,000. Active CRZ 1 CDU message 737 CDU refresh button plus R. CDU number 1 message light. 942 feet per minute. 30,124 feet ASL. 30,167 feet. Distance to descent. 90/0.013.
Brandon Armstrong.
Okay, we're good.
For those who haven't yet, I would strongly recommend you get a flu shot for this flu season.
Clear scratch button. Refresh button plus R. Edit realm multi-line 1. Active CRZ 1/1. CRZ 1. 4,300/330. RT elect 1/1. Option 300/14,128. 100 RT elect 1/141 135.6 1. Option 300/14,128.
Okay, we're good now. Okay.
945 feet. Flex 0. 0. Dot. 255 knots indicated. 254 knots indicated.
Make sure that we're still.
RT elect 1 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight. LNAV light off. Auto roll. LNAV auto on. LNAV light on.
Okay, we're good. Alright.
RT elect 1 4 realm multi-line. CDU number 1. CDU number 1. RT elect 141 degrees 132.41. Option slash. Refresh button plus press. RT 1 option 300/14,128.
Alright, very good. Okay.
RT 1 INTC slash 1 2 2 slash 31. RT blank 6 2.5 1100 04 RW 0564 RW 06 148 slash 619.
600. So.
RT 4 slash 4. RT 3 slash 4. Blank. Act RT legs 1/4. Act RT legs 1/4. Refresh mode plus R. Press. Edit only Act RT leg 1 Box of 300/14100. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Act RT MCP altitude column 338. Intervene altitude L plus
CDU message display. CDU number fail alert.
Selection removed. 600. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.21. 31,938 feet per minute. 240 knots indicated.
There we go. I had messed something up, and that's why it was doing overspeed and all that. But we're good. We are good.
31,714 PAS. Distance to descent 79/0:012.
12 minutes till descent.
935 feet per minute. Act RT legs 1 forms main column 3 except close checklist group. THKLS. Descent THKLST button. Press.
Descent checklist.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.
Pressurization.
Set.
Recall.
Check.
Auto brake disarm. Auto brake 1. Auto brake 2.
Auto brakes.
Set.
CDU message off. CDU number 2 message light off.
Alright, we're good.
231 knots indicated.
Landing data.
Check.
Approach briefing.
Completed.
Checklist complete.
Perfect. Like I said, first officer, I don't know
LSA.
why, but I've got it set where it should not be, messing with my flaps.
227 knots indicated. Total fuel 22,400. 226 knots indicated. 222 knots indicated. 225 knots indicated. 224 knots indicated. 224 knots indicated.
Why is it doing that?
MCP altitude. Altitude intervene button VNAV button mode plus E.
VNAV should be on.
Press. Speed intervene on. VNAV off. VNAV light off. Auto pitch off. Speed press. Speed intervene off. MCP number speed warning off. N1 light off. VNAV light on. Level change light off. N1 light off. Speed box command. VNAV light on. Level change off.
Okay, we're good.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Minus 1319 feet per minute. Minus 1470 feet per minute. 32,580 PAS. Minus 1355 feet per minute. Minus 1339 feet per minute. 230 knots indicated. Minus 1444 feet per minute. Minus 1325 feet per minute. 32,391. Minus 1165 feet per minute. Minus 1040 feet per minute. Minus 938 feet per minute. 237 knots indicated. Wind 222 at 59 knots. Plus 0 knots.
Yeah, we got some wind. That's why we're having a little bit of
Minus 63 degrees.
minus 63 degrees. We do have anti-ice is on.
32,084 PASL. 246 knots indicated. 32,000 feet.
From the flight deck again, you probably already noticed we've started our descent. We're not
Nice, 900 feet per minute.
anticipating any delays and expect to be pulling into the gate in about 20 to 25 minutes. Until then, just sit back, relax.
Distance to descent 67/0:0:0. Distance to descent 67/0:0:0:950. Total fuel 22,278.9 pounds. 3,300. Engine 1 84.3%. 61.21 pounds thrust.
Okay, there we go. We'll be starting our descent here in a minute. Again, we're landing at Toronto. Going to Toronto, honey. Landing in Toronto. Don't worry, I got you flying in first class, sweetie. I gave you the whole section to yourself. Guys, we were having something I've not had before. It's a hamburger helper. Well, it's not hamburger helper. It's cheesy hash brown helper, and it's got sausage in place of hamburger, and hash browns obviously in it, and cheese. So delicious.
Brandon Armstrong.
Yeah, I don't know that I'll do a flight
wow,
tonight.
now that sounds like a really good dish.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not doing it. Yeah, you're right. I'm not flying tonight. Chance. Is he sleeping? What are you doing, buddy? Look. Get it. Get that. Give me that toy. Give me that toy. Mine. Give me that toy. Give me that toy. Give me that. Give me that.
Brandon Armstrong. Another really good sausage you can't get unless you're in Louisiana is andouille sausage.
I'm gonna get it. Brandon said something about a sausage that you can't get. I didn't even catch it. In Louisiana, some kind of sausage. Oh my God!
Say again.
One tree, two decimal Niner Delta Whiskey.
Sorry.
Come on, 132.57.
Contact Toronto Center.
I mean,
Probably not as cost for that.
it's a new definition of it's a new definition of cruise altitude.
Button.
You don't gotta apologize, honey. I thought it was funny.
Brandon Armstrong. There's a sausage in Louisiana called andouille sausage that you can't
He
get
said there's
anywhere
a sausage
else.
in Louisiana called Indwell sausage. I think we're getting ready to start our descent too. Let me check that. Don't apologize, honey. My wife is on one today, fellas. Alright. 4 minutes till descent.
29,992 ASL. 10 feet per minute.
Alright.
Total fuel, 21,700. 29,990. 10 feet per minute. 301 knots indicated. Distance to descent, 28/0.00341.
3 minutes till descent. Huh? No, not at all. No, there was no comment. They might have heard you, but there was no comment. Yeah, Brandon, you opened that bag of worms. Oh gosh, I've actually never heard of that sausage before, but yeah, I'm going to uncollect. Check weather. Minus 63 degrees.
Winds 218, 54 knots. Gust 0 knots.
Winds 218 at 54.
Distance to descent, 17/0.00216.
2 minutes till descent. I'm going to try to do the vector. The way I was told to do it is you take the waypoint above the vector, you move it up over top the vector, but you don't execute. And then
Brandon Armstrong. It's really good, but you cannot get it anywhere else but in Louisiana.
I bet you could probably order it though and have it shipped from Louisiana.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.21. Forms on Mango 1207. At RT Lex 1/4 pmdg 700 thread realm multi-line select.
When? No.
RT Lex 1/4 RT Lex 1/4 RT Lex 1/4 142 degrees 58 142 degrees 58 1 option 300 14,129 142 degrees 58 1 option 300 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1 30 feet per minute distance to descent 9/0
1 minute. I don't know, honey. 1 minute till descent.
MTB altitude 600 feet nav.
Altitude is set. VNAV is on. LNAV is on.
Distance to descent 6/0 7 feet per minute. Engine 1 76.5% 54.39 pounds thrust.
Jazz 8384 climb and maintain flight level 180. Jazz 8384
VNAV up mode plus E. Intervene mode plus altitude level plus E selected 600. Intervene VNAV level change hold off mode plus H. Level change off mode hold off mode plus H. VNAV indicator on mode plus 1.
Okay, good. That's not.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3. MTB navigation. Left flight director on mode plus right flight director. Approach off mode plus E. Localizer hold off CMDA off mode plus A. CWSA off mode plus CMDB off mode plus E. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3 5.2. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Minus 11.48 feet per minute.
And here we go. Starting our descent. This is where you guys should see a pretty sexy landing.
29,000 feet.
Now, 2 nights ago, I did a test flight. I didn't record it. Actually, I might have it. I'll have to look. And my landing,
28,000 feet.
because it done so well, the landing was minus 13 feet a minute.
Minus 24.87 feet per minute. 27,660. 306 knots indicated.
306 knots.
Minus 24.25 feet per minute.
Minus 24.25 feet a minute.
Minus 50 degrees. $27,000 feet. Minus 49 degrees. 303 knots indicated. $26,000 feet.
What was that? Oh, that's chance.
Minus 22 feet per minute. 25,410 feet. 300 knots indicated.
300 knots.
Minus 20.06 feet per minute.
We're looking good here, guys. It does so good on descent.
MTB navigation 01228. 25 text switching window. RT Lex 1 slash red only selected RT Lex 1 RT Lex 143 degrees 36.5 nm 1 option 300 slash 14,057 143 degrees 36.5 nm
See, 36 miles.
1 option 300 slash 14,057
14,057, and it's pretty daggone accurate too.
141 option 300 slash 14,057 142 250 slash 10,000 13,000 148 degrees 12.9 nm 2 250 slash 10,000 13,000 24,000 feet 148 1 option 300 slash 14,057 142 250 slash 10,000 13,000 153 degree Echo 220 slash 8,000 153 degrees 12.1 nm 3 Echo 220 slash 8,000 153 degrees 8.0 nm 4 Herbs 220 slash 67 degree 236 degree 5 Mobile 210 slash 6,000 236 degree 3.2 nm 5 Mobile 210 slash 6,000 RMP slash actual 6 2.0 RMP 5 Mobile 210 slash 6,000 RT Lex 1 refresh mode plus R refresh mode plus R rest edit red only multi next page button edit red only multi RT Lex 1 143 degrees 26.8 nm 1 option 300 slash 14,000 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1 Microsoft Flight Simulator
Nearest airport list.
22,655 PSL minus 21.46 feet from 302 knots indicated.
Yeah, and I like the fact that even with, you know, flying with payware, you can. I love the ATC now that you can read it.
1. Cancel flight following. 2. Nearest airport
22,000
list.
feet.
You can even look at the nearest airport list. And let's say you wanted to see airports around you.
2. Say again. 2. Say again.
Well, I gotta wait till he's done talking because you can't read it when they're talking.
Goodbye.
Common 124.02.
Contact Toronto Center.
Global Niner, Delta Whiskey Flight Level 215.
21,000 feet.
2. Nearest airport list. Button.
Now watch.
1. Cancel flight following. 2. Nearest airport list. Button.
Now look.
5. Berries Field. CYOJ. 4. Glendale Airport. CY. 3. Veterans Road Airport.
See?
CYR. 2. Smithhorse. CF. 2. 1. Walters Falls.
And I can just hit 0 and it'll go back.
Button. Toronto. Freedom Global 9DW. Toronto. Jazz 8384 contact Toronto Center on 132.57.
Toronto Center,
1.
Freedom Global,
Cancel flight following.
See? And back to that. So I like that because I can see the airports around me.
19,611, minus 2169 feet per minute. 304 knots indicated.
Toronto. Freedom Global 9DW Toronto Center. Cleared through the Bravo airspace.
305 knots indicated.
Cleared through Bravo
U.
airspace.
Cleared through Bravo airspace. Freedom Global 9DW.
19,000 feet. 18,972 feet ASL.
Jazz 8384. 100.
Transition altitude.
Chandler, 1,009, 29.8 inches. Dot.
Goodbye.
So you'll see what I mean, how it does make a difference with the changes with the latest PMDG updates. How it's really improved
18,000 feet.
for landing.
Minus 2129 feet per minute. 305 knots indicated.
305 knots.
RT Lex 1/4 red red only multi Lex. RT Lex 148 degrees 15.6 nm. 1. Option 300/14,057. 148 degrees 12.9 nm. 2. 250/10,013,000. 148 1. Option 148 degrees 15.6 nm. 1. Option 300/14 148 degrees 15.6 nm. 1. Option 148 degrees 15.6 nm. RT Lex 1/4 148 degrees 51. Option 300/14,057. 148 degrees 15.6 nm. 17,000 feet. RT Lex 1/144 degrees 9.0 nm. 1. Option 300/14,055. 144 degrees 9.0 nm. 1. Option 300/14,055. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.21. 16,600 feet ASL.
And look how accurate it is. We're at 16,000 feet. 9 miles ago to be at 14,000.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. 16,199 feet ASL.
Look at that.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.15,900 minus 20 feet per minute.
That's how accurate that it does with descent. It's freaking amazing. It's always been good with descent, but it's improved a lot with the landing. And I might not even need to do the vector for as long as I'm stable. There's really no need to. As long as I can catch.
RT Lex 144 degrees 9.0 nm. 1. Option 300/14,055. Refresh mode plus R. RT Lex 144 degrees 2.5 nm. 1. Option 300/14,021. 148 2. 250/10,000. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.21.0. 307 knots indicated. 14,521 feet ASL. RT MCP navigation column 3. MCP navigation. Microsoft RT Lex forms main column. Option 0.1. Star title book. Symbol. Title screen. Chat column 3 of 9. MCPC column 499. Box C at red on interview. Box C at red on auto. Break indicator off. Speed extended. Speed arm indicator. Speed indicator off. 10 indicator off. Plus auto indicator off. Speed indicator off. Plus 2. Over speed indicator off. Auto break.
Okay, hold on.
Solar beam mode plus T. Solar beam plus T. Off. Mode plus N. Mode selector off. Alarm mode plus T. Slash mode plus T. Intervene off. Mode plus I. Box C at red on mode plus T. Selected 0.79. Auto break disarm. Box C at red. Intervene off. Mode plus. Box C at red on mode plus T. Selected 0.79. Intervene off. Mode T. Slash mode plus T. Press. Intervene off. Mode plus I. Press. T. Intervene on. T. Box indicator. Speed mode plus T. Selected 308. Selection removed.
Okay, 250.
250. MCP navigation row 1 column 2 2 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3. MCPC 250. 313 knots indicated. 12,900 minus 1991 feet per minute.
Hold on, guys.
Freedom Global 9er Delta Whiskey, you're leaving my airspace. Resume own navigation. Contact Toronto approach on 125.4. Good day.
Going to 125 decibel.
Going to 125.4 DW.
Com 1. 125.4.
Toronto approach Freedom Global 9 DW 12,200 feet. Toronto, Freedom Global 9 DW Toronto approach altimeter 29.80 radar contact continue.
12,000 feet. 11,939 feet. 286 knots indicated. 11,968 minus 545 feet per minute. 11,779 feet. 277 knots indicated. Minus 548 feet per minute.
Cancel flight following.
Freedom Global 9er Delta Whiskey. Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace.
272 knots indicated.
U.
Minus 500 feet per minute.
Toronto. Freedom Global 9 DW Toronto approach. Cleared through the Charlie airspace.
Cleared through Charlie
Cleared through Charlie
airspace.
airspace.
Alright guys, we're at
11,574 feet.
11,000.
264 knots indicated.
Slowing down to 250 knots.
The speed box is already open. MCPC row 1 column 229. MC fast switching window. ART Lex 1 bed red light. Microsoft Flight Sim MCPC column 339. Indicated the /C /R N1 N1 C alpha mode solar alpha mode plus solar alpha mode C rated red mode plus K6.01907684294.
Speed brake arm.
259 knots indicated. 260 knots indicated.
Alright, give me some spoilers.
261 knots indicated. 260 knots indicated. 260 knots indicated. 11,000. ART Lex 1 /4 PM. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. 10,940. Minus 43 feet per minute.
Let's go with flaps.
Flaps 0. MCPC
Flaps
warning.
1.
Left ramp light on. 255 knots indicated.
Flaps 1.
Flaps 1. Flaps and transit light on. Flaps 1. 251 knots indicated. 250 knots indicated. MCPC row 1 column 2 2. Auto brake at red on speed brake at red on plus K6.21585 low. Spoiler retracted. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.21.0. 10,300. 247 knots indicated. Minus 44 feet per 248 knots indicated. ART Lex 1 /4 red on ART Lex 153 degrees 10.2 nm. 1. Depot 220/8,000 day. 153 degrees. 1. Depot 220/8,000 day. Depot. 1. Depot 220/.
Oh, you're
Microsoft Flight
good.
Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator. MCPC. Speed rate at red on plus K5.847. Spoiler speed off N1 selector auto alarm button C indicated button intervene button multiple side. Indicator speed plus selected 250 selection remove. 220. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.248 knots indicated. 10,160.
NAV1 is
minus 568 feet per minute. 247
is
knots
alive.
indicated.
Runway heading 67.
ART Lex 153 degrees 10.2 nm. 1. Depot 220/8,000 day. 153 degrees 8.02. Purpose 220/6854. 10,000 feet.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Microsoft Flight Simulator. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Right fixed landing light on. 99 LPASL. Left runway turn off light on. Taxi on. Right. 9854. 242 knots indicated. Taxi light on. 242 knots indicated. Flaps 1.
I'm gonna go ahead and grab,
Flaps 2.
get another flaps out on this.
240 knots indicated. Flaps 2. 239 knots indicated. Minus 11.25 feet per minute. 9505 PASL. 8352 PNAC. 238 knots indicated.
Good there.
ART Lex 1. Red only. ART Lex 153 degrees 5.3 nm. 1. Depot 220/8,000 day. 153 degrees 8.0 nm. 2. Purpose 220/6854. 153 degrees 8.0 nm. 2. Purpose 236 degrees 3.2 nm. 3. Mobile 210/6000. 236 degrees 3.2 nm. 3. Mobile 210/236 degrees 8.2 nm. 4. Cell 210/5191. 236 degrees 3.0 nm. 5. 210/4895. RMP/actual.
Okay.
ART Lex 236 degrees 3.0 nm. 1. Little 210/40. 236 degrees 3.0 nm. 2. 210/4002. 236 degrees TRK. 3. Vector 210/4002. 105 degrees 9.0 nm. 4. 210/3000 day. 105 4. 210/3000. 103. Vector 210/4002. 2. 210/4002. 1. Little 210/45. ART Lex 1 Depot 220/8,000 day. 102. Purpose 220/6854. ART 153 degrees 0.8 nm. Microsoft Flight Simulator 97 PASL. 219 knots indicated. Minus 581 feet per minute.
Glide slope is alive. NAV1 is glide slope.
222 knots indicated. Minus 1266 feet per minute.
Alright, we're looking good.
81 PASL. 7836 PNAC. 226 knots indicated. Minus 1086 feet per minute. ART Lex 1 red only. ART Lex 153 degrees 0.8 nm. 1. Depot 220/8,000 day. Next waypoint. Request multiple rest. ART 153 degrees 6.4 nm. 1. Purpose 220/6863. 236 2. Mobile 210/6000. ART Lex 153 degrees 6.4 nm. Microsoft Flight Simulator. 8414 PASL. 7516. 224 knots indicated. Minus 11.25 feet per minute. $222 knots indicated. 87 PASL. 7226 PNAC. 222 knots indicated. 8,000 feet.
222 knots. Just under 8,000.
18 degrees. Cockpit panels 3 level 0 overhead Lex 101. Electronic Lex 101 level 4 bottom Lex 101 level 0 clear shield Lex 101. Forward Lex 101 level 0 expanded 0 level 1 MCP 101 D1 level 1 standby 1 level 1 speed 1 level 1 brakes 1 level 1 Flex 1 level 1 gear 1 level 1 level 0 lower forward 1 control stand Lex 1 level 0 lower forward 1 level 1 gear 1 Flex 1 level 1 gear 1 level 0 lower forward 1 level 1 gear 1 Flex 1 level 1 brakes 1 level 1 speed 1 level 1 standby 1 level 1 D1 level 1 MCP 1 level 1 level 0 forward expanded 1 clear shield Lex 1 level 0 X 1 level 0 auto overhead Lex 1 center overhead Lex auto overhead expanded 0 idle level 1 Lex 1 level 1 level 0 X 1 clear shield Lex 1 level 0 forward expanded 1 clear shield Lex 1 forward expanded level 1 MCP 1 D1 level 1 MC level 0 clear shield X 1 level 1 Lex 1 engine 1 level 1 level 0 auto overhead expanded forward overhead Lex 1 level center overhead Lex forward overhead Lex 1 expanded 0 level 1 flight controls 1 navigation slash fuel 1 level 1 electrical Lex 1 level 1 electrical level expanded 0 level 2 level 1 level 1 wipers 1 level 1 level 0 center overhead auto overhead expanded 1 center overhead expanded 0 level 1 MTS 1 window group left forward right forward right side window pro P number 2 wing MTS button engine MTS moving wing MTS button off. Engine anti-ice proven. Engine number 1 anti-ice off button. Left anti-ice pressed. Engine number 1 anti-ice off. Engine number 2 anti-ice off pressed. Engine number 2 anti-ice off. Left valve closed. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. 214 buttons. MCP speed. Indicator speed. Level selected 220. Selection removed. 210. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. 65 88. Minus 907. 215 buttons indicated. ACRT elect 1/4 pmdg 7. Edit realm. ACRT 153 degrees 0.2 nm. 1. Purpose 200. Refresh mode pressed. Edit realm. ACRT elect 236 degrees 1.4 nm. 1. Mobile 210/6000. 236 degrees 8.2 nm. 2. Cell 210/5191.
Alright, we're looking good here, guys.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. 6269 PASL.
Show you the difference that this makes once. And I don't even think we're going to use vector. I think we're just going to go with the showing you what the command B, how much different that it is now compared to before. We're not going to need the vector. I don't see that necessary.
ACRT elect 1/3 edit realm. Multi-line select 204. 3210/5. Vector 210/4002. RMP slash actual 5 236 degrees 4 3210/236 degrees TRK 5 vector 210/4002 236 degrees 5 vector 2 RMP slash actual 5 236 5 vector ACRT elect 105 degrees 9.01 210/3000 056 degrees 4.2 nm 2 fail 204/3000 056 degrees 4.2 nm.
Yeah, I don't see it.
ACRT 211 cell 210/5191 202 210/4895 203 little 210/4599 236 4 210/205 vector 210/4002 ACRT elect 236 degrees 6.3 nm. ACRT elect 111 210/3008 ACRT elect 6 RMP 5 vector 210/4002 CDU number 1 execute key available. CDU number 2 execute key available. Execute key available. CDU number 1 execute key available. CDU number 2 2 3 little 2 4 5 30/3000 day 082 degrees 12.4 nm 4 30 slash 236 degrees 3.3 little slash ACRT elect 236 degrees 5.0 nm 1 cell slash blank refresh mode plus pressed edit realm ACRT elect 236 degrees 4.4 nm 1 cell 210/5272 212 210/5000 3 little 210/4739 204 3210/4473 085 210/3000 day RMP slash actual 5 210/3000 day.
Okay.
ACRT elect 1/3 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2 1.0.
Show you what I'm talking about. Once you guys hear LNAV go off.
ACRT elect MCP navigation column release switching window. Forms submain column close and check. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight forms submain ACRT elect realm multi-line ACRT Microsoft Flight forms submain ACRT elect Microsoft Flight Simulator Microsoft Flight forms submain task MCP navigation column task switching window. Option 3.0.2 star title book column star title Microsoft Flight forms submain column release close and check. Star title book Microsoft Flight Simulator 1. Microsoft Flight Simulator for task switching window. Start task switching window. ACRT elect 1/3 MCP navigation row 2 column 158 CMDB output mode plus C double list output mode CMDB C double list output mode plus CMDB output mode plus C double list output CMDB output mode plus C.
Alright, command B is right there.
C double list output mode CMDB output mode plus C.
Okay.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3 5381 PASL minus 299 indicated. Flex 2. MCP navigation row forms submain column release star title book ACRT elect 1/edit realm ACRT elect 236 degrees 4.1 nm 1 cell 210/5272 refresh mode pressed. Edit realm ACRT elect 236 degrees 0.7 nm 1 cell 210/5272 202 210/5005 236 degrees 2 210/5005 236 3 little 210/4739 204 3210/4472 085 210/3000 day.
Okay.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3 5271 PASL 207 buttons indicated.
And if I needed to do a vector, which I don't need to in this case, because we'll be catching the localizer just fine. We'll be, you know, able to catch it without. It's when you know you don't have enough time to catch it, and you need the vector, so you got time to come back around and catch it the right way. We don't need to do that, just because our transition is so better than what it could be.
5023 PASL 208 buttons indicated. 5,000 feet flex 2.
5,000 feet.
ACRT elect 1/3 edit realm ACRT elect 236 degrees 2.9 nm refresh mode pressed. Edit realm ACRT 236 degrees 2.6 nm 1 little 210/4739 202 3210/4472 083 210/3000 day 0564 fail 204/3000 0564 fail 204/3000 fail 204 0565 155/2010 0565 155/2010 04 fail 204/3000 056 degrees 4.2 210/3000 day refresh mode pressed. Edit realm ACRT 236 degrees 1.3 nm 1 little 210/4739 231 little 202 3210/4472 083 210/3000 day. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2 1.0 Microsoft Flight Simulator 4789 PASL
512 climb and maintain 9,900 feet.
3652 PASL
Quarter 512.
4769 PASL 210
9,900 feet. Quarter 512. Toronto. Quarter 512. Contact Toronto Center on 128.275. Good day.
MCPC indicator speed level plus selected 210 selection removed 205 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.2 1.0
Looking good so far, guys. More fuel than what I wanted, but that's okay.
46 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35. Microsoft Flight Simulator 4.2
contact Toronto Center on 128.275. Good day. Order 512, going to 128.275. Order 512.
We're almost. We're at. Yeah, I know. We're about to land, so we're almost done.
Order 512.
We're almost there.
29.76 radar contact continues.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.1.0
contact
for Roger
center on
from 127 1 1110/3000 087 1 1110/3000 refresh mode plus R rest FRT 087 1 1110/3000 05634.2 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.3 Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.1.0
going to 128.2 order 512. Goodbye.
3,492 up. Left 22.
All right.
3,424 up. Left 20.
4,360
up. Left 19. 3,297 up. Left 19. 3,252 up. Left 19. 3,177 up. Left 19. 3,135 up. Left 19. 3,098 up. Left 19. 3,037 up. Left 19. 2,965 up. Left 19. 2,868 up. Left 19. 2,720 up. Left 19. 2,724 up. Left 19. 2,799 up. Left 19. 2,716 up. Left 19. 2,700 left 19. 2,656 up. Left 19. 2,540 up. Left 19. 2,262 up. Left 19. 2,131 up. Left 19. 2038 up. Left 19.
Now y'all watch. Pay
1961
attention very closely here in a minute.
1910 up. Left 20. 1,859 up. Left 20. 1,798 up. Left 15. 1,746 up. Left 5. 1,687 up. Right 3. 1,608 up. Right 7. 1,533 up. Right 9.
Now I activated command B.
1,462 up. Right 10. 1,428 up. Right 10. 1,369 up. Right 10. 1,305 up.
2,500.
1,231 up. Right 10. 1,164 up. Right 10. 1,101 up. Right 10. 1,041 up. Right 10.
201 climb and maintain 11,000.
955 up. Right 10. 887 up. Right 10.
Climb and maintain 11,000 feet.
MTBC 150.
855 up. Right 10. 815 up. Right 10. CDU message display. CDU message cleared. 770 up. Right 10. CDU message display. Play alert. 736 up. Right 10.
MTBC
Flaps 15.
Flaps 14. 140. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.35.1.0. 2937. 2316. 191
1201.
Distance destination.
Glide slope is alive. NAV1 is localizer. Localizer is alive. Runway heading 67. NAV1 is glide slope. 375 up. Right 10. 308 up. Right 10. 253 up. Right 10. 204 up. Right 10.
Flaps 40.
180 up. Right 10.
Flaps 30.
174 up. Right 10.
Flaps 35.
154 up. Right 10.
20. 2660 2054 149 knots indicated.
158 up. Right 10.
50 per minute. Minus 11 19 feet per minute. 2542 feet. 1959 feet.
165 up.
Left MC light.
Right 10.
MC light. And 1 line. 143 knots indicated.
244 up. Right 10.
MTBC 140. 154 knots indicated. And 1 line. And 1 line. Left MC light. Right MC light.
272 up. Right 10.
165 knots indicated. MTBC
244 up. Right 10.
Flaps 30. 22 90.
Glide slope is alive. NAV1 is localizer. Localizer is alive. Runway heading 67. NAV1 is glide slope. 117 up.
1641 feet.
Right 10.
169 knots indicated. Microsoft Flight Simulator.
51 up.
Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Right 10.
Flaps for 16 19 feet. 166 knots indicated. T flight on. Level change flight off. Approach mode flight off. MTBC 140 volt. MTB number speed warning on. Flaps 30. 2110 feet ASL. 15 13 feet. Flaps in motion. Flaps 40. 28 feet ASL. 1396 feet. 148 knots indicated. Distance to destination. 4/0 Form stop main row 1 column 2 close and check screwman. Manage GSK LSD button pressed.
Landing checklist.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 1.5.2.1.0. Engine number 1 con. Engine number 2
Engine
con.
start switches.
Continuous.
Speed brake.
Armed.
144 knots
Landing gear.
indicated.
Down.
Flaps.
Set.
Checklist complete.
1791 feet ASL. 1204 feet. Left. 149 knots indicated.
Flight attendants
240 feet
prepare
per
for
minute.
landing.
Toronto, Freedom Global
Left MC light off. Left MC light off.
is 12 o'clock 4 miles at 800 feet.
1572 feet ASL. Left MC light off. Right MC light off.
1,000.
899 feet. 1515 feet ASL. 147 knots indicated. Minus 581. 147 knots indicated.
Freedom Global 9 DW, Air Canada 419. Toronto approach Air
Now,
Canada
you guys
419
can see, I don't know if you're seeing it or not, but we are 100% stable.
Toronto, Air Canada
146 knots
419, you are 2 miles
indicated.
Rings.
147 knots indicated. Left MC light off. Right MC
Did
light off.
Command B come off?
No, it's on, Josh. You activate it and then you let it do it. Command B's not off. It's on.
Approaching runway.
If
0,
it was off, we would
6,
not
right,
be landing the
approaching
way we are
runway,
right now.
0, 6, left,
146
approaching
knots indicated.
runway,
Minus 906.
0,
147 knots
6,
indicated.
right, approaching runway, 0, 6, left, approaching
Watch your
runway,
airspeed.
0, 6,
144 knots
right,
indicated.
approaching
500.
runway, 0, 6,
Minus 608.
left,
148
approaching
knots indicated.
runway,
1000 feet.
0, 6, right, approaching
Left MC light, right
runway,
MC light.
0, 6,
Minus 609
left,
feet. 145 knots indicated. 940.
400.
145 knots indicated.
We're
Left MC light off. Left MC light off.
145
Left MC light off. Left MC light off. 146 knots indicated. Left MC light off. Left MC light off. Left
That message, I don't know why it does that, but it doesn't hurt you at all.
MC light off. Left MC light off. 147. Minus 540. 147 knots indicated.
Maintain 6,500
232 feet.
Minimums.
146 knots
200.
indicated.
We're at minimums right now. Watch.
Minus 800.
100.
149 knots indicated.
Air Canada 419.
50.
Canada 419,
40.
traffic in sight.
30. 20. 10.
On ground.
4, 2 Toronto ground on
Speed breakout.
127 knots.
Reverse thrust.
115 knots.
121.90.
100 knots.
103 knots.
4, 2 Toronto
90
ground
knots.
121.900.
77 knots.
4, 2 Toronto ground
65 knots.
121.900.
Reverse idle.
3 knots. 40 knots.
4, 2 Toronto ground on
28 knots.
121.900.
Landing rate. Minus 492 feet.
15 knots.
We had
MTBC
some
message cleared.
crosswind there, but still, it got us on the runway, got us landed. Command B never went off. So there it is, folks. I'll be uploading another video later, but it is time that I pause that. Close that. Next time we'll work on the vector, and I'll show that to you. So hope y'all enjoyed it, and we will talk to you here later on, alright?